be with the true love of my life and had a child with Chad. And I mean, it was just, he said, well, it happened. Marfie's here. She's wonderful. She's amazing. And now, we're here. And so let's not focus on the past. Let's move forward, make our life together. We were off to the next stage of our life. We got married March 10th, 2007. So in 2000.
Okay, Nerd Squad. Apparently it's been recording for 29 seconds and I didn't even know because the timer just appeared and that's what it's reflecting. So I don't know what sort of delay we're looking at. It is 3:45 p.m. PST, Sunday, February 2nd, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen.
Known him, he had
pursuant to the instructions of the FBI. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been auzed to state I am an informant since the last week of June. That being said, there is a lot going on that you need to be abreast of. And for that, I'm going to direct you to the preceding live stream. The preceding live stream, which is titled the same as this live stream, except for the time. And the reason I'm directing you there is because I have to be up between 11 and midnight because Unit 207 is planning on criminally and illegally shutting off my internet on all of my devices. And their pattern of criminal conduct and criminality in the recent past, as well as over the last 17 plus months. Now, you do want to go to the preceding live stream and you're going to want to listen to that for about an hour. You can also go to facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. But if you go there, make sure you read down to the third police report from the evening of January 29th, when the breaking and entering planned, plotted, schemed, and discussed for 19 days straight without abatement was facilitated by my two disabled teens that the North Everett Precinct and the dwindling Department of Child Abusers have abused directly and with their co-conspirators for a year straight, whom they had perpetrate their first count of breaking and entering via directing their co-conspirator, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, to abuse the children and endanger them. And I say that because there's a lot going on, and I think it's to try and muddy and cover up that very huge felony they are all going to be convicted for. This live stream should run until after 3 a.m. tomorrow. But as you can see in the last couple of police reports, Unit 207 has other plans, like criminally and illegally shutting off this live stream like they did to not the one before it, but the one before that, and so many others this last week. Do keep in mind my front door has been closed since January 2nd, except for when they had those disabled teens they've been abusing for a year who are legally kidnapped, come and perpetrate a felony for them on the 29th. Again, they'll be convicted for that. So again, go to the preceding live stream and listen to it for an hour. In the event that Unit 207 pulls that live stream illegally and criminally like they've done repeatedly also to other videos this week, then click on the January 30th one and listen to the first 45 minutes there before you go to Facebook, because you really need to hear what it is that I have to say that's not necessarily transcribed on the Facebook transcription. So either the preceding live stream for an hour, or if that disappears, the January 30th live stream from 7:55 a.m. Now, this live stream, in the event that it ends without me telling you the end time and that a new live stream is commencing in 90 seconds or less, be advised I didn't end it, and all of the imbeciles upstairs added additional evidence tampering, witness tampering, obstruction of justice counts to their looming soon-to-be unsealed indictments. Also, I'm not going to upload a thumbnail of a selfie to this video until I end it. If it ends and I don't end it, there won't be a selfie uploaded. Something that I started with not the video that precedes this, but the video that preceded that video, which they criminally and illegally shut off. Now, go tune into that other video. You'll want to listen to it. I'm going to try and catch some Z's because I've got to be up between 11 and midnight so that if they cut off the live stream and all of the internet, I can enter in all the credentials I don't need to enter in because they've already been entered in on this laptop running the live stream. But that last month, even though that was the case last month, they still illegally and criminally kicked me off of everything temporarily. Now you will hear something you've already heard if you're going to continue watching this, because I do have orders to make sure there's audio. But first I need to go to the preceding live stream and upload a selfie of myself, because the preceding live stream, they did not illegally end, but the live stream before that, they did. And I forgot to upload a photo when I ended this live stream. So I'm going to grab one of these selfies that I've taken of myself this last month or two. Stick it up there. Can't see anything with the screen tilted at the angle it's at. Boom, 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 boom. Problem solved. Okay, thumbnail of a selfie I took of myself last week or the week before that, uploaded to the preceding live stream, which I ended, Nerd Squad. And again, the time is 3:52 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 2nd, 2025. This live stream should run until tomorrow. But then again, based on the criminal conduct, pattern of behavior, yada, 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 it likely won't. And you'll know because there won't be a selfie. And my door will still be closed as it has been since January 2nd, unless they facilitate a second breaking and entering to be charged with. This time, ideally, not using the two disabled teens they've been abusing for a year. Nerd Squad, 181 videos reflected as separate published. That number is incorrect, and it's because of Unit 207's hacking. I see the selfie of myself in the prior live stream, which I did end, and not in the video before that, which I did not end. And there is no image on this video because there won't be an image unless I end the live stream. And I'm trying to go to sleep because, again, I've got to be up between 11 and midnight because of these. Because, again, I've got to be up between 11 and midnight because of these. Because, again, I've got to be up between 11 and midnight because of these. Because, again, I've got to be up. We have audio. Again, make sure you watch the preceding live stream, and if it disappears, that preceding live stream is titled exactly the same as this, but the time is different, 4 something in the morning. And if that video disappears because of Unit 207,
Click on the January 30th one from 7:55 a.m. and listen to that before you go over to Facebook, because what you really need to hear about is just how awful the quality of human beings are that you all have been entertaining and conspiring with, or who are actively telling you they're giving you an opportunity when they are in fact offering you a chance to join them in a federal penitentiary. Also, as an aside, some of you may be wondering, well, you were giving a tour of your house every 24 hours, and you said the FBI had you under instructions to do that. This is true. And those instructions have changed. The FBI no longer feels that it's necessary for me to do that. Remember, I'm not an employee of the FBI. I'm just an informant. That being said, everything's on a need-to-know basis, so I don't need to know why they are telling me to do X, Y, and Z. And for many of those same reasons, I don't even know why it is they're having me do X, Y, and Z, because I'm not asking. No, I don't want this one. Oh, I want a radio show. What I want is This American Life, but there's no way to just like play the whole archive without manually choosing each episode. At least not that I know of. Dear Godzilla, thank you for making me so fucking awesome. Also, I get really tired of people not thanking me, especially when I save them from making decisions that put them in prison for the rest of their lives. Amen. The things I do for people who don't deserve it.
Listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussion of suicide. Please keep this in mind when deciding if, how, and when you'll listen.
Alright, what am I playing? Well, I'm going to go to sleep, and the easiest thing for me to fall asleep to is the
Discretion is
Senate
advised.
Intelligence Committee report. You've heard me. There's a man upstairs, though, who's been stalking me for 17 months straight. One of the multiple men up there. Anyway, every time I play it, he literally thinks he is going insane. It rattles him like people react to a teacher clawing a chalkboard. Oh man, I can't even convey to you in words how much it makes him want to fucking flip. So as a courtesy to him, even though he doesn't deserve it, I'm not playing that. So I'm putting on a podcast that has a tonal voice that I can fall asleep to. And that podcast is called Cults. It's documentary style. And here's why I enjoy it. Because Godzilla created every cult. And I wish that there was a cult podcast that focused on the spiritual beliefs of the cults, but it never does. It's usually like an hour or 2 hours about a quote unquote cult, and you get maybe 15 minutes of their actual beliefs, and then the rest is like, they were fucking everybody, or they were fucking kids, and then they died, or then someone died, and then they tried to, that's the cult podcast. What I want is a cult podcast that tells me all of their spiritual doctrine. Because Godzilla created it all, dude. And I'm doing Heaven's Gate because I always skip this one, because Heaven's Gate is a cult that I've never understood for the following reasons. One, Nike is an awful brand that pays like $2.75 to manufacture their shoes, routinely in sweatshops where children are used. This has been proven repeatedly. And then they turn around and sell those shoes for hundreds of dollars. In the Heaven's Gate cult, for some reason, they all wore Nikes. I know you're like, that's a fucking petty thing. Dude, it's the random things that I notice. And then here's another big one. Castration. Men in this cult castrated themselves. Godzilla doesn't want anybody chopping off their peepees, okay? I mean, if you want your pee-pee chopped off, Godzilla is fine with you wanting your pee-pee chopped off and getting it chopped off. But the whole idea of this cult telling men that they had to cut off their dicks and wear Nikes, I just never understood it, man. I never understood it. So that's why I'm putting this one on.
This episode includes discussion of suicide. Please keep this in mind when deciding if, how, and when you'll listen. For resources on these topics, visit spotify.com/resources.
Oh, and if you missed it, I've been up.
We're going to start
since the
today's
middle of
episode
the
with a
night.
pretty basic question.
Also because
What makes
of
a
the
cult
precinct
a
of
cult?
felons. The
The
precinct
answer
of
might
felons.
seem obvious. We've been discussing it on this show for years. A cult needs a leader, followers, and a system of beliefs that sets them apart from everyone else. That system creates an in-group dynamic, and eventually the leader is able to control their followers' thoughts, feelings, and actions. That's really the crucial ingredient when identifying a cult: control. And it's what makes Heaven's Gate and their mass suicide such a complicated case.
The leaders of Heaven's Gate were accused of brainwashing and mind control. But the group was founded on principles of free will and self-determination. It had an open-door policy. Members could leave any time. They could also rejoin if they wanted. No one was blacklisted.
Before their deaths in March of 1997, most of the group sat down for videotaped interviews. They stressed over and over that what they were about to do was their choice. They were happy about it, even if it didn't make sense to most people.
One member said plainly, "When we leave, I know the media will treat this as some sort of weird, bizarre cult, a suicide cult, whatever you might want to call it. But look deeper than those words. Look for what we've taught people and the message we've left behind, because we know that it is difficult to understand."
So what was really going on inside Heaven's Gate? Were they actually a cult bound to the choices of their leader? And if they weren't, then what's the alternative? How do we understand what happened to them? What they did to themselves?
Hi, I'm Greg Polson,
And I'm Vanessa Richardson.
and this is a special anniversary series on Heaven's Gate, presented by Cults. We're taking a deep dive into the so-called UFO cult to try to understand who they were, what they believed, and what caused their tragic end 25 years ago.
We'll start by looking at the group's founders, Bonnie Lou Nettles and Marshall Applewhite. We'll explore their backgrounds, their beliefs, and how they recruited their first followers.
In the rest of the series, we'll see the rise of Heaven's Gate and what life was like inside the group. We'll understand how their beliefs changed over 2 decades until their final exit in March of 1997. We have all that coming up. Stay with us.
What most people remember about Heaven's Gate is how it ended, which makes sense. Their mass ritualized suicide was absolutely shocking. Footage of their matching black Nike sneakers and bodies covered by purple shrouds dominated the news cycle. Immediately, everyone was asking the same thing. Why?
We got the answer pretty quickly. The group took their lives so that a spaceship following the Hale-Bopp comet would carry them all to heaven.
But that explanation sounded, well, crazy. So that's how they were remembered, a bunch of lunatics who died in search of the mothership. Instead of mourning them, the UFO cult became a punchline. Media magnate Ted Turner called their deaths a way to get rid of a few nuts.
Except they weren't actually trying to meet aliens. They were trying to get to heaven. The suicides were the finale in a 20-year quest for salvation.
It's an important distinction, and it's why scholar Benjamin Zeller argued that Heaven's Gate wasn't a cult at all, it was a religion. We should probably look at it as more of an extreme offshoot of Christianity, and their suicides were the ultimate testament of their faith.
Of course, not everyone agrees with that, so we'll take a look at some of their arguments later on. But we have to at least acknowledge that the group had strong roots in Christianity. One of the co-founders, Marshall Applewhite, was a devout Christian, and that definitely influenced Heaven's Gate's beliefs.
Long before he founded the group, Applewhite was born and raised in small-town Texas. His father was a Presbyterian preacher, and for a while, it seemed like Applewhite would follow in his footsteps. In 1952, he enrolled in seminary school, but he left the program after 2 years.
We don't know exactly why this happened. He was still a strong Christian and stayed connected to the church. But Applewhite was a closeted bisexual, raised by a staunchly conservative father. It's been suggested that he wasn't able to reconcile those feelings with his future as a preacher, so he walked away. But we don't know if that's actually the case. Maybe he just wanted a bigger stage than the pulpit.
After he left the seminary, Applewhite pursued his other great love, music. He was a talented singer and had the natural charisma of a strong performer. He earned a master's degree in music and voice from the University of Colorado, playing the lead role in university productions of South Pacific and Oklahoma. By now, Applewhite was in his late 20s, married with 2 children. The future looked promising.
The whole family moved to New York City in search of his big break, but it never came. And a few years later, the dream dried up. They headed back south to Tuscaloosa, so Applewhite could teach music at the University of Alabama.
For a while, it was a welcome change. He enjoyed teaching, and he was popular with his students. Maybe a little too popular. Rumors swirled that he was having an affair with a male graduate student.
Applewhite's wife left him, taking the kids with her, and they eventually divorced. In 1966, Applewhite moved to Houston and started teaching at the University of St. Thomas.
Initially, he thrived. His music career picked back up. He worked as a choral director for a few local churches and started singing for the Houston Grand Opera. He seemed to come to terms with his sexuality, openly dating both men and women. But for one reason or another, the wheels fell off.
He was either asked to leave the university or resign for personal reasons, and he stopped singing with the opera. According to one story, on the night he was supposed to perform his biggest role yet, he had a psychotic episode during rehearsal. It was so extreme, he allegedly had to be hospitalized.
What happened to Applewhite next is a bit murky. He bounced around for a few months, directionless, in debt. Then his father died. Applewhite was depressed and in crisis, and in the middle of all that turmoil, Bonnie Lou Nettles walked into his life.
They met in a hospital in 1972, where Nettles worked as a nurse. What 40-year-old Applewhite was doing there, whether he was a patient or not, is up for debate. Some people think he was still struggling with his mental health and receiving treatment for depression and hearing voices. His sister claimed that he was there after almost dying from a serious heart blockage.
Applewhite said that he was there to check in on a sick friend when he happened to bump into Nettles. And in that first conversation, they recognized something in each other, a kinship. Applewhite later said, "I felt I had known her forever."
The more they talked, the more the pieces fell into place. Applewhite was curious about astrology, and he really wanted someone to do his birth chart. As it turned out, Nettles was an experienced astrologer. She'd happily do his chart for him, but she needed his birth certificate.
Applewhite happened to have it with him that day out in his car. He ran to the parking lot, grabbed the document, and handed it over. He couldn't believe the way it had all come together. It felt like fate.
And once Nettles read his chart, she realized that their souls were linked. They'd known each other in a past life. That's why there had been this feeling of recognition when they first met. And now she realized they'd been brought back together in this life for something important. They had a spiritual mission to complete.
Sociologist Janja Lalich argued that even though they were co-founders, this was actually the moment that Nettles recruited Applewhite to follow her. Yes, they developed their beliefs together, but their grand project was her idea. One former follower said, "This was her cult. There was no doubt about it. Bonnie was definitely the founder, and she convinced Applewhite that he had a mission."
Their power dynamic makes sense given their backgrounds. Applewhite didn't have as much experience with the New Age ideas emerging in the 1970s, ideas that would later shape Heaven's Gate. But Nettles had been exploring things like astrology and mysticism for years.
Nettles also grew up in Texas, in Houston. She was raised Baptist, but never felt that connected to her faith. Going to church was more about seeing her friends than talking to God. It was just what you did in the South.
As an adult, Nettles got married, had kids, and became a nurse. But it doesn't seem like she was completely satisfied with her conventional picket fence life. It's not clear what exactly she felt was missing, but she started searching for meaning in new places, like astrology, mediumship, and UFOs.
According to the documentary Heaven's Gate, The Cult of Cults, Nettles shared these alternative interests with her daughter, Terry. Some nights they'd look at the stars together, wondering what was out there. Terry remembered, "We used to dream about a UFO picking us up and taking us away from this world. We didn't feel like we belonged here."
Nettles also dabbled in theosophy, an alternative religion that blends a wide range of beliefs, from spiritualism, Eastern mysticism, and the occult. Nettles learned to channel spirits and held seances in her living room.
She said she had a connection with the spirit of a Franciscan monk named Brother Francis, who gave her advice about the future. Another spirit allegedly predicted that she would meet Applewhite.
And when they did meet, Applewhite was in crisis, full of questions that his own faith had failed to answer. But Nettles had the tools. His destiny, their destiny, was written in the stars. There was nothing to question anymore. He simply had to accept his calling.
Except they still weren't sure what this great mission was. All they knew was that they had to complete it together. So they spent practically every waking minute with each other trying to figure it out, completely isolating themselves from almost anyone else.
Applewhite explained, "There was never a coming together in that we were bed partners or involved in a physical relationship. But there was something that compelled us to spend time together and listen to each other and search together."
But eventually they realized that there was a limit to what they could learn from each other. To truly understand their mission, they needed to embrace their role as seekers, strike out and search for the truth.
So, in January of 1973, they packed their bags and hit the road, on the hunt for destiny.
Coming up, the vision of Heaven's Gate appears.
I'm Sarah Turney, host of Disappearances, a Spotify original from Parcast. In 2020, I used social media to help bring justice to my sister Alyssa's nearly 2 decades-long disappearance. Now, I'm exploring the many reasons people disappear and finding that the truth may be even harder to locate than the person. Who forced a famed explorer to lose his way? What did a missing Hollywood starlet leave behind? And how could the heiress to a Chicago candy fortune just vanish? Every Thursday on Disappearances, join me for a deeper look into history's most gripping missing persons cases, tracking timelines, analyzing clues, and piecing together as many answers as possible to find the actual truth. Follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Disappearances. Listen free only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
The 1970s was a turning point in American history. There was a wave of social and political change coloring the landscape. Things like the Black Power movement and the continued fight for civil rights, Roe versus Wade and the feminist movement, anti-war activists protesting the prolonged Vietnam War. The doomsday clock ticked closer to midnight.
The youth of America was angry, disillusioned with the government and traditional institutions. They were desperate for something else to hold on to and give them meaning.
In response to all this stress, there was an explosion of alternative religions, an entire generation of seekers.
We don't have time to unpack the full scale of the New Age movement here, but we're going to highlight a few key pieces, because this is the America that Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles were exploring in 1973.
The New Age was the culmination of several ideas, including ufology from the 1950s and the hippie counterculture of the 1960s. It introduced new ideas about health, spiritualism, and the potential of the human mind and body.
Religious historian Sarah M. Pike concluded, New Agers are committed to the transformation of both self and society through a host of practices that include channeling, visualization, astrology, meditation, and alternative healing methods.
Yoga became more popular, a physical practice to better connect with your body and open your mind. Vegetarianism and teetotaling became more mainstream as a way to achieve optimum health.
Psychology also played a role in the New Age, heavily influenced by the work of psychologist Abraham Maslow. He identified the hierarchy of needs, basically what we need to be happy, healthy, functioning people.
Some of those needs are pretty simple: food, water, shelter, things like that. Once those are satisfied, we need security, love, friendship, and self-respect. Maslow argued that if you achieved just those basic needs, you would be generally happy.
But the more developed you became, the more often you had, quote, peak experiences, profound moments of love, happiness, and fulfillment. Maslow compared them to the moments of epiphany in religion. With enough work, you could find peace, enlightenment. Maslow called this self-actualization.
Maslow died before the New Age really hit its stride, but several movements co-opted his ideas, like the Human Potential Movement, which argued that if enough people were functioning at their highest level, their collective transcendence would have the power to change the world, bring peace to everyone, which, considering all the war and social unrest, seemed like exactly what people needed at the time.
And in the middle of all of this New Age thinking were 42-year-old Marshall Applewhite and 46-year-old Bonnie Lou Nettles. Throughout 1973, they road-tripped around the country, working odd jobs to pay for gas and food. They were spiritual nomads, trying to understand their destiny.
Applewhite and Nettles visited New Age groups, alternative health centers, and popular gurus. But they also stayed connected with Christianity, sometimes staying in churches. They read books from all kinds of religions.
Applewhite said, we studied everything we could get our hands on that had to do with any sort of awareness, spiritual awareness, scientific awareness, religious awareness. Our thirst was absolutely unquenchable.
Religion scholar Benjamin Zeller suspects they might have read Chariots of the Gods by Erich von Däniken, which was a bestseller at the time. It lays out a version of the ancient astronaut theory.
In general, it argues that early humans were visited by aliens who gave them tools and knowledge. This could explain things like Egyptian pyramids, Stonehenge, or the statues on Easter Island, which, according to theorists like von Däniken, otherwise seem impossible given the technology that was available at the time.
But von Däniken's book took the ancient aliens theory one step further. Not only did aliens come to Earth, but their visits were actually the basis for most of the world's religions. He argued that ancient Hebrews wrote the Old Testament as a way to explain their contact with extraterrestrials.
The book was kind of the perfect bridge between Applewhite's and Nettles' backgrounds. For it to resonate, you had to believe in both Christianity and UFOs. And Zeller argues that these ideas had a distinct impact on their eventual epiphany in July of 1973.
While they were camping in Gold Beach, Oregon, near the Rogue River, for months, Applewhite and Nettles had been soaking up as much spiritual information as they could, from as many sources they could find. And while they were at Gold Beach, they realized that they finally found their answer.
Applewhite later said that it was as if we had been given smelling salts and told, okay, you guys, you've had 40 years and now it's time for you to realize who you are, what you have to do, and get on with the show.
First, they expanded on the ancient astronaut theory. Not only do aliens exist, but they've come to Earth in the past, and everything written in the Bible is based on those encounters.
Thousands of years ago, people didn't have the same modern words, so when the Bible described angels coming down from heaven on chariots, it was actually aliens landing in spaceships. They claimed the sick were healed by miracles, but only because they didn't understand advanced alien medicine.
This meant that God was an alien, Jesus too, and heaven must be in outer space. With the right telescope, we'd be able to see God in the cosmos.
With this framework in place, they reconsidered some of the prophecies of the New Testament. The book of Revelation mentions 2 witnesses sent by God to testify before the end times, but it says that the world will reject their message and the witnesses will be killed. For 3.5 days, their bodies will lay in the streets while the public celebrates their death. Then they'll be resurrected, and the world will watch as they ascend to heaven in a cloud.
Applewhite and Nettles realized that they were these 2 witnesses. They'd been called to spread God's true message. Eventually, they would be martyred, brought back to life, transformed, and called home to heaven. They called this the demonstration, and believed it would jumpstart the apocalypse. But there was still hope for salvation.
Because they knew that the cloud they would ascend on was actually a spaceship. And Applewhite and Nettles promised that anyone who accepted their message would be allowed to board it alongside them. It was the rapture via UFO.
But only perfected beings would be allowed to fly to heaven, which they called the next level. It required a total transformation. They could no longer be human. They had to become more than that.
It was a physical change, preparing you to board a physical craft for a journey to a physical utopia. Therefore, becoming a member of the next level wasn't really about faith, it was a biological, scientific process.
Applewhite explained, when a human has overcome all of his human-level activities, he goes through a metamorphosis, just exactly as a caterpillar does when he quits being a caterpillar, and he goes off into a chrysalis and becomes a butterfly.
It was basically the ultimate version of the human potential movement, but the reward was everlasting life in utopia.
And Jesus had already given them the blueprint to follow, with his own death and resurrection. Applewhite and Nettles wrote in their first official statement, he did not leave his body in the grave. He converted it into his body of that next kingdom. This is the only way the next kingdom is entered permanently. Each human has that full potential.
But just like Jesus, the transformation required sacrifice. You had to be 100% focused on the change. Friends, family, jobs, possessions, they were distractions. To truly overcome your human level, you had to leave everything from your old life behind. It was a huge ask, and they had a hard time convincing anyone it was worth it.
By May of 1974, they'd made their way back to Houston, and that was where they finally recruited their first follower, named Sharon. She'd run in some of the same New Age circles as Nettles. When they approached Sharon, she was at a crossroads, in a bad marriage and spiritually lost.
After several conversations, she chose to abandon her family and join Applewhite and Nettles on the road. She took up the role of evangelist. Whenever the trio reached a new place, Sharon would go into town first, talking to the locals about their message, trying to drum up a receptive audience.
But they weren't able to recruit anyone else. And after 4 months, Sharon's family caught up with them. They begged her to return home. She had a 2-year-old daughter who needed a mother.
Sharon had already been struggling with her guilt over leaving, and once her family confronted her, she agreed to come back. She still believed in the message and worried that she had disappointed God, but it was time to go home.
After losing their first and only follower, the story of Heaven's Gate could have ended there, but once again, fate intervened. In late 1974, Marshall Applewhite was arrested for stealing a rental car. He spent 6 months in jail waiting for the trial. Ultimately, he was sentenced to time served and released.
When he met up with Nettles again in March of 1975, he told her that his time in isolation had been incredibly fruitful. It had given him a chance to really think about everything, their mission, their message, their purpose, and he'd had another revelation.
If they were God's witnesses, then they couldn't be human. They were already members of the next level, aliens in human clothes. And because they'd already transformed, they had to do more than just spread the message. They had to be teachers, leaders by example.
6 months in jail also gave Applewhite the time to write up a summary of their beliefs. Apparently, they'd never really written their message down before. They'd just been telling people about it.
Applewhite and Nettles edited the document together, titled it The First Statement, and mailed it out to anyone they thought might be receptive: New Age groups, alternative religions, and gurus.
It was definitely a Cliff's Notes version of their message. There was nothing about Revelation, the apocalypse, or that God is an alien. They only mentioned UFOs twice. Instead, the first statement mostly focused on their promise of transformation, metaphors about caterpillars becoming butterflies.
They wrote, "Those who can believe this process and do it will be lifted up individually and saved from death, literally. If you seek those two while they are here, they will gladly fill you in on the details and assist those who wish to follow in this path. If this speaks to you, respond according to your capabilities or needs. For your sake, give this opportunity your best." And for the first time, they got people's attention.
Before we go any further, there's something we need to address. Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles went by several names over the years. They called themselves the Two, Guinea and Pig, Bo and Peep, and Tea and Doe. But for the sake of clarity, we're going to keep using their given names.
The same goes for Heaven's Gate. At different points, the group was called Human Individual Metamorphosis, or HIM, Total Overcomers Anonymous, and the Class. But because they're most commonly referred to as Heaven's Gate, we are going to do the same.
Once they created the first statement, Applewhite and Nettles' recruitment efforts finally took off. In April of 1975, they were contacted by a guru in Los Angeles named Clarence Klug. He was intrigued by their message and invited them to come and speak to his group of followers.
Klug had developed his own process for transformation, called self-initiation. He taught his followers that through a combination of alchemy, Hindu mysticism, and tantric sex, they would be able to overcome their human limitations and transform into beings of light. So you can see why he might be interested in Heaven's Gate.
And Klug's own group was crumbling. He'd lost most of his followers. He was out of money, and for those who remained, tensions were high. They'd started to doubt Klug's power to transform them.
Then, on April 9th, in walked Applewhite and Nettles, offering their version of metamorphosis. Klug's followers, anywhere from 40 to 80 people, were primed to hear it. Applewhite told them all about their spiritual awakening, the next level, and how to get there. Heaven waited in the cosmos for anyone willing to do the work.
But if they wanted to transform, they had to leave their old lives behind. Their homes, jobs, and families. Their possessions, their vices. There was no sex, drugs, or alcohol allowed. Applewhite warned you would have to literally overcome every human indulgence and human need. You have to lose everything. You will sever every attachment with that world that you have.
If they were ready to do that, ready to walk out of their lives, they should meet him on May 5th in Gold Beach, Oregon, the site of their awakening. In the meantime, Applewhite and Nettles would keep recruiting.
Several accounts from that night claim that the audience was struck by Applewhite's charisma. He was captivating, confident.
At one point, someone asked for more proof. How could they know that Applewhite and Nettles were really members of the next level, sent from outer space?
Applewhite coolly replied, "You already know who we are, or you wouldn't be here asking the question."
After the meeting, about 24 people agreed to join Heaven's Gate, including Clarence Klug. But it was just the beginning. Within a few months, Applewhite and Nettles had gathered around 100 followers and made national headlines.
Coming up, the media puts a spotlight on the UFO cult. Now back to the story.
In September of 1975, posters started appearing in bookstores and coffee shops along the Oregon coast. Block letters at the top declared, UFOs, why they are here, who they have come for, when they will leave. Not a discussion of UFO sightings or phenomena.
It was an announcement for a meeting. Along with a brief description of what would be discussed, it promised, if you have ever entertained the idea that there might be a real physical level in space beyond the Earth's confines, you will want to attend this meeting.
The members of Heaven's Gate had distributed this and other recruitment flyers like it for the last few months in California, Oregon, and Colorado. But this meeting, held on September 14th in Waldport, Oregon, would be the most important one yet.
Anywhere from 100 to 250 people showed up to hear Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles speak. But when they first walked out on stage, it was an unexpected scene. 44-year-old Applewhite and 48-year-old Nettles looked totally unassuming, dressed alike and with the same short haircut. One former follower said they looked just like your folks, only nicer. And at first they didn't say anything. Minutes passed in silence.
Finally, Applewhite laid it all out. He and Nettles were representatives from outer space, sent by God, destined to be martyred. He said that the demonstration and the apocalypse was imminent. The spaceship was coming. Anyone who wanted to join them in the next level would have to commit to the change, and fast.
Some of the people in the audience that day spoke about the meeting. They said they were captivated by Applewhite's presence. One former member felt euphoric, higher than a kite in this meeting. Another explained, I felt like I sat in front of the equivalent of Jesus. According to the same follower, 34 people joined Heaven's Gate after the Waldport meeting.
But this was a small town, around 1,000 people. So when almost 36 of them up and walked out of their lives, neighbors took notice. The police launched an investigation.
Newspapers ran with the story, fascinated by the strange turn of events. One headline read, 20 persons reported missing, lured by a UFO Pied Piper. The New York Times picked up the story. Even Walter Cronkite did a segment on it.
It put Heaven's Gate squarely in the public eye, and almost immediately people were skeptical. Followers had sold their homes, quit well-paying jobs, and left their children behind. For what? Aliens? It didn't make any sense.
Then they heard about Applewhite's charm and charisma. Clearly, he must have hypnotized or brainwashed these people. That was the only way the public could wrap their heads around it. Mind control. They started comparing Heaven's Gate to the Manson family.
But that comparison kind of falls apart once you realize what life was actually like for the original members. In 1975, Heaven's Gate was less of a cult, more loose collection of like-minded people.
For the most part, Applewhite and Nettles left their followers to their own devices. They gave them a clear goal, overcome their humanness, but only loose guidelines on how exactly to do that, because, as members said, the process is an individual thing.
One follower described life in the group as a rather dull routine. They had to avoid anything that could be a distraction. No reading, no music, no chit-chat. Especially no sex. You weren't even supposed to make friends. That was too human. So most of the time they sat around in silence, thinking, looking up at the stars, working on themselves.
Every follower needed to develop a psychic connection with the next level. This might have been inspired by Nettles' theosophy background. It was common for practitioners to channel ascended masters for guidance. But Applewhite and Nettles called their version tuning in. It was like meditation, sort of.
One former member said that they were given tuning forks. A standard tuning fork resonates at 440 hertz, the note A. Followers were supposed to tune their minds to that next level frequency.
The member explained in Heaven's Gate, the Cult of Cults, so you take it and hit it and stick it on your head, and then kind of like hum it to yourself. They didn't give us instructions on how to do any of that.
The group lived as nomads, much like Applewhite and Nettles had done years earlier. They mostly stayed in secluded campgrounds, relocating every couple of days.
Occasionally, they went into towns to ask for donations, food and gas money, or to hold public recruitment meetings. But there were rules for these social interactions, canned answers. Outside of recruitment, they weren't supposed to mention Applewhite, Nettles, or that they were members of Heaven's Gate.
The group was pretty secretive, maybe a little paranoid. Not only did they move constantly, but they took countermeasures to make it harder to track and follow them.
One recruit attended a meeting outside Sedona, Arizona, but he wasn't ready to leave just yet. He needed more time to get his affairs in order. He asked the group where he could meet up with them, but they weren't sure where they would be in a few weeks.
Instead, they told him, go to the town of Orinda, which is outside of Oakland. Find the post office, and we will leave you an address on page 100 of the zip code book.
When the recruit got to Orinda and looked in the book, it simply said, meet us at the top of Mount Diablo. That was nearly 30 miles away.
The recruit managed to hitch a ride, but by the time he got to the top of the mountain, it was deserted. He looked around and found a few Heaven's Gates flyers in the trash. So they had been there, but he must have missed them.
And then 2 cars pulled up. They were members of Heaven's Gate. Whether it was just by chance or that was their plan all along, it didn't matter. The recruit got in the car and they all drove away.
His story is definitely extreme, but it's not that unique. Once they agreed to join, new members were given the location of a buffer camp, a place for them to integrate and learn the ropes. But they had to find their own way there to prove their commitment. It was usually about a day's drive away, but sometimes it was hundreds of miles.
At the buffer camp, every member was assigned a check partner to travel with and to hold each other accountable, someone to make sure they stayed away from human distractions and impulses. They were supposed to be together 24 hours a day, but never intimate, just like Applewhite and Nettles.
The partnerships were kind of a test, designed to make members more uncomfortable and cause friction. It forced them to confront their human emotions. For example, they might be assigned to someone they were sexually attracted to. So all day, every day, they had to constantly overcome their desires.
After the buffer camp, partnerships were sent out to travel together. It was supposed to be a spiritual test, mimicking the trip that Nettles and Applewhite took together before their epiphany. They'd meet back up as a group every couple of weeks or so at a designated time and place.
But even when the members of Heaven's Gate reconvened, their leaders weren't always there. They spent a lot of time off by themselves, in a way that only added to their mystique. Then, in the fall of 1975, Applewhite and Nettles disappeared completely, in hiding.
There were probably a couple of reasons for this. First, they were a little bit paranoid. Heaven's Gate was still getting a ton of media attention, and none of it was that flattering.
Reporters had uncovered their real names. Their photos were published in the newspaper, and everyone was calling Applewhite the next Charles Manson. Applewhite had already spent 6 months in jail, and he didn't plan on finding himself back there for any reason.
But they might have also been hiding from their followers. During their first recruitment meetings, they promised that the demonstration and their departure to the next level was imminent, a matter of weeks. But weeks became months, and they hadn't been martyred yet. So going into hiding helped them avoid that problem. It kept their followers focused on themselves and their transformations, rather than the failed prediction.
Applewhite and Nettles promised to return to the group before the demonstration, but they didn't give any kind of date or timeline for that. They stayed in contact through occasional phone calls or group meetups. But from late 1975 to early 1976, most of the followers of Heaven's Gate had no idea where their leaders were, or if they'd ever see them again. It's likely that some recruits joined and defected without ever meeting them.
In the meantime, the group split up into families, each made up of 6 or 7 partnerships. They continued to travel, camp, and hold public recruitment meetings, but all at their own self-direction. Sociologists Robert Balch and David Taylor explained, each family was completely autonomous, traveling almost constantly, going wherever it felt it was being led.
The diaspora only added to their sense of confusion. For one thing, we have no idea how many members were in Heaven's Gate at its peak. It could have been anywhere from 150 to 1,500. They just didn't keep track.
Some members got frustrated and left, or sometimes they'd just get separated from their family, missed their designated meetup, and were never able to find their way back to them. One partnership was so desperate to rejoin their family, they gave an interview to a reporter. They hoped someone from the group would see the article in the newspaper and come find them.
With this kind of foundation, it's honestly surprising that Heaven's Gate survived at all. For almost a year, there was basically no leadership, no structure, no direction. All things you'd think would be essential to a cult.
But the reason the group persisted was faith. Life on the road was hard, but when things worked out, it felt like an affirmation that they were on the right path. One follower said, "The things that we need to literally live on this human planet until we get off are provided by situations that come up. Help will come in the strangest ways."
The members who stuck it out had complete faith in Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles. They knew they would come back to them and lead them to salvation.
But when the leaders reappeared in the spring of 1976, it wasn't exactly a triumphant return. All of the negative press had convinced the public that Heaven's Gate was a joke. Their recruitment numbers had fallen off a cliff, and when people did show up to their public meetings, it was mostly to heckle.
At the end of one event in April of 1976, Nettles stood up and announced, "The harvest is closed. There will be no more meetings."
After that, Applewhite and Nettles gathered their remaining followers together, between 80 and 100 people. They announced that the demonstration had already happened. All of the articles mocking them, doubting them, accusing them of brainwashing. It amounted to a character assassination. They'd been massacred by the press and the public. Apparently, their prophesied martyrdom was metaphorical.
This meant it was time to move into the next phase of their mission. The spaceship was coming. And the only people on Earth who had a chance of graduating to the next level were the ones standing beside them.
Thanks for tuning in to part 1 of our Heaven's Gate anniversary special, presented by Cults. We'll be back next week with part 2 of the story. We'll take a closer look at what kind of people joined Heaven's Gate and what life was like inside the group.
You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Cults is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max and Ron Cutler. Sound designed by Michael Motion. With production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Cults was written by Abigail Cannon, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Brian Petrus. Cult stars Greg Polson and Vanessa Richardson. Listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of suicide. Please keep this in mind when deciding if, how, and when you listen. For resources on these topics, visit spotify.com/resources.
The live stream's still going. You need to stop the podcast.
In 1973, Bonnie Lou Nettles and Marshall Applewhite left everything behind to search for their cosmic destiny. And in the years that followed, they urged hundreds of other people to do exactly the same. Walk out of your life, abandon your loved ones, to prove you're worthy of the next level.
But Nettles had a secret. She stayed in contact with her daughter Terry the whole time, defying her own rules. According to the documentary Heaven's Gate, The Cult of Cults, Nettles sent letters once a month and sometimes even called her daughter on the phone. Terry said that they didn't really talk about Heaven's Gate. Her mom just wanted to know how she was doing, hear all the things she was up to.
Then, sometime in 1985, the letters just stopped. Terry, in her 30s now, was more than worried. She was frantic, checking the mailbox almost every day. But she didn't hear anything until the following March, when two members of Heaven's Gate called her up. They needed to tell her something in person. When Terry saw them, she assumed the truth almost immediately. She asked point blank, "Mom's dead, isn't she?"
Nettles had died 9 months earlier from cancer. Terry found out later that her mom had been in Dallas at the time, less than 4 hours away. She could have been there. She could have said goodbye. Instead, Nettles died surrounded by the members of Heaven's Gate.
Her body was cremated. Marshall Applewhite most likely scattered her ashes himself. But Terry and her family never had any kind of memorial. She explained, nobody seemed to be interested.
Beyond Terry, the only people who mourned Bonnie Lou Nettles were the members of Heaven's Gate. And in the aftermath of their grief, her death opened the door for their final exit. Hi, I'm Greg Polson.
And I'm Vanessa Richardson.
And this is our third episode in a special anniversary series on Heaven's Gate, presented by Cults. We're taking a deep dive into the so-called UFO cult to try to understand who they were, what they believed, and what caused their tragic end 25 years ago.
Today we're digging into the fallout of Bonnie Lou Nettles' death. It's been suggested that Heaven's Gate was her cult and that Marshall Applewhite was her first recruit. So how did the group survive without her?
We'll see how losing Nettles reshaped the group's beliefs and why, after more than a decade, they started recruiting again. We have all that coming up. Stay with us.
We need to start today with a quick refresher on something that's common in a lot of cults: cognitive dissonance. It was definitely at play in Heaven's Gate, even before Bonnie Lou Nettles died.
It happens when we're confronted with something that totally contradicts what we believe to be the truth. Trying to reconcile these two opposing ideas makes us uncomfortable. Our brain has to find a way to adjust.
We either have to accept that our initial belief was false or redefine the truth. Heaven's Gate chose the second option more than once.
The first time was in 1976. Everyone had been waiting for the so-called demonstration, when Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles would be martyred and then brought back to life. Because that was when the spaceship would come and pick them all up. And it was supposed to happen any day now.
But it didn't. So Applewhite and Nettles changed their story. They told their followers that the demonstration was actually a metaphor, and the spaceship was still coming. But, don't worry about the timeline right now. Just focus on transforming yourself.
By that point, the remaining members of Heaven's Gate were so completely sold on reaching the next level, they accepted the rework. They trusted Applewhite and Nettles. The spaceship would come once they were all ready.
And there were smaller examples that played out over the years too, like when Applewhite and Nettles would spontaneously announce that tonight was the night they were finally going to fly to heaven. But of course, the next level ship never arrived.
Each of these failed predictions required just a little bit more cognitive dissonance to get past. And instead of doubting their older members, it actually bound the group closer together.
But to get past Bonnie Lou Nettles' death, well, that required a major reckoning. a total rewrite of their beliefs.
Up to that point, one of the cornerstones of Heaven's Gate's process was the biological transformation of your body. Once it was perfected, your changed body would live forever in the next level. But this meant if you died on Earth, you'd never reach utopia.
So when Nettles died, it called the entire system into question. First of all, she was an older member. She had already transformed into a perfect next-level being. So her death was just impossible. But more importantly, without her body, how was she supposed to get to the next level? And what did it mean for the rest of them?
Heaven's Gate wasn't just grappling with these huge spiritual questions. They were also heartbroken. Nettles had been a mother to them, their spiritual teacher.
And for Applewhite, he lost his partner. They were destined to be on this quest together. Could he even continue the classroom without her?
The details of what happened immediately after Nettles' death are a little bit unclear. Heaven's Gate didn't release any public statements about it until 1988, 3 years after the fact. They said that the group was able to cope without any issue, and Applewhite seamlessly took the helm as a solo leader.
But statements from former members paint a different picture. Applewhite struggled with his grief and wasn't sure how to pick up the pieces. They said he was weepy, depressed, and lost during this time, full of self-doubt.
Sociologists David Taylor and Robert Balch reported that Applewhite openly wondered if he was deluding himself, and once he offered $1,000 to anyone who wanted to leave the class.
According to Heaven's Gate, the cult of cults, in the months that followed, he allowed the members to go home and visit their families if they wanted. They still traveled in pairs with a check partner.
It had been a decade since they cut off contact with the outside world. Balch explained these parents literally didn't know if their kids were dead or alive, because they had not heard anything from them since '75.
One member's mother, Nancy Brown, had formed a network of parents in the late 70s to try to pool their resources and find their children. She'd actually been seen as a threat to the group because of her efforts.
And then one day, her son showed up at her front door. She welcomed him with open arms, and they even had a little birthday party, perhaps to make up for all the ones he'd missed. She said, to see and hug him and talk to him and spend a couple of days together was very important to me and to all of us.
Now, these visits are a crucial, telling moment. We don't know what kind of conversations the members had with their families, but we do know that Heaven's Gate was in shambles. And here they were, back in the safety of the lives they'd left behind. So if there was ever a moment to accept any lingering doubts, to abandon the group, this was it. They were already home. It was just a matter of staying there.
But only one person did stay. The rest of the members returned to Marshall Applewhite, and they accepted his latest rewrite.
So here's the new explanation. Bonnie Lou Nettles wasn't actually dead. She was alive and well in the next level. She had ascended. It was only her vehicle that had died.
Applewhite said, to all human appearances, it was due to a form of liver cancer. We could say that because of the stress due to the gap between her next-level mind and the vehicle's genetic capacity, that the cancer symptom caused the vehicle to break down and stop functioning.
So basically, she was too evolved for her human body, and her next-level consciousness had just burned it right up.
Now, this fundamentally redefined what it meant to graduate to the next level. But for the remaining members of Heaven's Gate, the new explanation wasn't actually that far of a leap. They'd always been on a mission to shed their humanness. Of course, they were supposed to shed their human bodies, too. It was their minds, their consciousness that would live on in heaven. And presumably, they'd be given new, evolved, next-level bodies once they arrived.
Applewhite also had to explain why Nettles had left before their task was complete. They were the two witnesses, after all. He later reasoned, I can remember in the first few weeks that I met Nettles, she said, why do I feel that this is something that I'm to give to you, and then I'm to go back? And I didn't know what she was talking about, but I know now.
With this clarification, Applewhite was able to claim that her death was just one more step in their shared destiny, what the next level had intended the whole time.
And even though Nettles was up in heaven, she was still very much part of the group. Applewhite was still talking to her all the time, still receiving guidance from his older member. During group meetings, he always kept an empty chair next to him to remind everyone of her constant presence.
And because she held this omniscient role, eventually she became God to the members of Heaven's Gate. To explain this, Applewhite quoted John chapter 14, verse 11. "The Father is in me, and I am in my Father."
Nettles, as the Admiral, was the father, and that meant that Applewhite, her conduit, was eventually seen as Jesus.
Slowly but surely, with just a little more cognitive dissonance, a new Heaven's Gate emerged. By now, they were accustomed to rewrites. They accepted Applewhite's new direction and looked forward to the day they would all join Nettles in the next level.
Applewhite felt that her death tested me. It tested the class, and we're all 10 feet taller because of it. They soldiered on, more committed to the mission than ever, and more committed to Applewhite.
Coming up, wedding bells ring for Marshall Applewhite.
Hi, I'm Christine Schieffer.
And I'm Em Schultz. We're the hosts of Rituals, the new Spotify original from Parcast.
If you've heard our podcast and That's What We Drink, you know we are no strangers to true crime and the paranormal.
We're also into the occult to chat about, not to join, but, to learn and educate.
Every Monday on Rituals, we're journeying through mystifying stories of sorcery, alchemy, Satanism, and more, and trying to determine if the dark arts of the past impact us today.
Like weather witches, who were they? Or the Fountain of Youth? Address, please.
Don't forget about werewolf trials, Em.
Objection, Christine. Let's not give too much away. And instead, let's tell everyone to follow our new podcast, Rituals, free and only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
Shortly after Bonnie Lou Nettles' death in June of 1985, Marshall Applewhite came to the group with a riddle, a sort of test for them. According to Heaven's Gate, the cult of cults, he offered to give each member $100 to buy something for themselves. So what would they each get?
It was a baffling question for a lot of different reasons. They'd been living with a crew mindset for over a decade. Everyone shared everything, always. All of their money, even inheritances, went into the community purse. And on top of that, the whole point of Heaven's Gate was to give up any personal possessions or desires. How could they just buy something for themselves?
Eventually, Applewhite gave them the answer. They could each buy a $100 gold wedding band. He gave them a choice between two thicknesses, and then Applewhite held a group wedding ceremony.
Heaven's Gate regularly compared themselves to monks and nuns because of the similarities in their lifestyles. And nuns commonly wear wedding bands to symbolize their marriage to Jesus and the church. But in this ceremony, the members of Heaven's Gate were marrying themselves to Marshall Applewhite.
Sawyer, a former member, described the marriage in Heaven's Gate, the Cult of Cults. They each went up to Applewhite one at a time. Sawyer said, "When I got to be the one to go up to him, he was sweating profusely. He kissed me on the forehead and he was weeping. He was giving birth. He was birthing students into the next level."
In public statements, Applewhite didn't really acknowledge this ceremony. All he said was that the band showed their commitment to Heaven's Gate, and they were practical. If members went out in public, the rings kept any unwanted romantic attention at bay.
But sociologist Janja Lalich argues that the wedding ceremony was a powerful tool of control, wielded during an uncertain time. It cemented Applewhite's position as the sole leader of Heaven's Gate, and the group was forever pledged to him and to the next level, till death do we part.
Sociologists Robert Balch and David Taylor agree with this assessment. They report that, after the wedding, members of Heaven's Gate started to send Applewhite committal letters, continuously confirming how devoted they were to him.
Balch adds, up until this point, the focus was on the message or the process of overcoming. But what happens with this marriage ceremony is now the loyalty is shifting from the message to the messenger.
One former follower felt that Applewhite became obsessed with control once he was leading the group. In the spring of 1988, he introduced more behavioral guidelines called major offenses and lesser offenses.
Up to that point, Heaven's Gate had been following the 17 steps, and those guidelines were framed as questions meant to inspire self-reflection. Things like, do you use more of something than is adequate, or do you procrastinate?
But Applewhite's new rules were direct statements, a comprehensive list of everything that was forbidden. There was no room for interpretation.
There were 3 major offenses: deceit of any kind, including keeping secrets, sensuality in either thought or action, and, quote, breaking any instruction or procedure knowingly.
There were 31 lesser offenses. Some of them reiterated the 17 steps. You couldn't be lazy, defensive, inconsiderate, or aggressive.
Beyond that, lesser offenses included having likes or dislikes, having private thoughts, feeling jealous, seeking attention or approval, expressing negativity, entertaining inappropriate fears, and criticizing any member of the group, including Apple.
Crucially, it forbade taking any action without using my check partner and trusting my own judgment or using my own mind.
Beyond the new rules, to really take control of the group, Applewhite had to make sure everyone still recognized his unique position as an enlightened spiritual authority, and that meant making some adjustments.
When Applewhite and Nettles created Heaven's Gate, they blended a lot of different ideas, influenced by both of their backgrounds. But now that he was on his own, Applewhite needed to lean more on what he knew best: Christianity.
It had always been part of Heaven's Gate. After all, God and Jesus lived in the next level, but that was never the central idea. The group had usually focused more on the things that were going to get them to heaven, their physical and chemical transformations.
But after Nettles' death, metamorphosis was off the table. So Applewhite rallied the group around Christianity, showing them how his interpretation would bring them to the next level.
He started using scripture to justify some of their long-standing practices. This way he could point to the Bible and say something like, "See, it's all right here. Everything I've been telling you for years. What more proof do you need?"
Like their crew mindset and strict protocols for daily life, he highlighted John chapter 5, verse 19. The Son can do nothing on his own accord, but only what he sees the Father doing. For whatever he does, the Son does likewise.
In Heaven's Gate, the Father was Bonnie Lou Nettles, passing down instructions from the next level to Applewhite, the Son, who then relayed every direction to his followers.
To justify their celibacy and the mandate to abandon their families, he cited 1 Corinthians chapter 7. The unmarried man is anxious about the affairs of the Lord, how to please the Lord. But the married man is anxious about worldly affairs, how to please his wife, and his interests are divided.
To really reinforce his new direction for Heaven's Gate, Applewhite completely denounced the New Age, condemning theosophy, channeling, Eastern religions, yoga, and more. He admitted that he and Nettles had been tempted by some of those ideas initially, but they'd been smart enough to realize that they were all traps.
He argued that the New Age was actually a tool of Lucifer, or Lucy, to distract people from God's true message. It was a clever trick offering systems disguised as personal growth, but they were all lies.
And this is a significant change. It basically invalidated everything that Nettles had brought to Heaven's Gate. For example, she'd always stressed the importance of meditation. It was a crucial tool in the transformation process, and she urged members to devote as much time as possible to it.
She wrote several meditation prayers for the group that were influenced by New Age ideas. Here's part of one that she called a healing prayer. Say to yourself, every day my vehicle is getting healthier and happier and in better control. And follow up the words with imagining yourself having a healthier body, a happier body, and in perfect control of it.
The prayer uses a combination of visualization and positive thinking to manifest a new reality. In this case, manifesting health and happiness, and that smacks of New Age thinking.
In other prayers, Nettles told her students to visualize a next-level gland in the middle of their foreheads. It was similar to the idea of the third eye chakra in Eastern religions, which provides wisdom and guidance. She told them to concentrate on the gland as they meditated. She wrote, "As this spot accepts all of my energy, It is helping my chemistry change.
But under Applewhite, the group stopped looking inward. Instead, their prayers needed to be directed outward and upward toward the next level.
They could still pray for what they wanted to change, but instead of manifesting it themselves, they needed to send a request up the chain through their older members. They should petition Applewhite, who would pass the message to Nettles, who would talk to the bigwigs in the next level. And then, if she got the go-ahead, their prayers would be answered.
Here's an example of one of these later prayers, written by a follower named Branody. We should note that it's her prayer, not the one that was used by the whole group. I ask for your help in developing the same mechanism of restraint that you engage before allowing your vehicle to speak or act, weighing the consequences of each word or action carefully, ridding myself of my human reactive mind.
With this up-the-chain framing, we get a better understanding of why Nettles eventually became God and Applewhite became Jesus. You couldn't get to heaven without going through each of them, not even in your prayers.
Along those same lines, Applewhite declared that any other form of Christianity was also the work of Lucy. Unless you were following the teachings from the next level, you'd been duped by the devil.
Applewhite explained the church uses the family, church membership, baptism, and other rituals to give people a false sense of security and religious accomplishment, and misguides them to believe that this is all they need to do in order to enter the kingdom of heaven.
And by discounting all other religions and spiritual practices, it doubled down on the idea that this was the only way to get to heaven. So it made leaving Heaven's Gate that much more difficult. You'd always wonder if you'd made the right decision, or knowingly walked away from utopia.
We should also make it clear that, even with this stronger focus on Christianity, the core ideas of Heaven's Gate were still there. God was still an alien. They were still waiting for the spaceship to take them to heaven. In fact, they decided that all the members of Heaven's Gate were actually aliens.
In our last episode, we mentioned that members of the classroom believed they had each received a mental deposit at some point from the next level. It was why they had recognized Applewhite and Nettles' message as the truth. But now they took that idea one step further.
They had all actually lived in the next level previously, part of the same crew, and they'd all been sent down to Earth to carry out this spiritual mission together. Each of their souls had inhabited a different human vehicle, so they could understand the wide range of vices and addictions that people needed to overcome.
And therefore, when their mission was complete, they would leave behind their human vehicles, and their next level consciousness would go back to heaven, where they'd be given a new next level body, just like Nettles.
Now, after 12 years of working together in the classroom, they'd become masters of overcoming humanness. They were ready to teach the process to the rest of the world.
And this was important because there was one more thing that Applewhite had pulled from his Protestant bag of tricks: fire and brimstone. The apocalypse was coming.
Coming up, Heaven's Gate ramps up their mission to save humanity. Now back to the story.
In 1988, Heaven's Gate was fueled by a new sense of urgency. 12 years after closing the harvest, Marshall Applewhite had received word from the next level. It was time to recruit again.
Because the end of the age was almost upon them, the end of the world. And only those who accepted the message of the next level would survive. So the fate of humanity rested on their shoulders.
This idea wasn't unique to Heaven's Gate at the time. With the year 2000 on the horizon, Y2K fears were already settling in. Some evangelical Christian groups saw signs of revelation. Just like during the first round of recruiting in the 1970s, lots of people felt like doomsday waited in the wings.
But the recruitment drive might have also been related to their dwindling headcount. There were less than 36 members left in Heaven's Gate at this point, and they were all getting older, most of them pushing 40 by now. They needed fresh blood.
So Marshall Applewhite drafted a public statement called the 88 Update. It was a comprehensive overview of the history of Heaven's Gate, what they'd learned after 12 years in the classroom, and a detailed summary of their beliefs, including the recent focus on Christianity.
In October, they mailed it out to any spiritual and religious groups that they thought might be receptive to the message, just like they'd done with the first statement so many years ago.
But they didn't get any bites. This might have been because the 88 update was really confusing. It was dense and kind of all over the place, bouncing from topic to topic, peppered with Bible verses.
Of course, it might also have been the message itself. They sent the 88 update to the very groups that they had called out as false religions and tools of Lucifer. So, probably not the most receptive audience to begin with.
The 1988 recruitment effort was a total failure, but Heaven's Gate wasn't deterred. Instead, they took a bigger swing.
They blamed the lack of response on the medium, not the message. And that meant trying a different approach. People needed to hear it all from Applewhite himself.
So they invested in professional recording equipment and set up a mini studio. The group produced a series of recorded lectures called Beyond Human, The Last Call, and paid to air them on satellite TV. It was almost 14 hours of material spread across 12 episodes.
The episodes were formatted like a roundtable discussion. For the most part, Applewhite addressed the camera directly, preaching, in his comfort zone. 2 students from the class sat across from him, occasionally prompting him with questions to guide the discussion.
And over the course of 12 episodes, they covered a lot. The entire history of Heaven's Gate, their relationship to the next level, the group's terminology, lifestyle, and practices, the traps that had been set by Lucifer. It was everything you ever wanted to know about Heaven's Gate, but were too afraid to ask.
Most importantly, Applewhite stressed why they were spreading their message now. He compared the earth to a garden. And according to the next level, it was about to be spaded up and recycled. Worthy souls would be harvested for heaven, and the rest, well, he wasn't privy to those details. But it wouldn't be pretty.
He warned, last call, if you want to go beyond human, if you have received a gift that connects you with this truth, with our Heavenly Father, with the family of the Creator, then you have an opportunity to do it, to overcome the world, to move into that kingdom permanently, not needing to return to the human condition.
But the public response was tepid at best. Sociologist Janja Lalich writes that there is little to suggest that it made any impact. It's unclear how many people joined after the Beyond Human series aired, but it was likely in the single digits. And of that small number, many of them were old members who had previously defected.
So they just had to go bigger, be bolder. On May 27, 1993, they placed an ad in USA Today, published both domestically and internationally. The headline read, UFO cult resurfaces with final offer. It took up a third of the page and cost $30,000, but no price was too high when the fate of humanity was on the line.
The group said that they tried to incorporate some contemporary terms to frame the message in a more relatable way. They made some references to Star Trek, calling Applewhite their captain, the group an away team, and the spaceship to heaven the true Enterprise. They also left out all the Bible quotes this time.
But beyond those adjustments, it was just about as dense as the 88 update. There were 27 bullet points in the statement, a wall of text covering the finer points of what the next level was, how to get there, and why time was running out.
It ended with caution. If the above information is consumed or assimilated, you may experience such side effects as loss of marriage, family, friends, career, respectability, and credibility. Continued use could even result in the loss of your membership in the human kingdom.
They included a P.O. box address and encouraged anyone who was interested to reach out for more information. And they got some responses this time, not all of them serious.
For those who are actually genuine, the group mailed back some of the recorded lectures from the Beyond Human series, as well as an overview of the requirements to join the classroom, what they'd have to give up, and what their new life would be like.
In the meantime, from July to September, Heaven's Gate published more ads in over 20 local newspapers, distributed to almost 50 different cities, states, and countries. And then they went on tour.
They split up into 4 or 5 groups and traveled all over the U.S., hitting more than 60 cities in 22 states over the course of 9 months. It was a full-court press. They distributed flyers, gave newspaper and radio interviews, and, just like the old days, held public meetings.
But the reception was nothing like it had been in the 1970s. At the most, 30 or 40 people showed up to hear what they had to say. More often, it was just a handful.
During the original recruitment meetings, people in the audience had been captivated by Marshall Applewhite's presence and charisma. There was also an energy in the room. People said they felt euphoric when they heard the message.
But this time, Heaven's Gate presentations were mostly met with skepticism. They didn't feel like the group was offering anything different or life-changing. At one meeting in Portland, an audience member asked point blank, "How do you absolutely know that you are not deluding yourselves?"
By and large, the public rejected their message. In the documentary Heaven's Gate, The Cult of Cults, scholar Benjamin Zeller explains, within the group, it made sense to talk about disincarnated space aliens. It made sense to talk about the next level. Outside the group, this looked like nonsense, and it was treated as nonsense.
They held their last recruitment meeting on August 19, 1994. A few days later, Heaven's Gate faced the music.
One former member said, one day in Maine, after having gone through the whole country to give what they thought was the most important information on the planet, Applewhite said, "Well, I guess it's time for us to quit holding meetings for a while."
They'd spent tens of thousands of dollars, months on the road, and in the end, they didn't have much to show for their efforts. Sociologists Robert Balch and David Taylor estimated that about 25 people joined Heaven's Gate during the second recruitment wave. Of those, only half stayed with the group beyond a few months.
In 1995, they gave one more last-ditch effort to get the word out, a Hail Mary. Several members in the group were pretty tech-savvy. Even though the internet was still in its infancy, Heaven's Gate was online.
They posted on some public forums like Usenet. They targeted message threads focused on UFOs, Christianity, artificial intelligence, and science fiction. They also built a website and uploaded copies of their materials outlining their beliefs.
The response online wasn't any different to what they'd received in real life. In fact, it was worse. The few comments they received were from heckling trolls and cyberbullies.
But while they were plugged into some of these communities talking about aliens, they heard about a comet that was scheduled to pass by Earth soon. Hale-Bopp. It would be so big and so close you'd be able to see it without a telescope. A true celestial event for humanity.
And as it drew closer, amateur stargazers noticed something strange. It seemed like there was an object traveling alongside the comet. And it was huge. One man described it as several times larger than the Earth.
When Heaven's Gate heard about this, they could only draw one conclusion. Hale-Bopp's companion was a spaceship from the next level. It was finally time for them to go home.
Thanks for tuning in to part 3 of our Heaven's Gate anniversary special, presented by Cults. We'll be back next week with the conclusion of our series. We'll uncover the truth about the Hale-Bopp comet and follow the final days of Heaven's Gate.
You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Cults is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound designed by Michael Motion, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Harley Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Cults was written by Abigail Cannon, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Brian Petrus. Cults stars Greg Polson and Vanessa Richardson.
Werewolves, witches, and Arthur Conan Doyle?
Oh my! Sounds like fascinating topics to discuss on our new show, Rituals, Christine.
You know what, it sure does. Every Monday on Rituals, join us as we explore the evolution of spiritualism and the occult through stories, practices, and the impact on modern culture.
If you've heard our podcast and That's Why We Drink, this is the perfect pairing for you. And if you haven't, go give us a try.
Follow our Spotify original from Parcast, Rituals. Listen free only on Spotify.
Listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussion of suicide. Please keep this in mind when deciding if, how, and when you'll listen. For resources on these topics, visit spotify.com/resources.
In December of 1996, the members of Heaven's Gate threw a Christmas party. For a group that shunned materialism and human attachments, it was a surprisingly festive affair.
They decorated the house with garlands, lights, and stockings, wrapped presents, baked identical cakes, one for each member.
In the middle of the party, a follower who had left the group for a time suddenly returned, perhaps an even greater gift than the ones tied with bows. Everyone hugged him, welcoming him back.
They held a talent show. Members showed off small tricks like juggling. They sang together as a choir, conducted by Marshall Applewhite, including a song that they'd written about Heaven's Gate.
It was a happy day, smiles and laughter all around.
But just 3 months later, they were gone.
Hi, I'm Greg Polson,
And I'm Vanessa Richardson.
and this is our final episode in a special anniversary series on Heaven's Gate, presented by Cults. We're taking a deep dive into the so-called UFO cult to try to understand who they were, what they believed, and what caused their tragic end 25 years ago.
Today we're going to follow the final weeks of Heaven's Gate. We'll also look at the aftermath of their deaths and the reaction from the public.
As we close out the series, we'll try to tackle one of the most difficult questions that surrounds the group. Did they die by suicide, or was this an act of mass murder? We have all that coming up. Stay with us.
In the early 1990s, the remaining members of Heaven's Gate were fueled by a new purpose. They had to warn as many people as they could that the end of the age was almost here. They had to spread the message of the next level before it was too late.
They convinced a handful of new recruits to join their group, but for the most part, the public rejected their message, ridiculed them, told them they were crazy.
It didn't make Heaven's Gate any less dedicated to their faith. It just convinced them of a hard truth. The rest of the world didn't listen because they weren't worth saving.
One member explained in a statement, "The weeds have taken over the garden and truly disturbed its usefulness beyond repair. It is time for the civilization to be recycled, spaded under." In other words, humanity was a total lost cause.
Inside the confines of Heaven's Gate, members were taught to reject their humanness. Initially, that helped them focus on their transformation. But after so many years highlighting every human flaw, it manifested into a complete hatred of the outside world. Humanity wasn't just lost, it was disgusting, rotten to the core.
We can see evidence of that in the following prayer. "Please open my eyes, so that I may see as you the corrupt, wicked, and evil ways of this world, so my hate will grow daily for what it has chosen to become. Help me not to be blinded to knowing that in order to leave this world, I must have grown to despise it."
Another follower felt, "This planet has become the planet of the walking dead. The human world is a hideous hell due to all of the poor choices humans have made since the beginning of this civilization."
Crucially, the members of Heaven's Gate had convinced themselves that they weren't humans. They were aliens in human clothes. They didn't belong here, and the failed recruitment basically sealed the deal on that.
Because the rest of the world treated them like outsiders, they felt persecuted, and they wondered if one day someone might attack them for trying to spread their message.
There had always been an undercurrent of paranoia in Heaven's Gate. Back in the 70s, Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles had gone underground for a time because they were worried they might be arrested. All of the negative press about them made them feel like targets.
The group remained skittish even after they formed the classroom. They moved constantly, never staying in any one place for more than 6 months, paying for everything in cash. Part of this was to keep them from getting too comfortable. That was a human crutch. But it was also to make them harder to track.
However, their latest round of recruitment had exposed them in a big way. Heaven's Gate was front-page news by their own making. So these feelings of paranoia intensified, because not only did Applewhite feel like he alone knew the truth about Christianity, he also knew the truth about aliens and UFOs.
Members of Heaven's Gate believed that the U.S. government had covered up past UFO crashes and the recovery of alien bodies, things that would prove the existence of the next level. So by telling the world about all of it, it put a target on their back. But maybe that wasn't a bad thing.
By this point, everyone in the group knew they would need to leave behind their vehicles, their bodies, to get to the next level. This was what they called the exit. And if the government saw them as a threat, maybe their exit would happen during some kind of standoff with authorities. They'd seen it happen before with other fringe groups.
Applewhite pointed to Randy Weaver at Ruby Ridge and David Koresh at Waco. He saw them as men who were devout in their own way and had also been labeled outsiders. They were both involved in standoffs with authorities in the early 90s. Both had ended with a body count.
Maybe the same thing would happen to Heaven's Gate. Maybe that was the exit that the next level had planned for them.
The group purchased several guns and learned how to use them. In a public Usenet posting, Applewhite wrote that anyone who was interested in joining Heaven's Gate should come with their own weapon and be prepared to use it.
But eventually, they backed off from that idea. A government siege was too unpredictable. Sociologist Robert Balch explained in Heaven's Gate, The Cult of Cults. Half of them would be dead, and the other half will end up maimed and crippled, and still stuck here on planet Earth.
So the group continued to grapple with this pressing question. How were they going to exit?
Should they simply wait for their vehicles to break down one by one? They'd always believed that they would graduate together as a group. And out of all of them, Marshall Applewhite's vehicle was breaking down the fastest.
He was an older man now, in his 60s. According to some of his former followers, he thought he might be dying, suffering from a form of cancer. At the very least, age was taking a heavy toll. Then in September of 1994, Applewhite approached the group and asked, "What if we had to exit our vehicles by our own choice? Did we have a problem with that?"
Once again, he turned to the Bible for guidance. Jesus had sacrificed his body, allowed himself to be killed, so that he could return to his Father in heaven. Should Heaven's Gate follow his example and take their own lives?
The reaction from the group was somber. It was a long conversation, considering all the possibilities. Tears were shed, and at least one person packed their bags that night and left Heaven's Gate as a result.
But the majority of them agreed to consider suicide as their exit strategy. One former member explained, they didn't identify with the vehicle anyway.
Shortly after this conversation, the group purchased a book written by journalist and assisted suicide advocate Derek Humphrey. The book provides medical, ethical, and legal advice, as well as a specific methodology that Humphrey called 100% certain.
It's important to stress that Humphrey's book was intended for terminally ill patients who wish to end their lives. It advocates for the right to die in a very specific arena, so try to keep that context in mind.
And after this initial discussion, Heaven's Gate actually put this possibility on the back burner. It was drastic, and they weren't completely convinced that it was what the next level wanted. In the meantime, they did several things to indicate they had no intention of exiting anytime soon.
For one, they kept recruiting. Throughout 1995 and 1996, they used the internet to try to spread the message. But only 2 new members, a couple, joined as a result, and one of them defected after about a month.
It was also during this time that Applewhite and a handful of followers decided to have castration procedures, which we talked about in a previous episode. Which begs the question, why put yourself through a painful surgery and recovery process if you're about to leave your body behind?
And in 1995, the group broke ground on arguably their most impressive undertaking yet. They purchased 40 acres of land in New Mexico, the site of an abandoned summer camp. They planned to build a fully functional, self-sustaining compound for Heaven's Gate, a sort of monastery they called the launch pad.
But after dedicating 10 months to the project, they ran out of steam. The weather turned cold. One member said it was just too hard to keep doing.
And maybe the season had turned in more ways than one. Because around the time the Launchpad project wrapped up, one of the members of Heaven's Gate discovered an underground radio show. The late-night AM broadcast primarily covered conspiracy theories, UFOs, and government cover-ups.
The whole group started tuning into the program. It was how they learned the truth about the Hale-Bopp comet, that it had a spaceship traveling alongside it.
Coming up, Heaven's Gate finally opens.
Hi, I'm Christine Schiefer.
And I'm Em Schultz. We're the hosts of Rituals, the new Spotify original from Parcast.
If you've heard our podcast and That's Why We Drink, you know we are no strangers to true crime and the paranormal.
We're also into the occult to chat about, not to join, but, to learn and educate.
Every Monday on Rituals, we're journeying through mystifying stories of sorcery, alchemy, Satanism, and more, and trying to determine if the dark arts of the past impact us today.
Like weather witches, who were they? Or the Fountain of Youth? Address, please.
Don't forget about werewolf trials, Em.
Objection, Christine. Let's not give too much away. And instead, let's tell everyone to follow our new podcast, Rituals, free and only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In 1996, one of the most popular late-night talk radio shows in the U.S. was Coast to Coast, hosted by Art Bell. Topics on the show ran the gamut, everything from the paranormal to Bigfoot to gun control. Bell considered himself an entertainer first and foremost, but wanted Coast to Coast to be an open forum for any discussion, even if he didn't necessarily agree with every viewpoint. Anyone could call in and talk about pretty much anything.
By that fall, the Hale-Bopp comet was a hot topic in both UFO and conspiracy theory circles. There were claims that the U.S. government was hiding an important truth from the public, that an alien spaceship was flying alongside the comet.
On November 14th, an amateur astronomer named Chuck Schrammick called into Coast to Coast with an update. He said, "Real lack of pictures from the Hubble Space Telescope or any big observatories, so that got me all the more curious."
Art Bell asked him to clarify. Why did he think the government would hide photos of the comet? Schrammick replied, perhaps they saw something they felt might disturb people.
Schrammick claimed that he'd taken his own photograph, and it showed that a huge, unidentified object was following the Hale-Bopp comet, a companion. Like other conspiracy theorists, he believed it was a spacecraft. Schrammick was immediately struck when he saw it, saying, "It was so bright and strange, I began to pray."
The next day, a man named Courtney Brown called into the radio show. He claimed to be an expert on remote viewing, a clairvoyant technique that allows someone to see and sense faraway objects using only their mind. Remote viewing is considered a pseudoscience at best, so it definitely fit the bill for Art Bell's show.
Brown and some of his students at the Farsight Institute had used their powers to investigate the Hale-Bopp companion, and based on what they'd seen, it was absolutely a spaceship. They described it as larger than Earth, hollow, and under intelligent control.
Brown provided another photo of the companion, allegedly given to him by an anonymous photographer. It showed a large glowing object in the trail of Hale-Bopp. Art Bell posted it on his website, and it quickly spread throughout the online UFO community.
Both Schrammick and Brown's photos were debunked by experts. Schrammick had actually captured an image of an identified star. Brown's photo was straight up doctored. But by that point, the companion theory had taken hold, especially inside Heaven's Gate.
They saw Hale-Bopp as the marker they'd been waiting for, a signal from the next level. And not just the companion, but the comet itself.
Sociologists Robert Balch and David Taylor explained that while Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles were camping in Gold Beach, Oregon, there had been another comet in the sky called Kohoutek. They believed it was the harbinger of their religious epiphany in 1973.
Initially, Kohoutek was called the Comet of the Century. It was supposed to be the brightest comet observed to date. But as it got closer to Earth, it fizzled out. Similar to Applewhite and Nettles' predicted demonstration.
But now, in 1996, here was Hale-Bopp, and it lived up to all of the hype. so bright that it could be seen without a telescope, even in large cities with lots of light pollution.
People all over the world were looking up at the heavens, watching the comet. If that wasn't a sign from the next level, what was?
Heaven's Gate posted a new message on their website. Red alert. Hale-Bopp brings closure to Heaven's Gate. They were being called home. Messages from the next level, quote, made it clear to us that Hale-Bopp's approach is the marker we've been waiting for, the time for the arrival of the spacecraft from the level above human to take us home to their world, in the literal heavens.
In January of 1997, Heaven's Gate started making arrangements to leave the planet. They chose March 22nd as their initial exit date. According to astronomers, that was when Hale-Bopp would make its nearest approach to Earth. It was also auspiciously timed with Easter on March 30th. That gave the group almost 3 months to prepare.
They'd already liquidated all of their assets in an estate sale a few months earlier, and they used some of that money to travel.
The group rented a charter bus and headed up north to Gold Beach, Oregon, the site of Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles' epiphany. They treated it like a religious pilgrimage, visiting a holy site.
Heaven's Gate also hit the Las Vegas Strip. They stayed in the Stratosphere Hotel and Casino, probably because the architecture resembles a flying saucer. Their ledger noted that they budgeted $3,500 for general expenses and $1,900 for members to gamble with. And they ended the trip in the black, winning almost $60 from the gaming tables and slot machines, not to mention the $20 they found on the sidewalk.
Afterward, they headed back to the 7-bedroom mansion they were currently renting in Rancho Santa Fe, an upper-class suburb of San Diego.
Still, their vacation wasn't over. The group went on more outings, hitting up SeaWorld and the San Diego Zoo. They ate out at several local restaurants. They even popped across the border for a quick visit to Tijuana.
But it wasn't all day trips and dinners. The class also had practical matters to attend to. For one thing, what were they going to wear on graduation day?
Heaven's Gate had always followed a unisex dress code of loose, long-sleeved shirts and pants. As we mentioned in a previous episode, wearing the same interchangeable clothes not only helped them downplay their gender, but made them feel more united as a crew.
But now they were about to join a real next-level crew, so they needed real uniforms. They purchased some fabric and got to work.
The design of Heaven's Gate's exit uniforms has commonly been compared to something you'd see on Star Trek, and the similarity there was intentional. The group had watched a lot of Star Trek movies and Star Trek The Next Generation TV episodes. To them, it was a good representation of what life in the next level was really like.
To mimic the uniforms worn by Starfleet, they sewed pants and long-sleeved button-down shirts from thick black material. The shirts all had 2 pockets near the waist and pleating on the front on either side of the buttons, almost like a tuxedo shirt.
And on each of their left shoulders, they attached a triangle-shaped patch. It read, Heaven's Gate Away Team, surrounded by a stitched constellation of stars and, of course, Hale-Bopp.
They were the away team because they'd been sent down from the next level, like a scouting mission. Applewhite explained, "We've been away, and now we're going back."
To complete their uniforms, they bought 39 matching pairs of black and white Nike Decade sneakers. Applewhite apparently chose them because he both liked the way they looked and he was able to get a good deal for the bulk order.
The members of Heaven's Gate were very aware that the outside world wouldn't understand what they were about to do. The reaction to their latest recruitment efforts had made that abundantly clear. People just didn't want to believe the truth of the next level.
So to make sure that their story and their intentions were represented properly, a few days before their exit, they sat down for videotaped interviews.
35 of the remaining members gave a recorded statement, including Marshall Applewhite. They referred to them as exit videos.
Applewhite was interviewed first on March 19th, and his recording was the longest of the group. Among other things, he clarified that their exit should not be called a suicide. He said emphatically, "Suicide is separation from the kingdom when the kingdom has reached out and offered life to you. It is suicide not to leave." He added, "We are about to regain life."
27 of the exit videos addressed the rumors of brainwashing that had dogged Heaven's Gate from the earliest days. They knew people saw them as a cult, but that's not how they saw themselves. Members had free will to do what they wanted, and this was what they all wanted.
Soroti, who had joined Heaven's Gate in 1976, explained, "People on the other side of the camera, you'll say you are deluded or you are brainwashed or whatever. But from my perspective, this is a godsend."
Arasoti, who joined in 1994, stressed in her statement, "We are all choosing of our own free will to go to the next level with Applewhite and Nettles, and they are certainly not what the media is going to paint them out to be."
Members made it clear how much they loved their teachers. 32 of them directly thanked Applewhite and Nettles for leading them down this path and providing them with the opportunity to graduate. They knew that their older members had worked so hard and risked so much to free them from their human chains. Norodi, one of the earliest converts, said tearfully, "We've all tried to prove to our older members that we're worthy of their effort and the sacrifice they made."
At the heart of all of it was their unshakable belief that this world was not for them. They simply did not belong on this planet. They had no attachment to their vehicles. One member referred to it as an old used car. 26 of the exit videos expressed how disgusted they were with their human bodies and the trappings of human life.
Devotee was the last person to join Heaven's Gate in August of 1996. She left behind her husband and 4 young children, and she felt, "There is nothing here for me. I want to look forward, keep my eye on Applewhite and Nettles. That's my path."
Above all else, they were excited. 30 of the videos talked about how overjoyed they were to finally graduate. It was everything they'd been waiting for.
Livodi, who was part of Applewhite's inner circle, said, "We're very happy and proud to have been members of the class and couldn't be happier about what we're about to do."
Daimodi explained, "I'll be happy to get this suit of clothes off and put on a brand new fresh set with new vibrations and be in a new atmosphere."
In all of the 35 statements, the members of Heaven's Gate spoke clearly and confidently. There were points when they showed some emotion, some sadness, but it was only when they mentioned Bonnie Lou Nettles, who they were still mourning. Other than that, it was all smiles, even some jokes.
Junodi, who'd been with the group for 22 years, concluded, "We might see you all again, and then we might not. But we hope that you remember us as we were, and not how other people are going to try and tell you that we are." And one last thing we'd like to say is, 39 to beam up.
They'd spent months preparing, decades really, and a few days after recording the exit videos, they set their meticulous plans in motion.
Coming up, Heaven's Gate graduates. Now back to the story.
Rio D'Angelo joined Heaven's Gate in 1994, and he'd been happy inside the group, dedicated to reaching the next level. But a few weeks before their exit in March of 1997, he was struggling, consumed by an uneasy feeling.
He approached Marshall Applewhite and confessed. He felt like something was pulling him away from the group. Maybe this wasn't his true destiny.
Applewhite listened to Rio's concerns and eventually agreed he should leave. In fact, maybe that was part of the next level's plan for him, his higher purpose.
It was a curious idea, and whether or not Applewhite explained it at the time, Rio certainly knew what it meant when he received a package in the mail from Heaven's Gate, shortly after he left the group.
It included some VHS tapes, floppy disks, and a letter. The letter explained, "By now you should be aware that we have exited our vehicles just as we entered them."
Rio's 39 former classmates had finally graduated, passed on through Heaven's Gate.
He later discovered that the VHS tapes contained the 35 exit videos. The floppy disks held backup copies of all their classroom materials. It was an insurance policy to make sure the teachings of Heaven's Gate lived on.
And it wasn't the only one they sent. A handful of other people, mostly former members, received packages too. Two members who left the group in the late 80s promised to serve as webmasters, and they still maintain the Heaven's Gate site to this day.
As extra insurance, Heaven's Gate mailed floppy disks with all the information to host their website to contacts in Poland and Brazil. If the US government tried to shut down their site, they wanted to make sure it could be reposted on an international server. As far as we can tell, that never happened.
But of all the recipients, Rio de Angelo was the closest geographically to their rented mansion in Rancho Santa Fe, so he likely received the news first.
On March 26th, Rio decided that he needed to see it for himself. A friend drove him down from Los Angeles, and he went to the house. What he found was shocking, but not at all surprising.
He called 911, telling the operator, "I need to report an anonymous tip. This is regarding a mass suicide, and I can give you the address."
When an officer from the San Diego Sheriff's Department entered the house, the smell that greeted him confirmed that not only had someone died here, but they'd likely been deceased for a couple of days. Even still, nothing could have truly prepared authorities for what they found.
39 identical bodies, dressed in matching uniforms and sneakers. All but two laying on a bed in the same pose, arms at their sides, a purple shroud covering their head and torso. Sitting next to each of them, a packed bag.
Initially, reports claimed that all of the deceased were male. This was likely because of Heaven's Gate's standardized short haircut style. Eventually, authorities confirmed that the group consisted of 21 women and 18 men, ages 26 to 72.
They all carried some form of identification in their pockets, driver's licenses, passports, birth certificates, as well as $5.75. Some researchers claim that this was standard practice for the group. They always carried pocket money in case of emergency.
But a former member explained in Heaven's Gate, the Cult of Cults, it has to do with an old Mark Twain story. He said that $5.75 was the cost to ride the tail of a comet to heaven.
As the investigation continued, a clear picture of events emerged. The details we're about to walk through might not be appropriate for every listener. Please keep this in mind and consider skipping ahead in the episode if that's what's best for you.
The members of Heaven's Gate exited their vehicles in 3 waves, starting on March 22nd. There were likely 15 members in the first group, 15 in the second, and 9 in the third.
As was standard in Heaven's Gate, they'd each follow the same identical procedure to exit. Authorities found copies of their instructions in some of their pockets.
They followed Derek Humphrey's methodology from the book they'd purchased years before. They each consumed a lethal amount of barbiturates mixed into either pudding or applesauce. Their directions said to eat a few spoonfuls before stirring the drugs in to make sure there was enough room in the cup. Then eat the mixture as quickly as possible.
To accelerate the effects of the sedatives, they drank vodka. Finally, they were instructed to lay down, relax, and fall asleep.
This combination of drugs and alcohol would have induced a fatal coma all on its own. But as Dr. Greg Thompson told the Los Angeles Times, because this is a long-acting barbiturate, it takes a long time to die from it.
Which is probably why there was one final step. After they fell asleep, another member placed a plastic bag over their head and tied it with a plastic band, suffocating them. Once they died, the bag was removed and they were covered with the shroud.
The coroner reported the first group went ahead with this plan, and the second group sort of assisted them, cleaned up after them after they had died. Then the third team helped the second team, and they were finally down to 2 people who were not shrouded with these sheets. We believe they were the last ones, and they did have plastic bags over their heads.
The purple shroud spoke to the religious nature of Heaven's Gate's actions, and they might have been related to Easter, which was only a few days away. In the Bible, Jesus wore a purple robe as he carried the cross to his crucifixion. But sociologists Robert Balch and David Taylor also noted that purple was Bonnie Lunettel's favorite color.
Based on the estimated time of death, Marshall Applewhite exited with the second group. Authorities discovered his body last, alone on a king-sized bed in the master bedroom. His autopsy showed that his fears of dying from cancer were unfounded, though he did have advanced heart disease.
In many ways, Applewhite had finally delivered on the promised demonstration. He had predicted decades earlier that the world would witness his death and his ascension to the next level, where he'd live forever. By sending out their materials, including a literal press release, and by leaving behind such a dramatic tableau, he'd ensured that they'd capture the public's attention.
Sociologist Robert Balch commented, "What's amazing about this to me is that this is such a tiny little group in the grand scheme of things, so insignificant. But now, 20-something years later, people are still talking about the group. It's in all the books on cults, every encyclopedia of unconventional religions. They're in there, and they will be for who knows how long."
Indeed, by the night of March 26th, the Heaven's Gate suicides were headline news. The body count alone was shocking, 39 people. It was the largest mass suicide in the country to date. Then President Bill Clinton called it heartbreaking and sickening.
And it had happened in a multi-million-dollar mansion in Rancho Santa Fe. This was an upscale neighborhood, home to celebrities. Several residents had interacted with Heaven's Gate over the last 6 months. They were quiet, unassuming, if not a little odd, but no one expected this.
The public was struck by the meticulous planning. Heaven's Gate had made sure that the house would be left clean and spotless. They had taken the trouble to pay off a $2.50 library fine the day before exiting.
Footage from inside the mansion was eventually released by the police. Haunting images of the members of Heaven's Gate lying still in their beds, in identical poses, wearing identical uniforms, covered by identical shrouds. The coroner commented that it had all been sort of immaculately carried out.
There was no sign of a struggle or violence of any kind. No blood at the scene. Just like they'd expressed in their exit videos, they'd all laid down their vehicles willingly. Authorities agreed this was a voluntary situation.
It was clear how the suicides had happened. The evidence was all there. But the question of why was a lot more challenging.
Because the explanation that Heaven's Gate provided in their materials didn't make any sense to outsiders. God was an alien in the next level, and they were going to be picked up by a spaceship trailing Hale-Bopp. It was perceived as nonsense. How could 39 seemingly healthy, competent adults kill themselves?
Well, the public engaged in a little bit of cognitive dissonance of their own. They thought the members of Heaven's Gate must not have been competent. That was the only way to explain it. They were lunatics, brainwashed idiots. Case closed.
It was a lot easier for everyone to sensationalize the group, turn them into a joke, than to let the uncomfortable question of why linger. Heaven's Gate became a punchline on late-night talk shows and Saturday Night Live.
Because to really understand why they did this, you have to confront an even more difficult question. Did the members of Heaven's Gate really die by suicide?
Or were they, in effect, murdered by Marshall Applewhite?
Scholar Benjamin Zeller argues that we should treat Heaven's Gate like a religion. He points out all the ways their beliefs and behaviors fit the trappings of a religious movement, even though they seemed extreme to outsiders. And in his opinion, the Heaven's Gate suicides were a religious act, an expression of absolute faith and devotion.
One of the things that Zeller highlights is the concept of suicide itself. By 1996, the group had completely redefined its meaning. In their view, willfully departing your vehicle wasn't suicide. Applewhite wrote, "The true meaning of suicide is to turn against the next level when it is being offered."
Hale-Bopp was the offering, the promise that it was time to exit. So they abandoned their vehicles, not because they wanted to die, but because that was the only way to enter God's kingdom.
Zeller's argument gives us context for Heaven's Gate's intentions. However, just because the group redefined suicide for themselves doesn't mean that the reality was any different. No matter the justification, they did die.
And sociologist Janja Lalich argues that the redefinition of suicide put the members of Heaven's Gate in a no-win scenario. In spite of what members claimed in their exit videos, there was no free will by the end. Marshall Applewhite had left them with only 2 choices, and both were suicide.
If they left the group and remained on Earth, it was a metaphorical suicide. They were damning themselves to the hell that was this planet.
Or they could abandon their vehicles in a physical suicide and ascend to heaven with the rest of their classmates, the only family they'd known for almost 20 years. It may have been framed as free will, but it was an illusion of choice.
And her argument was probably best demonstrated by the fact that, in the months following Heaven's Gate's exit, at least 3 former members died by suicide. One of them even wore their own version of the uniform, with an away team patch.
That's how potent Heaven's Gate's worldview was, even after leaving. And maybe that means Zeller is right. The suicides were about faith, not coercion. But by the end, the center of their faith was Marshall Applewhite. And even if he claimed his instructions came from the next level, the rest of the group acted at his direction.
Lalage also provides an argument beyond the religious framing that gives some important context. Life inside of Heaven's Gate was a constant daily struggle against every human impulse. They had to have constant awareness, constant vigilance, to make sure they were living up to the standards of the next level, Applewhite standards.
They accepted how difficult this was because they believed that one day the struggle would end, and that would be the day they graduated.
One former member described this atmosphere shortly after joining the group in 1975. He wrote, "It is this condition of continual strain that does the work. It is the struggle and the push against the forces of fatigue, doubt, indulgence, irritation that keeps us changing. Truly, we would rejoice in the endless struggling, because it is the fire of our conversion. For there is an ending to it, and on that day, we will know our rewards."
So put yourself in their shoes for a minute. 3/4 of the members who died by suicide had been living with the struggle for 20 years, waited 20 years to be told by their older member, "You finally did it. You can finally claim your reward."
So when they said in the exit videos how excited they were, how proud they were, it wasn't because they were happy they were dying. It was because they were finally worthy. They thought that everything they'd gone through had meant something. By that point, suicide felt like a relief.
Does that amount to murder? Yanya Lalich says yes. The systems that Applewhite put in place left Heaven's Gate with no other option than death, even for some members who were no longer part of the group.
Was that Applewhite's intention all along? Probably not. It was more of a tragic ripple effect caused by Bonnie Lou Nettles' death.
In fact, Applewhite completely absolved himself of all responsibility. He didn't tell anyone what to do. It all came from above. He was just the messenger. It was his own version of cognitive dissonance.
And it excuses his ego. Even if the suicides were a religious act, we still have to acknowledge that Applewhite had centered himself in that faith as Jesus. Would a truly devout person ever be able to refuse him? Probably not.
In an earlier episode, we talked about the idea of a seeker. People joined Heaven's Gate because they were searching for answers and felt that Bonnie Lou Nettles and Marshall Applewhite could provide them. And this applied to the later converts too, in the second round of recruitment.
One member explained in her exit video, "I think everyone in this class wanted something more than the human world had to offer. They were seeking some type of goodness, some type of rightness that they did not feel in this world."
A lot of them already felt like outsiders in their lives, aliens, before they'd even heard of the next level. Beyond faith, Heaven's Gate provided them with acceptance. They were all part of the same crew.
No one was better, smarter, funnier, or happier than anyone else. Heaven's Gate was a level playing field. You can see how there's comfort in that, even if it was comfort in a cage.
And maybe that's why there are a handful of former members who still subscribe to the teachings of Heaven's Gate to this day. Rio D'Angelo, who alerted authorities to the suicides, remains a fervent believer and advocate for the group.
He said in 2007, "I'm alive not because I rejected anything about Heaven's Gate. I'm alive because I've discovered something so extraordinarily important to the world that it needs to be passed on to you in its most true and accurate form from me."
Mark and Sarah King, who maintain the Heaven's Gate website, still believe they'll reach the next level one day. They left the group in 1987, not because they lost their faith, but because they fell in love with each other.
They wrote in 2020, "Everyone has a choice. Anyone who wants the next level can attain it. If not in this lifetime, then the next."
This is the end of our Heaven's Gate anniversary special presented by Cults. Thanks for listening.
You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Cults is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Michael Motion. With production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Cults was written by Abigail Cannon, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Brian Petrus. Cult stars Greg Paulson and Vanessa Richardson.
Werewolves, witches, and Arthur Conan Doyle?
Oh my! Sounds like fascinating topics to discuss on our new show, Rituals, Christine.
You know what, it sure does. Every Monday on Rituals, join us as we explore the evolution of spiritualism and the occult through stories, practices, and the impact on modern culture.
If you've heard our podcast and That's Why We Drink, this is the perfect pairing for you. And if you haven't, go give us a try.
Follow our Spotify original from Parcast, Rituals. Listen free only on Spotify.
Due to the graphic nature of these crimes, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of domestic violence, the sexual abuse of minors, and attempted murder. We advise extreme caution for children under the age of 13.
Ann Cam felt tears well up in her eyes. She just received the worst news of her life, and from a priest of all people. It must have been hard in those moments for her to know who and what to trust.
But one thing was clear. She definitely couldn't believe in her 40-year-old husband, William Cam.
He'd betrayed her, cheated on her with a 17-year-old in their own house while their children slept down the hall. It was a violation of everything that was supposed to be sacred about marriage.
And that wasn't even the hardest pill to swallow, because eventually Anne had to acknowledge the recent changes in her nanny. The girl was pregnant.
The situation was impossible to tolerate, but when it came to William Cam's depravity, Anne had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Hi, I'm Greg Polson.
And I'm Vanessa Richardson.
And this is Cults, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we look at a cult's practices, its leader, and its followers. You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This week, we're examining the life of William Cam, leader of the Order of St. Charbel. Cam, also known as Little Pebble, presents himself as Catholic, but the church doesn't recognize his group or its fringe beliefs. Today, we'll discuss Cam's early life, his twisted betrayal of his first wife, and how he leveraged miraculous claims to recruit over 100 followers in New South Wales, Australia.
Next week, we'll delve deeper into Cam's dark side, uncovering his failed doomsday prophecies, teenage wives, and convictions on charges of underage sexual abuse. We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
William Cam claims that he's overflowing with the Lord's grace. By 1998, he'd reportedly received more than 5,000 prophecies from God. That number has only increased since.
Cam believes he's been chosen to unite all believers around the world and prepare humanity for the second coming of Christ. He claims that because he's a prophet, he's been dogged by lies and persecution for decades.
But persecution might be an understatement, as William Cam has been convicted of sexual assault twice in a court of law, and a long look at his story is more likely to leave one with dark questions than divine answers.
Before we go any further, we should note that most of the information about William Cam's early life comes from his autobiography. the Little Pebble, the Last Pope. Among other things, Cam claims that he's personally spoken with the Virgin Mary hundreds of times, says he bears stigmata wounds that are invisible, and has predicted that one day he would head the Catholic Church. So with that in mind, some of the details about his background should be taken with a grain of salt.
As Cam tells it, his childhood was an uphill battle. Originally born in Germany, his family immigrated to Australia in 1954 when he was just 4 years old. He grew up with his mother, stepfather, and younger sister in the small town of Renmark.
Their first home sported a dirt floor and no real furniture. Neither of his parents spoke much English, barely managing to scrape by as laborers on the local vineyards.
The financial difficulties drove Cam's stepfather, Hans, to drink. And when he was drunk, Hans could sometimes turn violent, stirring fear in the rest of the family, including Cam.
The violence continued for almost a decade, until Cam was 13. Sometime in 1963, Cam, his mother, and his sister moved to a suburb of Melbourne to escape the abuse. His mother divorced Hans a year later.
But it seems like Cam's stepfather couldn't let them get away without delivering a parting blow. One day, a few months after the divorce, Hans showed up to their new house blind drunk. He forced his way inside and screamed at Cam's mother, threatening to kill her and her new boyfriend.
Despite how young he was, Cam stepped up to protect his mom. He pulled Hans aside to de-escalate the situation. Though he was terrified, Cam forced himself to listen to his stepfather rant and rave until Hans finally passed out at the kitchen table.
As soon as he was asleep, Cam's mother packed up her kids and fled. Thanks to the help of her boyfriend, they were able to skip town. This time, the family settled in Wollongong in New South Wales.
Just like that, Cam's life was uprooted again, and the man to blame was the same one who'd raised him.
After the move, Cam's life gradually quieted down again. He started high school and made some new friends. But deep down, he felt adrift. He yearned for guidance, maybe something to replace the father figure he'd lost in Hans. So he started looking for God.
Vanessa's going to take over in the psychology here and throughout the episode. Please note, Vanessa is not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist, but we have done a lot of research for this show.
Thanks, Greg. Cam had been raised Catholic, but his family had never been very devout. It's hard to pinpoint the exact reason for his sudden interest in the church, but it might have been a way to reconcile his traumatic relationship with his stepfather. A 2008 study published in the Developmental Psychology Journal examined devout Catholic priests, nuns, and laypeople through the lens of parental attachment. The authors noted that previous research found a strong link between insecure parent attachment and religious fervor. In other words, some people seek comfort in religion to compensate for a turbulent or distant relationship with their parents. But this study also came up with some intriguing results when comparing Catholic priests and nuns' relationships with their parents to their ideas of God. While most who had a secure attachment to loving parents also described a secure attachment to a loving God, this was not always the case. The authors also discovered a marginally significant relationship between those who had a loving mother and also envisioned a controlling God. So for some devout Catholics, love and control may be intimately connected.
In the case of Cam's own mother, she wasn't exactly in favor of her son's new fascination with religion. While she didn't stop him from reading about the lives of Catholic saints or saying his prayers, she didn't do much to support his trips to Mass either.
Yet even without her backing, something about Catholicism deeply resonated with Cam. Whatever the reason, he became more involved in the church as a teen and expressed interest in becoming a priest himself.
Unfortunately, his passion was tainted. According to Cam, he became an altar boy at 15, and a priest assaulted him the following year. The Catholic Church has disputed this detail, claiming that Cam was actually 23 when the incident took place. The Sydney Morning Herald reported that the offending priest was counseled, but was not removed from his position as a result.
No matter when the abuse occurred, it must have colored Cam's dreams of joining the clergy. At some point, he dropped out of high school and his other ambitions fell to the back burner. But his connection to the church remained strong. Cam was still captivated by the saints and the Word of God. Eventually, around the age of 17, he started attending Mass each and every day.
Then, one morning, everything changed. On Easter Sunday, 1968, 17-year-old Cam had a vision. As he knelt in the cathedral contemplating God's love, he was enveloped by a pure white cloud.
A deep voice resonated from the mist, and Cam knew the Lord was speaking to him. The voice told him that he had been chosen to become a leader and a saint in the church. His mission would cause him great suffering, but he was charged with starting a family to serve as a holy example for the world. He needed to show true believers how to dedicate their lives to God.
That might have been enough for most, but it was only the beginning for William Cam. The Lord also told him that he would witness the second coming of Jesus and fight the Antichrist himself.
In all, Cam claimed he spoke with God for an hour straight before the divine cloud faded away. Despite how difficult and dangerous his new purpose sounded, he was overcome with joy.
Cam told at least 2 clergy members about the apparition, but was met with lukewarm responses. While the priest didn't reject his visions outright, they did suggest that he pray and contemplate things more before doing anything drastic.
And for the next several years, it seems Cam took their advice. He continued to have mystical experiences, but he couldn't make sense of the visions and didn't share them with others. He became more involved in his local church and visited several other religious groups as well.
Yet he still felt that his destiny was to be married and have a holy family of his own. He was stuck. Instead of planning for his glorious destiny, he was dogged by his troubled past. Around 1972, his stepfather suddenly contacted him again, claiming to be wealthy and offering Cam a job.
Cam went to meet his father, but didn't find the warm reception he was hoping for. Instead, some acquaintances warned Cam he was in mortal danger. They said Hans had hatched a plot to lure Cam to a graveyard and kill him.
For a long time, Cam pondered what to do next. He worried Hans would go to the ends of the earth to hunt him down. His days might be numbered.
But when he prayed about it, Cam recalled the glorious destiny that awaited him. He decided that all he could do was trust in God. He had to completely surrender his life to the Lord. If his death was God's will, then so be it.
Soon afterward, Hans asked Cam to come with him to visit a grave. It was exactly what Cam had been warned about. Yet he still accepted the invitation. He told Hans that he knew what was coming, and he wasn't worried. He claimed God was watching over them both. He wouldn't be harmed unless it was part of the Lord's plan.
With just a few words, Cam broke through his stepfather's years of hatred and resentment. Hans fell to his knees and confessed that he'd attempted to kill Cam more than once in the past. Now he swore he would leave his stepson alone once and for all.
Soon after that, 23-year-old Cam started working in Sydney. He toiled in a factory by day and ran a religious organization in his off time, called the Marian Work of Atonement. The group was formed with the loose mission of simply offering penance to God through a devotion to the Virgin Mary. It was very likely small in scope.
But there's no question that Cam was busier than ever during these years. He was also a member of several youth groups and spiritual movements. Eventually, he founded another prayer group devoted to the Virgin Mary and organized retreats for up to 80 people at a time.
Over the next decade, he continued to worship and receive visions. He says he saw Jesus and spoke directly to the Virgin Mary, saints, and other apparitions. All the while, in the back of his mind, he remembered his mission to create a holy family. And to do that, he would need a wife.
Her name was Anne. They met in 1980 through her aunt, who was Cam's longtime friend, and the two felt an instant spark.
Anne was a lapsed Catholic and divorced, but gradually returned to the faith once she started dating Cam. By 1982, they were officially engaged.
But it didn't take long for the relationship to be tested. That same year, 32-year-old Cam was forced to declare bankruptcy for unknown reasons.
And that wasn't the only source of tension. Cam was also becoming more vocal about his miraculous visions. For her part, Anne believed her husband had spoken directly to God. But it may have been difficult for her to understand when Cam started to write to his local bishop repeatedly, ranting about recent changes to the Nicene Creed, a central prayer in the Catholic Church.
It was one of the first signs of a true rift between Cam and the official church, and that was a major change. By this point, the word devout didn't even begin to describe the depths of Cam's faith. He'd been going to Mass daily for years and spending most of his free time meditating on the Word of God.
His lengthy letters, however, failed to have the effect he'd hoped for. The new Holy Creed wasn't changed to accommodate his suggestions.
Still, Cam remained resolute. Nothing could stop him from reforming the Catholic Church in his own way. No bishop could make him question his mission.
And the following year, another significant vision showed Cam he was on the right track. This time, the Virgin Mary appeared to Cam in front of his prayer group in a bush clearing outside the town of Nowra. And even more miraculously, Mary didn't come alone. She brought Pope Paul VI and Moses as guest speakers.
Cam was enraptured. Pope Paul confirmed that Cam was a warrior of Christ and gave him the name Little Pebble. After that, Cam openly spread the word about his visions and gave public sermons in the same grove where Mary appeared. He was directly defying the advice of his elders in the church, and it was only a matter of time before he faced the backlash.
Coming up, William Cam strikes out on his own. Sort of.
Hi, I'm Christine Schiefer.
And I'm Em Schultz. We're the hosts of Rituals, the new Spotify original from Parcast.
If you've heard our podcast and That's What We Drink, you know we are no strangers to true crime and the paranormal.
We're also into the occult to chat about, not to join, but, to learn and educate.
Every Monday on Rituals, we're journeying through mystifying stories of sorcery, alchemy, Satanism, and more, and trying to determine if the dark arts of the past impact us today.
Like weather witches, who were they? Or the Fountain of Youth? Address, please.
Don't forget about werewolf trials, Em.
Objection, Christine. Let's not give too much away, and instead, let's tell everyone to follow our new podcast, Rituals, free and only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In his late 20s and early 30s, William Cam practically lived for the Catholic Church. When he wasn't working, he was either at Mass, prayer groups, or reading about theology on his own.
Yet despite his clear devotion, Cam had trouble getting the hierarchy of the church to listen to him. He believed that he'd spoken directly to God, as well as the Virgin Mary. The Lord had set him on a mission to show the world the path to heaven. To Cam, it was a bona fide miracle, but the church didn't see things that way.
Even so, Cam hoped to eventually be accepted by the Holy See. He considered himself to be a true Catholic and didn't want to split off from the church. He was determined to spread his message through it instead.
To that end, he created a slew of prayer groups in cities throughout Australia, including Sydney, Wollongong, and Campbelltown. In time, he recruited a handful of regular attendees, especially in the town of Nowra in New South Wales. He'd attracted a lot of attention there after claiming the Virgin Mary had appeared to him in a clearing. The owners of the 5-acre property allowed him to give public sermons there every month, where he claimed to speak directly to Mary and transmit her words to the audience.
The church, however, didn't take kindly to Cam's initiative. In their mind, he was spreading nonsense about false miracles. They circulated a letter warning Cam's followers that they did not approve of his message.
Cam countered by, in his words, becoming a thorn in their side. He made frequent complaints to the bishop whenever he saw priests breaking the laws of the church. Apparently, he saw that kind of behavior often and was never shy about raising a stink over it.
He was unshakable in his belief that he was on the right path, so though it angered the church he loved, he continued to spread his message far and wide. Nothing could silence Cam.
And in time, his prophecies became more urgent. In 1984, the Virgin Mary revealed to Cam that his true purpose was even grander than he'd imagined. Apparently, he was destined to unite the prophets of the world to create an army of truth to fight for heaven.
The new quest coincided with the birth of Cam and Anne's first child, Joshua, and both events gave Cam the kick he needed. Now he had a family to support, in addition to fulfilling his divine purpose. He traveled frantically from one prayer group to another, meeting with priests and followers to spread news about his latest visions.
Cam's audience slowly grew, but so did his detractors. His main base of operations continued to be in Nowra, where he sermonized to audiences ranging between 50 and 1,000 people. Eventually, though, the neighbors complained about the gathering so much that the city council stepped in to stop them.
They even tried to fine Cam if he continued the meetings, which he described as religious persecution. To avoid paying, he stormed the council chambers with a group of his followers and some local reporters in tow. The stunt prompted the city to back down, but it was about the only time the press was on Cam's side.
By 1984, his supposed visions and small following made national news. As Cam remembered it, the newspaper articles about him were almost uniformly negative. He claimed he was targeted mercilessly.
And on top of it all, he continued to face opposition from the church. He hadn't given up on getting official acknowledgement of his miraculous visions, but never found anyone willing to take him seriously.
The solution, as usual, came in the form of an apparition. The Virgin Mary begged Cam several times to go and see the Pope about his problems.
Because apparently there was another important part of his destiny that she'd failed to mention thus far. Not only was Cam meant to fight the Antichrist, he would do it by becoming the last pope to ever head the Catholic Church.
For whatever reason, Cam had ignored Mary's pleas for some time. It wasn't until late 1984 that he was spurred to action by a local woman named Georgette Harb, who had heard about Cam's message and his recent troubles with the Catholic Church, and she had been seeing some apparitions of her own.
She said that the obscure Catholic Saint Charbel had appeared to her to pass on an important message. He wanted Georgette to go with Cam to the Vatican as soon as possible. Though Cam was pretty knowledgeable about the saints, he claimed he'd never heard of Charbel before meeting Georgette. But not long afterward, the truth of Georgette's words were confirmed with, you guessed it, yet another vision. This time, Cam was instructed to found a religious order called the Order of Saint Charbel.
His to-do list was getting intimidating. Cam had always believed he was destined for great things. For the past 20 years, however, it seemed like he was stumbling around in the dark. But now, things were finally falling into place. It was time to go straight to the top of the Catholic Church.
Cam traveled to the Vatican with Georgette and attempted to gain an audience with His Holiness. Unsurprisingly, his first attempts were unsuccessful, prompting a pep talk from the spirit of Saint Charbel himself.
The saint told Cam he had to find 31 Australian priests and unite with them in order to speak with the Pope. Charbel ended his message with a warning to tread carefully. Apparently, 3 of the 4 priests Cam had met on his first day in the Vatican were actually demons.
The next day, armed with new wisdom, Cam resumed his quixotic quest to personally meet one of the most powerful figures in the world. But according to Cam, most people he spoke to laughed in his face. They essentially told him there was no way a random Australian could pop in for a private audience with the Holy Father. Making matters even worse, demons were everywhere, just looking for ways to ruin his day.
That night, when Cam sat down to eat, a belligerent man accosted him for no apparent reason. Luckily for Cam, the guy was ejected from the restaurant. A vision later confirmed that the belligerent man had also been a demon.
Cam and his followers may have believed that he was constantly dogged by evil spirits who wanted nothing more than to inconvenience him. But it's also possible that Cam was suffering from paranoia, feeling that any minor obstacle he faced was part of an organized plot against him. And because of his spiritual visions and devout Catholicism, he often blamed demons for his problems. If he was falling prey to paranoid ideas, it wouldn't have been unusual. According to surveys, around 10 to 15% of people experienced regular paranoid thoughts. Many of them aren't clinically diagnosed with any mental illness. Researchers also find that the most extreme paranoid thoughts might build up gradually over time. What start out as plausible anxieties can eventually give way to convoluted conspiracies. In Cam's case, when paranoia was combined with his pre-existing religious fervor, this could explain why his visions grew in scale and complexity over time.
But thanks to his faith that everything would work out according to God's will, Cam remained confident that he could complete his mission. And a couple of days later, a miraculous event actually did occur.
During a public audience in front of thousands, Cam managed to slip the Pope a note which read, I have been sent here by the Blessed Mother, and I need to see you.
The next day, he was invited to a private mass, attended by exactly 31 people. After mass was over, Cam claimed he spoke to the Pope, who confirmed that Cam's miraculous visions were authentic. For years afterward, he told his audiences that the Pope was on his side, and that the Order of St. Charbel had backing of the Vatican.
The Catholic Church, however, denies his account. They claim that while Cam did meet the Pope, the Holy Father did not approve his mystical experiences or grant them any credence. The Church has since repeatedly rejected Cam's messages and prophecies, calling them not consistent with the Word of God and the constant teaching of the Church.
At the time, though, Cam was over the moon at getting the audience he so desperately desired. But he didn't have long to rest on his laurels. There was still so much to do.
In 1986, Cam took the first real steps toward establishing the Order of St. Charbel. His dream was to create a self-sufficient community with schools and stores run by the faithful.
But at that time, he had neither the resources nor the following for anything so grand. Instead, the new community officially welcomed only 2 members, Albert and Heather Cook.
It was a small step forward, but Cam wasted no time in tapping into his followers' resources. He informed the Cooks that God had ordered him to travel the world to recruit more followers and pay his respects at holy sites. The couple pooled their money to fund several international trips for Cam over the next year.
He first traveled to Singapore, then to India, and finally bounced around Europe to see the sights and meet with Catholic officials. It doesn't appear that much came of these meetings, though he did gain some contacts higher up in the church.
And the little pebble was nothing if not persistent, especially when he didn't have to foot the bill. He took several more overseas trips in the following years. When he wasn't traveling, he continued to sermonize throughout Australia.
He spoke about his visions and warned his audiences of the coming Armageddon. He still said his order had the official backing of the Vatican, and claimed that he would unite all Christians under his personal banner of conservative Catholicism.
His claims no doubt stunned many in his audience, but others were convinced by his passion. Every month back in Nowra, at least a few members of his audience would experience visions themselves. Some even claimed the sun would spin in front of their eyes.
All the commotion once again drew the attention of the church. In March of 1986, Bishop William Murray told a Catholic media outlet, in the strongest possible terms, that Cam's visions should be rejected.
It was the first time the Catholic Church had reprimanded Cam so publicly, and it was highly unusual for them to take such a step. Typically, they preferred to ignore fringe religious groups, but Cam was a special case because he often claimed he represented the official Catholic Church.
The bishop recognized that many of Cam's acolytes were sincere Catholics, and he believed they had been led astray by lies. He urged them all to stop listening to Cam and rely on official church teachings instead.
But the new round of media attention had an unexpected effect. Cam's influence only grew. That year, he took a trip to the Philippines, where he was reportedly welcomed at the airport by thousands. He also took the time to tell a cardinal there that if they paraded that statue of the Virgin Mary along with the Eucharist through the streets of Manila, then communism would disappear from the country in no time.
Slowly but surely, William Cam was making an impact. His reach wasn't huge by any stretch of the imagination, but he consistently drew dozens of people to his sermons back at home, had the attention of a massive organization like the Catholic Church, and was steadily growing a devoted following.
But to really turn his operation into something sustainable, Cam needed more money, so he started officially soliciting donations for the Order of St. Charbel. In his autobiography, he wrote, "As Our Lady's mission progressed and expanded swiftly in the early 1980s, many donations were directed to our office, so much so that I became concerned as how to deal with the matter." He goes on to explain that he sought advice from friends who told him to form a shell company that could be approved as a charity.
But the shell company wasn't enough for him. Since he couldn't take money directly from his charity, he also set up a private account. That way, anyone who wanted to donate directly to him could do so. As he noted, it is acceptable by law that any person can receive donations tax-free.
With more of the logistics in place, Cam focused on widening the scope of his order, but he still hadn't forgotten his original mission. He was to show the world what a true holy family looked like.
And the more he thought about it, the more he felt something, God perhaps, pulling him away from his wife Anne. Up to that point, she stood beside him through thick and thin. But Cam perhaps wondered if she was the right woman to handle what the Lord had planned for him next.
Coming up, a scandal rocks William Cam's household, along with the entire Order of Saint Charbel. Now back to the story.
In the early 1990s, William Cam was on the cusp of moving up in the world. It had taken time, over 2 decades since his first miraculous vision. But now that he was approaching middle age, he felt his dreams finally coming into focus.
He had the tiny beginnings of a religious movement on his hands, and his sermons were starting to bring in donations. Cam felt like he might be able to support his family and follow his destiny at the same time. But that wasn't all that was changing in his life.
In between his work at home in Australia, Cam had taken to traveling the world to try and spread his divine message, thanks to the financial help of his followers, that is.
He especially liked to travel to Germany, where he was born, and on one of these trips, Cam noticed a 17-year-old girl named Bettina at several of his talks.
Cam already had a wife and 4 children, but soon after meeting Bettina, he supposedly received a new vision. The Virgin Mary told him he would come to know the girl better in the future. Then, when he attended Mass with Bettina's family, Cam saw an apparition of a dove carrying 2 wedding rings in its beak.
If that wasn't clear enough, 2 weeks later, on November 14th, 1990, he had a third miraculous vision. This time, Jesus Christ allegedly gave Cam the following message 3 times in a row. Son, your wife Anne is going to die and go to heaven, and Bettina, the young woman, will become your wife.
Cam had just been told his deepest love and mother of his children was going to die. He claimed in his biography that he was crushed by the revelation, but he didn't tell Anne about it.
Instead, by December of 1990, 40-year-old William Cam had told Bettina what he'd seen. He proposed to the 17-year-old in secret, and she accepted.
In time, angels revealed to Cam that his wife would pass away in April, but Cam couldn't wait that long. He held a secret ceremony in Germany with Bettina's family, a priest, and another seer in March, and was mystically married to the girl.
Cam insists that mystical marriage, as he calls it, is not the same as an actual marriage. He wrote, "In earthly terms, this marriage was merely a bond between 2 people, having no inference of legality."
Still, he kept the wedding concealed from his actual wife. And afterward, Bettina moved to Australia to become Cam's nanny and care for his children.
All the while, she expected Anne to die in April 1991. But the month came and went, and Cam's wife survived.
The spirits didn't explain the change of plans to Cam. When a priest who attended his mystical marriage asked why the prophecy had failed, he had no excuse. So, likely feeling guilty about deceiving Anne, the priest told her all about Bettina.
Anne was appalled. Not only had her 40-year-old husband held a pretend wedding with a 17-year-old behind her back, he'd also repeatedly predicted her imminent death. Practically everyone else in his inner circle knew. Even that wasn't the worst of it, because as it turned out, Bettina was pregnant.
It was too much to take. Though Anne had stood behind her husband for years, she could no longer stay with him. She left Cam behind, took the children, and moved to another city.
Sometime after that, Cam's mystical marriage started to look pretty similar to a regular marriage from the outside. Though he remained legally married to Anne, Bettina took Anne's place and lived as his wife.
Things were rocky at first. Cam discovered that Bettina had been abused as a child and claimed she was wild and undomesticated. She was unable to speak English and was forced to rely on Cam for everything.
It was a dark time for everyone in the household. Cam lost several followers, including the priest who'd confessed to Anne. Many found his behavior reprehensible for obvious reasons.
But his community as a whole survived. Many accepted Cam's excuses.
This might have been because the Order of St. Charbel was somewhat unique in how it recruited followers. University of Sydney researchers Shelley Wickham and Christopher Hartney wrote about William Cam's tactics and why they stand out as unusual, even among other fringe religious leaders. Wickham and Hartney explained that one common school of thought in psychology distinguishes between institutional and personal authority. Typically, leaders like Cam rely on personal authority alone, falling back on their charisma to win over their followers because they lack institutional support. But Cam is a special case. Many of his acolytes were drawn to the Order of St. Charbel because they believed it had institutional support from the Catholic Church. When they eventually learned that wasn't true, some stayed anyway, because by that point they had absorbed Cam's dogma. So while institutional authority got people to step through the door, Cam's charisma kept them coming back.
Cam was likely very aware of this, and over the next several years he stuck with what he knew. He traveled the world giving talks and soliciting donations.
He found his pitch appealed most to the elderly, who liked his more traditional conservative brand of Catholicism. Over time, his once tiny community prospered.
The Sydney Morning Herald reported in 1993 that Cam claimed he had millions of followers, but the number of believers truly committed to his cause was likely closer to 120.
At least some of those people lived on a commune outside of the town of Nowra. It was the same property where Cam had gotten into trouble with the city council in the 80s. All those years later, he was still holding monthly meetings there, but by 93, things had changed quite a bit.
Now, the acreage boasted paved roads, a chapel, and even a school. Cam had his own little kingdom, and he exercised significant control over the lives of his inner circle.
For example, he insisted on handling all the money himself. Though he was technically operating a charity, he didn't allow a board of directors or outside body to monitor and direct the order's spending.
According to his former accountant, Cam also claimed that the Virgin Mary had told him he needed absolute control over the finances, but the system created an immense power imbalance between Cam and his acolytes.
Not only did they depend on Cam for their basic needs, including food and shelter, most had nothing to fall back on in the event of an emergency. Before moving to his community, Cam encouraged his followers to donate all their worldly possessions to him.
That meant they were essentially at his mercy on the compound, and because some of them were elderly, they likely had additional demands on their health. It wouldn't have been easy for them to move away or find a job and live on their own.
But Cam wasn't too concerned with the immense responsibility of caring for over 100 people. What he really cared about was himself. The entire community had been created to help him achieve his divine destiny in the first place.
Over time, he would become even more arrogant, twisting his concept of a holy family into a license to torment and abuse.
Thanks again for tuning into this episode of Cults. We'll be back next Tuesday with part 2 of William Cam's story. We'll learn how Cam exploited his influence and preyed on his followers, going from a minor religious curiosity to a dangerous serial predator.
You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Cults is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Michael Motion, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Cults was written by Tara Wells, with writing assistance by Abigail Cannon, fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Chelsea Wood and Brian Petras. Cult stars Greg Polson and Vanessa Richardson.
Werewolves, witches, and Arthur Conan Doyle?
Oh my! Sounds like fascinating topics to discuss on our new show, Rituals, Christine.
You know what, it sure does. Every Monday on Rituals, join us as we explore the evolution of spiritualism and the occult through stories, practices, and the impact on modern culture.
If you've heard our podcast and That's Why We Drink, this is the perfect pairing for you. And if you haven't, go give us a try.
Follow our Spotify original from Parcast, Rituals. Listen free only on Spotify.
Due to the graphic nature of these crimes, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of the sexual abuse of minors. We advise extreme caution for children under the age of 13.
For too long, Claire Ashman had sacrificed her happiness for the sake of her husband. She hadn't wanted to join the Order of St. Charbel in the first place. She'd expected to only spend a couple of years with a small religious community in South Australia.
Almost a decade later, she just wanted it all to be over. But after being confined for so long, she felt dependent on the order, even as it crumbled in front of her eyes. She was a grown woman who had never had a bank account of her own. She didn't know how to start a new life.
It took a stiff knock at the door to finally nudge Claire in the right direction. She answered to a sheriff outside, holding an eviction notice. He clearly expected Claire to be crushed by the news, but to his surprise, she smiled and thanked him.
No one was happier to see the Order of St. Charbel fall than the women who once called it home.
Hi, I'm Greg Polson.
And I'm Vanessa Richardson.
And this is Cults, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we look at a cult's practices, its leader, and its followers. You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
Last week, we got to know William Cam, leader of the Order of St. Charbel. Cam, also known as Little Pebble, claims to see apparitions of Jesus Christ, the Virgin Mary, and other religious figures. He says he was ordered by God to unite the Christians of the world under his particular banner of conservative Catholicism.
This week, we'll follow Cam as he attempts to grow his small community of devotees in New South Wales, Australia. As his influence expanded, so did the demands that he placed on the women and girls in his order. He wasn't satisfied with just taking their money and their freedom. He wanted to exploit them in every way possible. We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
In 1993, William Cam was on top of the world. He believed he was taking the first steps to fulfill his miraculous destiny. He claimed he would be the last pope to ever lead the Catholic Church. Only then could he prepare the world for the second coming of Jesus Christ and the glorious rapture.
While he made strides toward his goals, the 43-year-old still had a long way to go. He founded a small community to house his Order of St. Charbel, a group of around 120 followers. But it was a far cry from the billions he'd eventually need on his side. And though it galled him, he wasn't an official part of the Catholic Church. In fact, the Vatican had taken pains in recent years to distance itself from his activities. They warned devout Catholics that his teachings were not in line with the official doctrine.
Still, Cam felt things were looking up, especially when it came to finances. According to a profit and loss statement filed in 1992, his group had brought in around $124,000 in donations, with expenses just below $97,000.
Even still, those profits might have been an understatement. The group's main source of income was from donations made by those living in Cam's community. In exchange for living on the commune, followers were expected to abandon all their worldly possessions, especially real estate.
It was common for those moving to the community to sell their existing property and donate the proceeds to the order. According to Albert Cook, one of Cam's earliest followers, the highest echelons of the church, termed the inner circle, were at one point required to give up everything they had. Cook pointed out that the community's motto was, "Give all, receive all."
Complicating matters further, many in Cam's community were elderly. His vision of conservative Catholicism especially appealed to those who wanted a return to tradition in the church.
And those were precisely the people who would face the most difficulties if they ever decided to leave and try to start over from nothing. Not only were they at retirement age, making it harder to find a new source of income, but they were more likely to have costly health problems.
And because of the way Cam structured his community, all of his followers were dependent on the order for their every need: food, schooling, and more.
Cam told a different story, however. He regularly preached that the apocalypse would arrive before the new millennium. He insisted that society as they knew it would eventually be ripped apart at the seams and that their order would rise to take its place. He painted a picture of a new world, one ruled by himself and a reformed Catholic Church.
And if that new era looked anything like the community he established, then it would be a place where no one would have a reason to own property. No one aside from William Camp.
He also claimed that those who had donated their possessions would be partially refunded if they ever chose to leave his community. But the Sydney Morning Herald reported that, in practice, those who left were almost never offered the promised compensation. Taking this all into consideration, Cam's financial tactics were undoubtedly exploitative, and they may have risen to the level of abuse.
Vanessa is going to take over on the psychology here and throughout the episode. Please note, Vanessa is not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist, but we have done a lot of research for this show.
Thanks, Greg. A 2016 study by Mark Redmond, published in the Journal of Adult Protection, examined the mechanisms of financial abuse, especially when directed toward the elderly. The paper defined financial abuse as including fraud by abuse of position and fraud by failing to disclose information. That certainly sounds like Cam, who used his status as an apocalyptic prophet to recruit members and solicit donations. The researchers also noted that older adults, like many of those living in Cam's community, were at an increased risk of falling prey to financial abuse. The author wrote, "In the context of working with vulnerable older adults, it is important to acknowledge that the clergy have a similar level of privilege and access to older people to that enjoyed by GPs, nurses, and carers."
In other words, religious leaders like William Camp often have the implicit trust of elderly people. And sometimes there's a fine line between earnestly asking for charitable donations and putting extreme pressure on vulnerable people.
Cam spent much of his time siphoning and reappropriating money from his community members, but that was only a single piece of his money-making operation. His earnings were also supplemented by contributions from non-community members, including religious pilgrims and tourists.
Because by this point, Cam had spread his miraculous claims around the world. Thanks to his many trips overseas, thousands of faithful in other countries had heard his sermons. Many were particularly fascinated by a clearing on the grounds of the Order of St. Charbel community. That was where Cam claimed the Virgin Mary had appeared to him.
On weekends, visitors flocked to the commune by the busload to see the fabled clearing. Of course, the order made sure to collect their donations along the way.
But even that didn't account for every cent Cam's organization was earning. Cam wasn't just taking donations in person from tourists. His international followers also reportedly sent him plenty of income by mail, money that he never publicly reported.
One accountant who worked for the group told the Sydney Morning Herald that Cam refused to disclose how much money he was actually earning, even after he was confronted about it.
When someone suggested that Cam should be transparent about all of his bank accounts, he dismissed the idea as ridiculous. He insisted that the Virgin Mary had expressly told him to keep that money under his personal control.
It was the way Cam always reacted to pointed questions and concerns. For the most part, he didn't bother to come up with realistic explanations for his actions. He didn't have to, because he had a convenient one-size-fits-all excuse. God told me to.
It was a cheap tactic, but it worked. Framing his every action as ordained by God put his followers in an awkward position. They already believed Cam spoke directly to the Lord. Since they had no way to prove what God did or didn't say, they had to accept his claims without question.
The only reasonable alternative was to accuse Cam of lying, that he had never communed with the Lord in the first place. But believing that would be tantamount to blasphemy in the order. It meant that the only recourse for anyone who questioned Cam was to leave the organization entirely.
It had taken tremendous sacrifices on the part of Cam's followers to join his community in the first place. Leaving and starting over would likely cause them even more turmoil.
Simply put, William Cam had the futures of his followers in the palm of his hand, and he made sure it stayed that way.
Cam designed the day-to-day routine in his community to isolate his devotees from the outside world. For instance, he expected members to send their children to the private school at his commune.
Having a school there gave the children one less reason to step foot outside the order and limited their contact with peers their own age. The instructors also reportedly taught their students that Armageddon was imminent, reinforcing Cam's dogma from a young age.
The adults didn't have it much better. While they were on the order's grounds, surrounded by barbed wire, devotees were expected to adhere to Cam's conservative teachings around the clock. That meant they were supposed to conform to regressive gender roles. Cam taught that God wanted women to be subservient to men. The men were tasked with getting jobs and earning money, while women were responsible for having as many babies as possible.
But that wasn't all. Women were also discouraged from seeking higher education. Instead, they were saddled with the work of maintaining the commune. They were the ones who made lunch and dinner for over 100 people each day. When they weren't cooking or worshiping, they had to garden the grounds and care for the children.
But those were far from the only obligations Cam's followers had to accept. In addition to mandatory church services, followers were called to prayer 3 times every day.
Life in the commune just outside the town of Naura completely revolved around Cam, his apparitions, and his prophecies. If followers ever had a religious or personal question, they were told to write it down in a letter and send it off straight to their leader.
Supposedly, Cam passed on these inquiries to the Virgin Mary herself, then recorded her responses. Whatever Mary said, or whatever Cam wrote down, was law. Followers weren't allowed to go against his advice.
And over time, Cam's orders grew more deranged. In 1993, he took the next step forward in his twisted bid to control his followers.
Coming up, William Cam targets minors.
Hi listeners, I'm Tom Morton, host of Parcast's landmark show, Real Pirates, where we set sail alongside history's most notorious villains. Dive into their world during the golden age of piracy in an immersive audio experience. Listen as experts reveal the reality of life under the black flag.
There is no evidence that I have ever seen of any pirate burying their treasure.
Catch our previous episodes on Major Steve Bonnet, Charles Vane, and Blackbeard.
Blackbeard himself as a pirate was a larger-than-life figure. He would put candles into his hair to frighten his victims.
And still to come are the stories of Anne Bonny, Captain Kidd, and Henry Morgan. Join us for new episodes every Monday as we follow the rise and fall of the most legendary outlaws ever to sail the 7 seas. Real Pirates is a Spotify original from Parcast. Follow and listen to Real Pirates for free on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
By 1993, William Cam had almost total control over the followers living on his compound in New South Wales, Australia. They were taught that his divine destiny was to prepare the world for the second coming of Jesus Christ.
But that wasn't enough for 43-year-old Cam. He turned to God for guidance, and according to him, the Lord had more in store for Little Pebble.
In July of 1993, God dropped another bombshell. According to Volume 2 of Cam's autobiography, The Testament and Mystical Life of William Cam, that month he received a holy relic called Holy Shining Thing from the Lord.
He wrote that the relic was white and gold, 6 to 8 inches long, and looked like a wide pencil. At first, Cam wasn't sure what the shining thing meant, though the phallic shape might have been a clue.
It took some time poring over scripture for him to realize his destiny had been changed once again. He already believed he would lead the Catholic Church into the next era of history. He believed he would do battle with the Antichrist during the end of days, but he realized he wasn't so sure what would happen after Armageddon.
Now, however, he had an idea. According to him, the holy shining thing he'd received meant he was going to become the father of all nations. After the unworthy and non-believers of the world were purged during the rapture, William Cam would be responsible for repopulating the earth, and to do that, he'd need more wives.
A lot more. In his words, he would take 12 queens as his mystic brides. Each would be responsible for giving birth to one of the 12 new tribes of Israel. And then there would be the 72 additional princesses he was supposed to bond with too. In all, he claimed he was supposed to mystically take on 84 spouses. and they were all going to bear his children.
Cam claimed that Bettina, his second wife, was to be his first queen. Apparently, his former spouse Anne, who'd borne him 4 children, no longer had a place in the prophecy.
This was far from the first time that heaven had expanded the number of women in the little Pebble's life. Just 3 years earlier, he betrayed his first wife to be with Bettina, who was only 17 when they were mystically married. Even though Cam allegedly did this on the Virgin Mary's advice, it tore apart his community in the process.
But this latest prophecy about queens and princesses was one of Cam's most divisive yet, and the final straw for some of his followers. Now, some feared that his supposed prophecies were just excuses to live out his perverted fantasies. Had God really chosen William Cam to have 12 wives, while also serving as the final pope of the Catholic Church?
Upon hearing the news, a few of his disciples were disgusted. They lost their faith and abandoned the order of Saint Charbel outright.
And the skeptical members of his order were right to be concerned, because sometime in 1993, Cam started forcing himself on a 15-year-old follower.
The girl's name wasn't released to the public. For our conversation today, we'll refer to her as Julie. She said that Cam repeatedly kissed her and fondled her breasts. He also bombarded Julie with love letters, claiming she would be his queen and that she'd been chosen by God to be one of his mystical wives.
On July 11th, 1993, he wrote to Julie, "I don't want to push you. Our first kiss was lovely, but wait for the next one. They get bigger and better all the time."
In later letters, he asked if she had ever thought about making love to him. He promised that they could have sex any time she wanted and claimed that he knew how to prevent her from getting pregnant.
It's impossible to fully understand the complex emotions Julie must have gone through. For years, she'd been taught that William Cam was chosen by a merciful God to save the world. In Cam's community, his word and the word of the Lord were one and the same.
Yet here he was, forcing her to do things that disgusted her. Any questions were likely met with vague assurances that God's will was beyond human comprehension. In other words, though everything seemed wrong, she had to accept Cam's advances because the Lord had willed it.
Many cult leaders like Cam seek to dominate their followers. They get pleasure from ordering others around and forcing their devotees to do their bidding. The more total their control, the better. And dictating the sex lives of their followers is a common tactic.
A 1997 article on the psychosexual exploitation of women in cults shed some light on the motivations of domineering men like these. The paper by Janja Lalich, published in the Cultic Studies Journal, reads, "Those who wish to dominate others discover that their power increases as their areas of influence over the other person become more intimate and personal. Therefore, controlling someone's sexuality or sex life is an effective method of all-inclusive manipulation and control. Once sexual control is in place, no part of life is left untouched by the cult leader's influence."
It's difficult to imagine a more invasive and twisted act. Cam deliberately targeted an underage girl who was raised under the ultra-conservative brand of Catholicism he'd masterminded. In effect, he created a double-edged sword. Because of her age, Julie may have been naive about the crimes Cam was committing. On top of that, she'd been brought up in an insular environment, where sexuality was considered a taboo subject.
So it was only natural that at first Julie kept Cam's abuse under wraps. Instead of confessing to her parents or some other earthly authority, she did as she was taught. She sent letters begging the Lord and the Virgin Mary for spiritual advice. These were read by Cam.
Cam responded to Julie's questions and emotional turmoil with bold-faced manipulation. In his replies to her letters, he claimed to channel Mary and gradually nudged the doubtful girl further under his thumb. He even told her explicitly, posing as Mary, that she should be discreet about what was going on between them.
Julie kept things quiet for years as the situation escalated, but eventually she sought out her mother's help. Around 1997, she showed her mom Cam's love letters and told her what he'd done.
Her mom was reportedly disgusted by the contents, but couldn't bring herself to confront Cam about them. She believed he was a prophet of God, and therefore wasn't willing to question his actions.
Cam had a blank check to do whatever he wanted, and predictably, things only got worse from there. Julie later wrote her own letter to a friend, stating, "Mom says if you're desperate to lose your virginity, then do it with William and bear God's children."
The message suggested that the sexual abuse had been normalized, not just for the girls Cam was preying on, but the adults in his community as well.
Because the disturbing truth was that Cam had targeted more than one of his underage followers. In 1994, a year after he started to prey on Julie, he told another teenager, a 14-year-old, that she was going to be his next queen.
This girl, who we'll call Sarah, faced even more severe abuse. Over the course of 5 years, Cam sexually assaulted her repeatedly. He did this both in his private bedroom as well as at a motel in a nearby town.
He was shameless. In 1994, he wrote a letter claiming that the word of God didn't apply to him, at least when it came to marriage. Since he was a prophet, he got to play by different rules.
He didn't even bother to disguise his intentions, writing, "I am permitted to have intercourse with all princesses without violating the law. All will conceive their children from me, even the married ones, because I carry the holy seed."
For the most part, it seems that the remaining members of the community accepted Cam's pronouncements without question. Their reactions must have left the abused girls feeling that they had no one to turn to for help. They tried to tell Cam to stop, but he refused to listen. At some point, one of the girls became pregnant with his child.
And still, the adults around here did nothing to intervene. A few members described Cam's sexual abuse as somewhat of an open secret in the community.
One follower, Claire Ashman, joined the Order of St. Charbel in 1997. She was quickly chosen as one of Cam's 72 princesses, though she didn't know what exactly that entailed. She was an adult in her late 20s.
However, she said that she did eventually realize what was happening to the underage girls in the cult around the year 2000. According to her account, the red flags would have been nearly impossible to ignore.
She said that all over the community, young women aged 16 and 17 were turning up pregnant. Cam told his followers that the babies were from his holy seed, but had been conceived without sex. Like so many of his other claims, it would have been a miracle if it was the truth.
In all, Cam is suspected of fathering more than 20 children with the girls and women in his compound. Claire Ashman said that many of the parents of his princesses knew about the abuse.
Some may have even celebrated it, honored that their daughters had been chosen to bear the holy babies. Others simply threw up their hands, unwilling to question what they excused as God's unknowable will.
Everyone else was left in an uncomfortable middle ground. Some correctly recognized the abuse as wrong, but felt they had no recourse to fight back.
Claire Ashman begged her husband to let her take the children and flee the cult. When he refused, she decided all she could do was keep her head down and try to protect her family. She had 8 children to worry about, no money, no friends, and no way out of the community on her own. She was trapped.
That was exactly how Cam wanted things to be. He didn't want his followers to think for themselves. He didn't want them to be able to appeal to an authority higher than himself. That's why he worked so hard to make his actions synonymous with those of God.
And through that lens, he may have viewed the children themselves as just another tool of his control. Perhaps he encouraged women in the order to have as many kids as possible, not to repopulate the earth, but to bind their parents tighter to his community.
Countless women were locked in Claire Ashman's exact situation. Their husbands were in control of the family's income and used God as an excuse to head the household however they wanted.
Meanwhile, the women were given no power to truly raise their children. The best they could do was to fly under the radar and make a dark compromise for the sake of their babies.
But ultimately, Cam's control may have been more tenuous than he realized. He may have assumed that no one dared to question his actions because they believed they were all divinely endorsed. But in reality, dissent was brewing under the surface, and it was only a matter of time before word got out.
Coming up, William Cam is disgraced. Now back to the story.
By the early 2000s, William Cam had been sexually abusing underage girls on his compound for at least 7 years. As time went on, more and more of the young women became pregnant with his children.
Cam kept the girls silent through psychological manipulation, claiming the Virgin Mary had ordered him to have sex with them. They were fulfilling his latest divine prophecy, bearing his children to repopulate the earth after the coming apocalypse.
But by 2002, some of his victims were full-grown adults. Now that they had children of their own, they became increasingly concerned for the safety of their families, and they were mature enough to understand the horrors they've been put through.
In July, some of these women came together to contact police. We've already discussed a couple of their stories. The survivor we referred to as Julie accused Cam of molesting her over a 2-month period in 1993 when she was only 15 years old.
She claimed that Cam kissed her, fondled her, and sexually assaulted her. And she had corroborating evidence, presenting the scores of love letters she received from Cam to law enforcement.
Over the course of a few months, Cam wrote provocative messages to Julie, telling her that she had sexy legs and that he knew she desired him. While the letters didn't provide direct evidence of Cam's guilt on their own, they were undeniably disturbing, especially in light of the fact that Cam was nearly 3 times Julie's age when he wrote them.
Investigators were left with a frightening picture of what life was like for young girls in the Order of St. Charbel. The Child Protection Enforcement Agency quickly formed a team to investigate the accusations.
The group prepared their case over the next few weeks. In August, they arrested William Cam and formally charged him with multiple counts of aggravated sexual assault for his actions with the 15-year-old.
Cam was blindsided. He publicly denied the allegations, claiming that the disgusting letters were nothing more than innocent flirtations or jokes. He didn't specify what exactly was supposed to be funny.
In 2005, the 55-year-old stood trial on 4 counts of aggravated indecent assault and 1 for aggravated sexual intercourse. He was found guilty and was sentenced to 3.5 to 5 years in prison. At some point, his second wife, Bettina, divorced him. She claimed she'd been unaware of the extent of the sexual abuse at the compound.
2 years after Cam's first conviction in 2007, another survivor, who we referred to as Sarah, brought allegations against him. We've already examined her story as well. She claimed that the cult leader sexually assaulted her from ages 14 to 19 and impregnated her.
Authorities took Cam to court a second time while he was still serving his previous sentence. He was once again found guilty, and his term was extended to a maximum of 10 years in prison.
Despite the evidence against him, Cam remained as unyielding as ever, adamantly refusing to acknowledge his guilt. On the website for the Order of St. Charbel, the group claimed that the media's portrayal of Cam's trial and convictions was biased against him.
He showed absolutely no remorse for his actions, which likely stood in the way of any potential rehabilitation. A 2011 study from psychologist June P. Tangney and others found that guilt might be crucial for offenders if they truly seek to change their ways. The researchers wrote that prison inmates who were more prone to feeling guilt were also less likely to blame others for their own actions. The authors recommended that offenders be encouraged to empathize with their victims, acknowledge their guilt, and attempt to make amends.
But all that seemed to be lost on William Cam, and while he served his time, he maintained his grip on a small group of his followers. Some remained at the commune, patiently awaiting their Messiah's return.
It's unclear exactly how the group fared while its leader was behind bars, but it's likely that conditions deteriorated. Without Cam's sermons and miraculous claims to drive donations, the order's income probably dried up.
Even so, the community managed to cling to life, at least until 2014. That year, the Daily Telegraph visited the compound and found the buildings were run down.
No doubt many were hanging on because they were still expecting Cam's imagined apocalypse to materialize. But if so, they were living on false hope.
Hope that was stoked by their dear leader. In November of 2014, William Cam was released from prison at the age of 64. He immediately tried to return to his commune.
Luckily, the local community fought back. Following public outcry, officials clarified that Cam would not be allowed back in the Shoalhaven region where his followers resided. He would also be subject to 24/7 surveillance, with his finances and activities closely monitored by law enforcement.
The move may have blocked Cam from reoffending and perpetuating his sexual abuse of young women, but it didn't stop him from stoking connections with his old followers.
At some point after leaving prison, Cam remarried. His third wife had been a member of the Order of St. Charbel for 18 years. He also changed his last name. Since then, he largely stayed out of the public eye, until just recently.
In February 2022, Cam was back in court. This time, he was accused of contacting teen girls through social media, violating a condition of his release. Meanwhile, he continues to deny his guilt, claiming that the investigations and convictions against him were devilish plots to discredit his spiritual movement. At the time of this recording, Cam's case is still underway.
It's a predictable response, a narrative that's completely out of touch with reality, and centers Cam as a righteous figure fighting against a corrupt world. It encapsulates his entire career as a spiritual leader and abuser.
William Cam has always offered conspiracy theories in place of simple facts. Over the course of decades, he repeatedly made false prophecies and provided no real explanation when his predictions didn't come to pass.
Anytime his twisted and perverse actions were questioned, he claimed he was only following orders from the Virgin Mary or some other agent of God. He took advantage of the deep faith of his followers to abuse them and their children under the ridiculous guise of saving the world.
Meanwhile, the true saviors are the women and girls Cam victimized. Despite unimaginable social pressure and isolation, these brave survivors dared to speak out against Cam at the height of his influence.
Thanks to them, he was forced to face justice for his offenses. But more importantly, he was prevented from committing further crimes against the people who put their trust in him. It would be a true blessing if the world never heard from William Cam ever again. Thanks again for tuning into this episode of Cults. We'll be back next week with another episode.
You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time. Cults is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound designed by Michael Motion, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Kitovich. This episode of Cults was written by Terrell Wells, with writing assistance by Abigail Cannon, fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Chelsea Wood and Brian Petrus. Cults stars Greg Polson and Vanessa Richardson.
The Grateful Dead were very much alive for the 1960s counterculture movement. In fact, many believe they helped lead the charge. But as peace and love kept on trucking across the country, so did the psychedelic drugs. Some say that long, strange trip was started by the Dead. Others suggest the story may be more bizarre than you think. Enjoy this two-part special on the conspiracies of the Grateful Dead from the Spotify original from Parcast, Conspiracy Theories. You can find more of history's most controversial events by following Conspiracy Theories free on Spotify. Your regularly scheduled programming will be back next week, but in the meantime, enjoy. On the night of January 8th, 1966, the Grateful Dead headlined an acid test at San Francisco's Fillmore Auditorium. The event was part of a burgeoning subculture that, at the time, was so novel it didn't even have a name. It was a combination of post-beatniks, folk musicians, pre-hippies, and avant-garde artists.
Whatever their background, they all believed in the mind-expanding properties of LSD.
Hundreds of microphones had been set up around the hall to record ambient noise, along with speakers and tape recorders. The sound from the microphones was filtered through the tape recorders and played on a delay through the speakers, creating a cacophony of disembodied, overlapping sounds that somehow fit right in with the environment.
Around 2 a.m., bewildered police officers arrived to shut down the event, completely mystified by what they saw. To them, it seemed like a bunch of young rascals acting like freaks.
But the event was far more significant. In many ways, it was the defining moment of the psychedelic era in San Francisco.
And beneath the magical surface, there was controversy, mystery, and a whole lot of drugs.
I'm Carter Roy.
And I'm Molly Brandenburg.
And this is the first episode of Parcast's two-part special on the Grateful Dead, presented by Conspiracy Theories.
The 60s are remembered as a time of peace and love, and nobody exemplifies that better than the Grateful Dead, the psychedelic band at the forefront of the counterculture revolution.
But the era had a dark underbelly, one where the drugs weren't so good, the vibes weren't so peaceful, and conspiracy theories abounded.
This week, we're covering the band's origins at the birth of the counterculture movement and the conspiracy theories about their role in spreading LSD.
We'll also explore the questions surrounding the Altamont Music Festival, where the Grateful Dead were supposed to open for the Rolling Stones. Some say the event was actually a coordinated effort by law enforcement to cause chaos and discredit the hippie movement, and that the Dead may have been in on the plan.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us. In the mid-1960s, Palo Alto, California, wasn't exactly a hotbed of culture and creativity. Back then, it was just a sleepy suburb about 45 minutes from San Francisco.
Today, it's home to many of the world's most profitable tech corporations, so art and creativity still haven't flourished.
But in 1964, a group of musicians tried to shake up the quiet city. A young man named Jerry Garcia teamed up with Ron Pigpen McKernan, Bob Weir, and a few other musicians to form a folk group called Mother McRee's Uptown Jug Champions.
At the time, most of the bandmates were still teenagers, ones with a shared reverence for the beat writers of the 1950s, a wide range of music, and smoking marijuana.
Though they all contributed to the ethos and spirit of the burgeoning folk group, Jerry Garcia was the true leader. He was the one who led their spontaneous road trips up and down the California coast. He encouraged the other members to practice for hours on end, just like he did.
Garcia was obsessed with bluegrass music. He would spend entire days picking his banjo and trying to sound like his hero, Earl Scruggs. Soon, the practice paid off, and the band began booking gigs.
At first, Garcia's goal was to stay as true to the form of bluegrass as possible. But even though he was a fantastic banjo player, he soon found the style limiting and unsatisfying.
Sometime in 1965, he picked up an electric guitar and changed not only the band's name, but their entire musical direction.
The Warlocks, as they were now called, began experimenting with a combination of genres and sounds while searching for their own. Their music combined Garcia's love of country, folk, and bluegrass with Pigpen's love of the blues and Bob Weir's interest in jazz and classical. Soon, an avant-garde classical composer named Phil Lesh joined the group to play bass.
Not long after that, they began booking gigs around the San Francisco Bay Area, often playing 2 or 3 sets every night of the week. But the Warlocks didn't truly find their identity until they were introduced to the novelist Ken Kesey, and Kesey's drug of choice, LSD.
Although LSD would usher in something of a revolution in the 1960s, the drug had already been in use in various capacities for almost 2 decades. It was first synthesized in 1938 by Swiss chemist Albert Hofmann, but it wasn't until 5 years later, when he accidentally ingested the drug, that he became aware of its psychedelic properties.
The most common experiences include more intense sensory perception, a distorted sense of time and space, and a distorted body image. But more importantly, it produces a general sense of euphoria, heightened analytical and creative thinking, and the sensation of existential truth.
With those properties in mind, in 1947, Hoffman's laboratory began distributing LSD as a treatment for, among other things, schizophrenia, criminal behavior, and alcoholism.
A short time later, the CIA initiated a top-secret program known as MK Ultra. The agency was interested in using LSD on prisoners to elicit confessions and weaken their mental resolve. To that end, they administered the drug to mostly unsuspecting patients to study its effects.
But LSD was used for a far less sinister purpose among clinical psychologists and psychiatrists. In fact, in the 1950s, actor Cary Grant became one of the drug's leading proponents after using it during sessions with his therapist.
Describing his experience with LSD, Grant claimed, "When I broke through, I felt an immeasurably beneficial cleansing of so many needless fears and guilts. I lost all the tension that I'd been crippling myself with. First, I thought of all those wasted years. Second, I said, oh my God, the humanity. Please come in."
By the time the original patent for LSD expired in 1963, many notable figures were passionate advocates for the drug, including Harvard professor Timothy Leary and author Aldous Huxley. They became the academic leaders of the burgeoning LSD revolution.
But there was another group that played just as strong a role in the revolution, one born from the beat movement of the 1950s, the Merry Pranksters.
Ken Kesey, author of the celebrated novel One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, was the group's de facto leader. He had taken part in the MK Ultra acid studies and saw the potential for the drug outside of clinical settings.
To spread the word about LSD, Kesey organized the first ever acid test in December 1965 in a small gathering in Northern California, although the event was less of an acid test and more of an acid party.
Everyone took the same amount of LSD among a like-minded group of people. They laughed, they cried, they expanded their collective consciousness.
The event was so successful that the acid tests became a regular happening, attracting more and more participants. Eventually, the Warlocks became the house band for the events. They soon changed their name to the Grateful Dead.
Though the Grateful Dead were at the forefront of the counterculture revolution, they couldn't have anticipated what the movement would become in only a few short years.
This was a time when young people were seeking more from life than just a job and a family. They wanted freedom, happiness, love, and sex. Some people didn't know what they were searching for, just that they were searching. But soon, thousands upon thousands of like-minded people began making their way to San Francisco, specifically the Haight-Ashbury district.
By 1967, San Francisco was the mecca of the counterculture movement. In January of that year, more than 20,000 people attended the first Human Be-In at Golden Gate Park.
This event also happened to be the place where Timothy Leary debuted his new mantra, turn on, tune in, drop out, which encouraged the use of LSD and the rejection of straight society.
In the summer of 1967, which came to be known as the Summer of Love, it's estimated that 75,000 young people flocked to the Haight-Ashbury district. Naturally, this attracted a great deal of media attention, which only increased the movement's popularity.
And while the collective consciousness was changing, so too was the music.
Before dropping acid, the Grateful Dead had been blending several musical genres into their work, but each member of the band was still more or less devoted to a specific style.
But after they began taking acid, they achieved a sort of collective mindset. No one remained attached to any specific genre. Instead, they blended all the styles into something completely new. And more importantly, they all began to listen to each other as musicians. They were all on the same wavelength.
In this sense, the music took on a much more free-form, improvisational style that wasn't constrained by any sort of musical rules or tradition. A perfect fit for the counterculture movement.
The Dead's popularity soon outgrew San Francisco, and as they took their act across the United States, they made thousands of new fans wherever they played.
But their fame also drew attention from the people who pioneered LSD in the first place, the U.S. government.
Coming up, the Grateful Dead enter the crosshairs of the FBI and DEA.
Hi, I'm Christine Schiefer.
And I'm Em Schultz. We're the hosts of Rituals, the new Spotify original from Parcast.
If you've heard our podcast and That's What We Drink, you know we are no strangers to true crime and the paranormal.
We're also into the occult to chat about, not to join, but, to learn and educate.
Every Monday on Rituals, we're journeying through mystifying stories of sorcery, alchemy, Satanism, and more, and trying to determine if the dark arts of the past impact us today.
Like weather witches, who were they? Or the Fountain of Youth? Address, please.
Don't forget about werewolf trials, Em.
Objection, Christine. Let's not give too much away, and instead, let's tell everyone to follow our new podcast, Rituals, free and only on Spotify.
Now, back to the story.
1967 was the heyday of the hippie movement in San Francisco, a time when thousands of like-minded, idealistic young people converged upon the city to find peace, love, and hope, and, of course, drugs.
And while the movement may have seemed innocent, there was one specific group that felt otherwise, the FBI.
For years, under the agency's notoriously conservative director, J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI had spied on private citizens that were deemed a threat to national security. Of course, their definition of a threat ranged from bootleggers to suspected communists, to gay people, to leaders of the civil rights movement.
In 1956, the FBI initiated a secret surveillance and disruption program called COINTELPRO to infiltrate and undermine groups it considered subversive. They kept secret files on people like Martin Luther King, Helen Keller, Albert Einstein, Muhammad Ali, and even Frank Sinatra. All public figures whom they feared could inspire the populace and upset the status quo.
The FBI spied on nearly every prominent civil rights leader and was even suspected of involvement in the murders of Malcolm X and Fred Hampton.
Much to the FBI's chagrin, the civil rights movement was still a success and one that paved the way for other like-minded movements. First, there was the free speech movement at the University of California, Berkeley, in which students occupied various buildings to protest the campus's ban on political activity.
The free speech movement stood in solidarity with the civil rights movement and with the anti-Vietnam War protests that were sweeping the nation. And of course, it coincided with the rise of the hippie movement in nearby San Francisco.
Eventually, all of these movements coalesced to form a countercultural revolution. Young people were gathering in droves to stand up to authority, traditional values, and the government. Naturally, this was the FBI's worst nightmare.
The FBI was determined to stop the countercultural movement in its tracks. And according to heavily redacted files, they believed that the Grateful Dead were essentially the Martin Luther Kings of LSD, distributing the drug in bulk at their shows.
Part of the FBI file reads, LSD originates from San Francisco, California, through a renowned rock group known as Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead is well known to DEA San Francisco.
It's a no-brainer that the Grateful Dead and their fans were using LSD, but the FBI seems to believe that the bandmates were actually the ones making and distributing the drugs to the thousands of acid enthusiasts in the city.
As ridiculous as that sounds, the theory has at least a grain of truth, because at the time, almost all of the LSD in local circulation came from a single source, Owsley Stanley.
Stanley could be described as a Renaissance man. He was born into a prominent political family from Kentucky, and for a time it seemed he might also be destined for a career in politics.
Instead, he dropped out of college and joined the Air Force, where he served as an electronics specialist. Around 1965, he crossed paths with the Grateful Dead and became the band's sound engineer.
Stanley was the mind behind the Dead's innovative technical setup. At the time, many bands simply performed with whatever muddled, underpowered sound system came with the venue. Everyone plugged their instruments into the same amplifiers, and people in the back rows couldn't hear anything.
Stanley came up with the idea of creating an entire wall of loudspeakers on stage to project the band's sound into the audience. The revolutionary setup projected clean and clear audio in any sized venue.
Stanley was also one of the first engineers to record live shows. This allowed the Dead to study the tapes and improve their future performances. But beyond his capacity as an engineer, Stanley had another job, so to speak.
A couple of years before Stanley linked up with the Grateful Dead, he enrolled at UC Berkeley. He only lasted a semester, but he stuck around in Berkeley to take part in the city's psychedelic drug scene, and that's where he discovered his true calling.
LSD was still legal at the time, and soon Stanley began synthesizing his own acid in a small makeshift laboratory. By 1965, he had manufactured so much that he became the principal supplier for Ken Kesey's acid tests, and basically everyone else doing the drug in the Bay Area.
For the next couple of years, LSD was almost as popular and ubiquitous as marijuana. At Grateful Dead shows, everyone was on LSD, even the band.
Jerry Garcia certainly never made any secret of his love for LSD. Reflecting back on the acid tests, he said, "We were celebrating life. For us, psychedelics were what we'd always been looking for. Drugs were part of that continuous search for the explosion, the realization of something."
Alas, the government didn't share Garcia's rosy view. In fact, LSD was criminalized in California in 1966. Not long after that, narcotics agents busted Stanley for creating and distributing the drug in 1967.
While he was out on bail, he resumed his engineering duties with the Grateful Dead until he and they were busted for drugs in New Orleans in 1970.
After doing time for that bust, Stanley spent a few more years as the Dead's principal soundman before eventually leaving in the mid-1970s.
When he died in 2011, an obituary in the Wall Street Journal claimed that Owsley Stanley made and supplied the LSD that fueled acid rock in California's hallucinogenic culture in the 1960s. That same obituary suggests he may have distributed anywhere from thousands to millions of doses.
With that in mind, the FBI was right. A huge amount of LSD did originate from the Grateful Dead. Sure, Owsley Stanley wasn't technically a member of the band, inasmuch as he didn't play an instrument, but he did play an integral part in the band's day-to-day existence.
The Grateful Dead were certainly aware that LSD was being distributed at their shows, and that their audio engineer was more or less the acid guru of the United States. And even if the bandmates weren't directly involved in the drug's distribution, they were definitely responsible for making it popular. After all, they basically created the style of music that came to be known as acid rock.
Of course, there were other players who physically distributed major quantities of LSD, and other figures like the merry pranksters who turned the dead onto acid in the first place.
But while the dead may not have been solely responsible for the LSD revolution, they still played a big enough part to make them a target for the US government. And more than 50 years later, there are still questions about how far the government went on their quest to take them down.
Next, we'll explore the conspiracy theories surrounding the infamous free concert at the Altamont Speedway.
Now back to the story.
In 1969, the Grateful Dead were invited to play at Woodstock, which they did, badly. Like many of the bands there, they were probably too high to play a decent set, and the surviving audio attests to that.
After the overwhelmingly negative experience, the band agreed to open for the Rolling Stones later that year.
At the time, the Stones had been dogged by criticism that they overcharged for concert tickets and only cared about money. So, in an effort to rehabilitate their image, they decided to play a free concert in Golden Gate Park for however many people chose to attend. And since it was in San Francisco, the Grateful Dead would be along for the ride.
Unfortunately, the city of San Francisco decided that they didn't want to be on the hook for an event that might draw hundreds of thousands of people. The powers that be refused to issue a permit.
Short of options, the concert organizers landed on a new venue, the Altamont Speedway racetrack. It was located an hour east of San Francisco, virtually in the middle of nowhere.
Altamont was supposed to be Woodstock West, but unlike Woodstock, bad vibes plagued the Altamont Festival from the start. The racetrack wasn't equipped with any infrastructure. There was no stage, no seating, no restrooms, and no parking lot, which isn't what you want in anticipation of 300,000 people arriving all at once.
The crew rushed in to set up the stage and audio components in the middle of the night under freezing temperatures. The next morning, as people began to arrive, it was still cold, overcast, and gloomy. Not the kind of weather that lends itself to a concert on the green.
Perhaps the only similarity to Woodstock was the fact that there was standstill traffic leading into the festival grounds, which meant that people had to park miles away and walk. One attendee drowned in an irrigation canal on his way to the grounds.
Things didn't get much better from there. By far, the worst decision the organizers made was to hire the Oakland charter of the Hells Angels motorcycle gang as security.
The Angels had been allies of the early acid tests and counterculture in the Bay Area. Many of the bikers even took acid themselves. Although even under the influence of LSD, the biker gang was still known for violence and destruction.
But none of the bands, especially the Rolling Stones, wanted police officers in charge of security. So, foolishly, the manager of the Grateful Dead offered the Hells Angels $500 worth of beer to keep order at Altamont.
As it turned out, adding a gang of quarrelsome bikers into the mix wasn't the best way to keep the peace. When Santana, the first band of the afternoon, began their set, a fight broke out almost immediately. It's unclear if the Hells Angels started the fighting or if they jumped in to stop it, but either way, it didn't bode well for the rest of the event.
After Santana, Jefferson Airplane took the stage, and yet another fight broke out between the Angels and the fans. Marty Balin, the band's co-lead singer, actually jumped off stage to intervene. Unfortunately, he was swiftly knocked unconscious by one of the bikers.
As Jefferson Airplane continued their set, the Grateful Dead arrived by helicopter. When they touched down, the band members learned that the Hells Angels had just beaten up Marty Balin. After seeing the highly charged atmosphere, the Grateful Dead almost immediately decided not to play.
The peace-loving band simply couldn't support an event that had clearly spiraled out of control. Drummer Mickey Hart later explained, quote, Grateful Dead music cannot happen in a situation like that. We just said, this isn't a place for us.
With the Dead off the bill, the Flying Burrito Brothers and Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young played their respective sets before the Rolling Stones took the stage around sundown. By then, the Hells Angels had spent an entire afternoon drinking beer and fighting, and attendees' acid trips were peaking.
The Rolling Stones' music certainly didn't help the dark, sinister energy coursing through the crowd. The band was at the height of its satanic period, flirting with themes of darkness, death, and anti-authoritarianism.
Before they began their set, Mick Jagger urged the crowd to be cool and not push around. Unfortunately, few heeded his advice.
As the band launched into Sympathy for the Devil, of all songs, a Hells Angels motorcycle was knocked over right below the stage. Naturally, this resulted in chaos, shoving, and a lot of confusion. Just as soon as they'd begun, the Stones were forced to stop their set.
After a few minutes of panic and fighting, Mick Jagger pleaded with the crowd to cool out. But as soon as the band resumed playing, another fight broke out near the stage. Even though Mick Jagger tried to dance his way through the madness, eventually he had to stop again.
After a short break, during which doctors were summoned, most people thought the band would call off the rest of the show. Instead, they chose to go on. The band launched into Under My Thumb, and for a little while, things calmed down.
Then, at the foot of the stage, a young man named Meredith Hunter pulled a handgun from his waistband and waved it in the air. The crowd panicked and moved away, except for one Hells Angel named Alan Pissarro, who grabbed a knife and ran toward Hunter, stabbing him several times.
Almost immediately, other Hells Angels pounced on Hunter, grabbing his gun, kicking him, and hitting him with the lid of a trash can.
Once again, the Stones stopped their set. Medical personnel were summoned, and Keith Richards even scolded the Angels from on stage. The band plowed through the rest of their set, which miraculously was devoid of any more violence.
The musicians didn't realize that not far from the stage, Meredith Hunter was lying dead.
The minute the Rolling Stones finished their last song, they hopped in a helicopter and headed straight to the airport, no doubt wondering how everything could have gone so horribly wrong. That question soon gave birth to conspiracy theories.
Sam Cutler, the tour organizer for the Grateful Dead and Rolling Stones, claimed in his autobiography that law enforcement intentionally spread bad drugs at the concert and possibly sent Meredith Hunter there to cause mayhem.
As we discussed earlier, the FBI, especially through COINTELPRO, sought to undermine and discredit anyone it deemed a threat to the status quo. The agency had files on musicians, including the Grateful Dead. Since this concert was planned to be a major event, deemed Woodstock West, it would have been the perfect place to cause chaos for the counterculture movement.
Even the physical location of the concert was a powder keg waiting to explode. Altamont was well east of San Francisco, in an area that was considered country, or as author Joel Selvin put it, redneck. As such, it attracted a different crowd than a place like Golden Gate Park, a crowd that was more prone to beer drinking and fighting than psychedelics and love.
As for the crowd that was there for the psychedelics, the FBI would have had no trouble distributing bad drugs to kill the vibe. After all, the government knew all about LSD and its effects thanks to Project MKUltra.
At Woodstock, countless attendees had bad trips after taking the infamous brown acid that was circulating. There's no evidence that law enforcement was involved in that, but it could have given them the idea to try something similar at Altamont.
The FBI also had a history of using undercover agents to infiltrate organizations, so it's not inconceivable that Meredith Hunter could have been a plant. According to this theory, Hunter's role was to stir up trouble with the Hells Angels.
The Angels, by and large, were known for having racist members. Not only was Hunter black, But he attended the show with his white girlfriend, something that would obviously upset prejudiced bikers.
According to a 2019 expose in the Washington Post, multiple eyewitnesses saw the angels hassling Hunter, both verbally and physically, throughout the afternoon. According to Hunter's girlfriend, he had actually been punched by a Hell's Angel just before he reached for his gun.
Oddly, no one knows exactly what Meredith Hunter was doing with the gun. His girlfriend claimed he was always calm and rarely got into fights, but that he carried a gun for protection. However, others have wondered if self-defense wasn't Hunter's only motive.
Mickey Hart, one of the drummers for the Grateful Dead, claimed Hunter was headed right toward Mick with his gun pointed.
As we mentioned earlier, the FBI was suspected of involvement in several assassinations, including the murders of Malcolm X and Fred Hampton. Theoretically speaking, killing Mick Jagger or any of the musicians in attendance could have served the FBI's interests in a similar way.
But that raises another troubling question. Why didn't the Grateful Dead perform that day? Could they have known that something nefarious was afoot and that stepping on stage would be risking their lives?
This would mean that the Grateful Dead was in cahoots with the FBI, which seems incredibly unlikely, since the agency was spying on the Grateful Dead and believed them to be responsible for the LSD movement. If anything, the Dead would more likely be a target of a secret FBI operation, not a co-conspirator.
Also, we know that the band only decided not to play once they arrived at the show, after they learned about the chaos. And given how volatile the crowd was, anyone would have sensed the danger there.
While Sam Cutler's theory certainly makes sense, it seems more likely that this chaos was due to a sheer lack of planning rather than any sinister plot by law enforcement. The event was haphazard and unsafe from the very beginning.
Let's not forget that the Angels, the ones in charge of keeping the peace, had zero interest in providing security. They seemed to just want to drink and do drugs. In a radio interview the day after the event, founding member Sonny Barger even said, "I ain't no cop. I ain't never gonna pretend to be a cop. Mick Jagger used us for dupes."
When you put drunken bikers in a position of authority, you can't be surprised if they abuse it, especially when the entire crowd they're supervising is on drugs.
In fact, Meredith Hunter's autopsy revealed that there was methamphetamine in his system, which could explain why he pulled a gun on the Hells Angels.
All things considered, the bottom line is that law enforcement didn't have to sabotage Altamont. It was a recipe for disaster from the get-go.
But ultimately, whether or not it was the work of law enforcement, the chaos at Altamont was the death knell of the 1960s. The tragic event did more to destroy the peace and love counterculture than practically anything else.
By this point, the hippie movement was already past its peak. The 70s were fast approaching. The culture, the music, and the drugs were moving on.
The Grateful Dead would be one of the few bands of the 60s to survive the transition. And once again, their concerts were ground zero for a new drug of choice: nitrous oxide. Thanks for tuning in. In the next episode, we'll explore the rise of the Nitrous Mafia, a secretive group that controls the laughing gas market at Grateful Dead shows. You can find all episodes of Conspiracy Theories and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
Until then, remember, the truth isn't always the best story.
And the official story isn't always the truth.
Conspiracy Theories is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Carrie Murphy, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Freddie Beckley. This episode of Conspiracy Theories was written by Tony Goodman, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, Fact-checking by Anya Barely, and research by Brian Petrus. Conspiracy Theories stars Molly Brandenburg and Carter Roy.
Werewolves, witches, and Arthur Conan Doyle?
Oh my! Sounds like fascinating topics to discuss on our new show, Rituals, Christine.
You know what, it sure does. Every Monday on Rituals, join us as we explore the evolution of spiritualism and the occult through stories, practices, and the impact on modern culture.
If you've heard our podcast and That's Why We Drink, this is the perfect pairing for you. And if you haven't, go give us a try.
Follow our Spotify original from Parcast, Rituals. Listen free only on Spotify.
The Grateful Dead were very much alive for the 1960s counterculture movement. In fact, many believe they helped lead the charge. But as peace and love kept on trucking across the country, so did the psychedelic drugs. Some say that long, strange trip was started by the Dead. Others suggest the story may be more bizarre than you think. Enjoy this two-part special on the conspiracies of the Grateful Dead from the Spotify original from Parcast, Conspiracy Theories. You can find more of history's most controversial events by following Conspiracy Theories free on Spotify. Your regularly scheduled programming will be back next week, but in the meantime, enjoy. On October 14th, 2021, Sotheby's held an auction called From the Vault, property from the Grateful Dead and Friends.
The first lot was a reproduction poster from the Merry Pranksters' original acid test. Since it wasn't an original, it was only expected to fetch around $1,500. It sold for over $10,000.
Vote for the gentleman in the front row.
And as the auction progressed, nearly every item sold for at least double its estimate. A banner that was used as a backdrop for the band's 20th anniversary celebration sold for $94,500. Jerry Garcia's custom effects cabinet, the one he was using at the time of his death, sold for $226,800.
The 77th lot was one of the more peculiar items. It was an industrial-looking metal case. Inside were some tubes, knobs, and something that looked like a gas mask.
The item in question was an Army aspirator kit that had been repurposed to dispense nitrous oxide. It was estimated to sell for $3,000. Instead, a buyer paid more than $25,000.
The Grateful Dead were known for their copious intake of LSD, but nitrous oxide was the drug that did more than anything to alter the vibe of their live shows.
Even though the gas provided deadheads with a euphoric high, the ones selling it weren't deadheads themselves. And as the nitrous racket expanded, these friends of the devil used intimidation and violence to change the peaceful scene into a broke-down palace. I'm Carter Roy.
And I'm Molly Brandenburg.
Welcome back to The Grateful Dead, a two-part Parcast special presented by Conspiracy Theories.
The 60s are remembered as a time of peace and love, and nobody exemplifies that better than the Grateful Dead, the psychedelic band at the forefront of the counterculture revolution.
But the era had a dark underbelly, one where the drugs weren't so good, the vibes weren't so peaceful, and conspiracy theories abounded.
In this second and final episode of our special, we're looking into the so-called Nitrous Mafia, a loosely affiliated group of nitrous oxide dealers who began peddling their wares at Grateful Dead shows in the mid-1990s. They've been a fixture at jam band concerts and music festivals ever since.
This episode is a departure from our normal format since there aren't any conspiracy theories surrounding the nitrous dealers. Everything in this episode did actually take place, and although it may lack conspiracies, there's plenty of drugs, music, and danger.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
Drugs and music have always gone hand in hand. In the mid-1800s, composer Frédéric Chopin was a regular opium user. His German contemporary, Robert Schumann, reportedly used mercury, quinine, and arsenic, which may have unleashed his own creative juices. Half a century later, early blues musicians penned numerous tributes to alcohol and reefer.
And as we learned last week, LSD inspired a whole new generation of rock bands in San Francisco.
Perhaps the first person to realize the potential of this new brand of acid rock was a local promoter named Bill Graham. In 1966, Graham opened the Fillmore in San Francisco. Within months, it became the mecca of psychedelic rock music. The venue became a proving ground for the biggest names in rock and roll, such as The Who, Jimi Hendrix, and Led Zeppelin.
This success would coincide with the end of the real hippie movement, which was extremely short-lived. By the end of 1967, the movement had become co-opted and diluted, and with the success of the Woodstock Festival in 1969, the music industry started to see psychedelic rock as a commodity, one that could make a lot of money.
After Woodstock, bands and their managers realized that they could make far more playing one show at a stadium than playing 4 nights at a smaller venue like the Fillmore. Soon, Hollywood agencies took over bookings, demanded more money, and insisted that only bands they represented could open for the headliners.
This shift was so monumental that by 1971, Bill Graham chose to close the Fillmore rather than cede control of booking and promotions.
The closure marked the end of the first era of classic rock. As the 60s gave way to the 70s, the music became harder, louder, and far more theatrical.
The hard rock pioneered by bands like The Who and Led Zeppelin was the opposite of what you'd expect from the chilled-out Grateful Dead. Pete Townsend destroying his guitar on stage was anathema to almost everything the Dead stood for.
Not to mention the drugs these new bands were so fond of, specifically cocaine. Under the influence of coke, the new era of rockers cared more about partying and wrecking hotel rooms than expanding the collective consciousness of their audience.
It also allowed the groups to power through relentless hangovers and exhaustion to perform lackluster stadium shows for 45,000 fans who often couldn't see or hear the band.
Ironically, the Grateful Dead were one of the few bands of the psychedelic era that survived this transition. In fact, it was during this period that the band reached its musical apex. In 1970 alone, the Dead released their twin studio masterpieces, American Beauty and Working Man's Dead, both of which would go on to be listed among Rolling Stone's top 500 albums of all time.
The Dead survived not by turbocharging their music, but by devoting nearly all of their efforts to touring and performing live. Hard rock represented the future, but the Dead harkened back to something else, something more mellow and communal.
Their live shows were like the early acid tests. Everyone was on the same wavelength. Everyone knew every song, even the live versions that stretched into the 20-minute mark.
And while the Dead did cocaine just like everyone else, their music never took on a violent or sinister edge as a result. Even a song like Casey Jones, which is specifically about cocaine, was more of a warning than an endorsement.
However, the Dead had also begun experimenting with a different drug, one that was far more euphoric and mellow than pills or coke. This new drug was a gas called nitrous oxide.
In many ways, nitrous oxide was a successor to LSD, and like LSD, it became popular in the Bay Area in the early 1970s. It still produced a euphoric high, but one that wasn't nearly as strong, didn't hold the potential for a bad trip, and most importantly, didn't last an entire day.
Many of the drug's early adherents also believed that there were no side effects, that you could huff as much nitrous as you wanted and remain sharp focused, and productive.
In fact, the first chemists who tested the drug extolled those very same virtues. Nitrous oxide was originally synthesized in 1772, but it wasn't until 20 years later that a group of British chemists had the idea to use it as an anesthetic.
Of course, they had to test it on someone first, and that lucky guinea pig was Humphrey Davy, the junior chemist of the bunch.
Davy described feeling a pleasurable thrilling in the chest and extremities. He said, quote, "My senses were more alive to every surrounding impression. I threw myself into several theatrical attitudes. My mind was elevated to a most sublime height."
Davy began singing the drug's praises to anyone who would listen, including the poet laureate Robert Southey. Southey was no less effusive in his praise. In a letter to his brother, he wrote that the nitrous made me laugh and tingle in every toe and fingertip. It makes one strong and so happy, so gloriously happy, and without any after debility, but instead of it, increased strength of mind and body. Oh, excellent airbag! I am sure the air in heaven must be this wonder-working gas of delight.
Southey wasn't the only one to feel that way. Nitrous quickly caught on, not as an anesthetic as originally intended, but as a recreational drug. And 200 years later, a new generation of artists were still singing its praises.
Next, Casey Jones leaves Terrapin Station and makes a stop on Shakedown Street.
They're role models, nurturers, and to many, the ultimate best friend. But what happens when Mommy Dearest has a dark side, one that's more criminal than caring? Find out in the Spotify original from Parcast, Malicious Moms. Hi, I'm Vanessa Richardson, host of Malicious Moms. Every Sunday on Spotify, join me for a closer look at the moms who took their maternal instincts to illegal extremes. A beloved actress who would do anything for her child. A jilted ex who used her kids to take deadly revenge. Plus a wife, a mistress, and an altercation with an axe you have to hear to believe. In this Parcast collection, learn the dire lengths some women went to help their children and how others used motherhood to carry out their misdeeds. Sometimes true crime can be a real mother. Follow Malicious Moms free and only on Spotify. Now back to the story.
In 1799, a group of chemists discovered the pleasurable properties of nitrous oxide. The drug soon became a fixture at literary parties around London, or laughing gas parties, as they came to be known.
Chemist Humphrey Davy even published a 580-page book extolling the medical, spiritual, and psychological properties of the gas.
In this sense, the chemists who popularized the drug got completely sidetracked from its original intended use. It wasn't until the mid-1800s, half a century later, that dentists began using it as an anesthetic.
Beyond dentistry, nitrous oxide also has myriad commercial uses. Mainly, it's the propellant that makes whipped cream whipped. It's used to boost the performance of race car engines and rockets, and more commonly in bottles of shaving cream.
In fact, nitrous oxide is so common that it can be purchased in bulk on Amazon.
But like many household products, such as paint, glue, or butane gas, nitrous can be abused.
The way dentists administer the gas is far different from how it's used recreationally, both in Victorian-era London and today. Notably, medical professionals combine nitrous oxide with oxygen, for instance, at a ratio of 40% nitrous to 60% oxygen.
Those using nitrous strictly for pleasure often suck it from a mask or tube that's fed directly from a nitrous tank. Or they fill a balloon with the gas and suck it out. Either way, it's a hit of pure nitrous and zero oxygen.
And while many nitrous users believe that the gas is harmless, if administered without oxygen, It can cause nausea and severe headaches. This is why the high from pure nitrous is so much more powerful than the mild effects at a doctor's office, because the nitrous is actually replacing oxygen that should be going to the user's brain.
If someone were to suck nitrous directly from a tank, as recreational users often do, it can result in serious injury. The nitrous in the tank is under extremely high pressure, and if swallowed directly, the pressure can cause the throat muscles to spasm and convulse.
But judging by the complex apparatus that the Grateful Dead used to dispense nitrous, it's unlikely that they ran any risk of injury or overdose. Even though they were known to use the drug during shows, it never seemed to negatively impact their playing, unlike other bands who were succumbing to the excesses of drugs like cocaine and heroin.
Black Sabbath and Led Zeppelin continued to pack stadiums, but by the mid-1970s, some band members were often so far gone that they had trouble staying awake, let alone playing their instruments correctly during concerts.
But the Dead soldiered on. They'd outlasted the end of psychedelia, and now they made it through the classic rock era. In fact, by the mid-1970s, the band may have amassed the most loyal following of any group on the scene.
When the Grateful Dead toured, which they did nearly without stopping, thousands of loyal Deadheads would travel with the band from show to show. To the fans, it felt like a family, an entire community of like-minded people gathering to hear their favorite music.
In fact, each show was almost its own small society, one where you could get almost everything you needed or wanted, usually without money.
Instead, the economy of Dead shows relied on trade or bartering. If someone needed food or water, they could trade a joint. If they needed tickets to the next show, they could trade a few hits of acid. Or, if you wanted a homemade Grateful Dead bootleg, that could be yours too.
Usually the bartering took place in a designated area lined with tents and VW buses. The area wasn't given an official name until 1978, after which it came to be known as Shakedown Street, after the eponymous song and album.
Since it was a Grateful Dead show after all, virtually every drug could be had, and by the late 1970s, that included nitrous oxide.
Almost immediately, nitrous became one of the few polarizing forces at the Dead's shows. Though it was considered by many to be a hippie drug, there were others who felt that it didn't belong on the scene.
For one thing, the balloons from which it was dispensed made a huge mess. But more importantly, it just wasn't the kind of high that lent itself to the environment.
Psychedelics like marijuana, LSD, and psilocybin were considered perfectly fine. One dose could also last all day. But nitrous wore off after a few minutes, by which point the user wanted more. Sometimes people craved the drug so badly after the high wore off that fights broke out for a few more hits.
In that sense, it was seen by many fans as a dirty, addictive drug. It upset the harmony of the Deadhead utopia.
Though the nitrous use persisted, many mild-mannered Deadheads were openly disdainful of it. This contempt and condescension was enough to prevent the drug from proliferating as much as it could have.
For the time being, the concert atmosphere remained the same. Unfortunately, drug use within the band was becoming a much bigger problem.
The Dead continued packing stadiums and outdoor festivals well into the 1980s. Unfortunately, the Dead, including Jerry Garcia, were not immune from the drugs that had plagued so many rock and rollers.
By the 1980s, Garcia was a regular cocaine and heroin user, ironically, to keep up with the demands of touring. Although his bandmates attempted an intervention, Garcia's behavior continued.
Garcia continued touring with the band for another decade before succumbing to the effects of heart problems and drug abuse in 1995. He was only 53 years old.
After his death, the concert landscape changed significantly. By this point, Corporate sponsors were underwriting most music festivals, and the atmosphere that had been a hallmark of Grateful Dead concerts was gone forever.
Even though the mid to late 90s spawned more outdoor music festivals than ever before, long gone was the camaraderie and bartering of Shakedown Street. Instead, the line of tents and station wagons was replaced by corporate vendors selling overpriced bottled water and official concert merchandise.
Drugs, of course, were still ubiquitous, but no longer could you trade a hand-rolled joint for a glass of LSD-infused orange juice. Instead, enterprising dealers took advantage of the sea of potential customers at each festival, selling pills like ecstasy and Vicodin.
And the nitrous oxide market that had emerged at Dead shows in the late 1970s had taken on a life of its own. Although the drug was just as polarizing as it had always been, the hiss of nitrous tanks became almost its own instrument.
And soon, a loosely affiliated group of dealers would take control of the nitrous market and turn the once peaceful music festivals into scenes of chaos, violence, and intimidation.
Up next, hippie crack takes over. Now back to the story.
After the death of Jerry Garcia in 1995 and the corporate takeover of outdoor music festivals, concerts in general bore little resemblance to the shows the Grateful Dead had become famous for. By the 2000s, the engine that drove the tour bus was money.
And this didn't just go for the bands and the promoters. Drug dealers weren't just hoping to score a free ticket to the next gig. They were looking to get rich any way they could.
It's not clear when or how the nitrous oxide dealers got organized, but it is clear where: in Boston and Philadelphia. Many music festivals took place during the summer along the East Coast.
The way the nitrous ring began to operate was almost identical to any other drug ring, with a kingpin at the top, followed by mid and lower level dealers.
In a Village Voice article from 2010, a member of the Boston Nitrous Mafia, who we'll call Greg, disclosed the hierarchy and inner workings of the organization.
According to Greg, there were around 16 members in the Boston operation. The capo was a man who we'll call Anton from Rhode Island.
Using false paperwork, Anton's crew would acquire nitrous from a kitchen supply store. They'd often fill up to 40 tanks for about $75 apiece.
Although nitrous is legal, it's illegal in many places to sell the gas for recreational inhalation. Unless they're an ice cream vendor, no one is bringing an entire nitrous tank anywhere near a music festival without arousing suspicion. Therefore, the dealers have to get creative.
Greg claims that the crews hide the tanks in hollowed-out compartments of cars, U-Haul trailers, and even in baby carriages. The most resourceful dealers are said to bury the nitrous tanks in the fields weeks beforehand and dig them up during the festivals.
Greg, an actual deadhead, claims he was recruited because his appearance would allow him to blend in. Unlike most dealers, who wore athletic shorts, Jordans, and had short hair, Greg styled his hair in dreadlocks and wore tie-dye.
At the concert, the dealers would split into two groups, and they'd compete to see who could sell more balloons. At the end of the night, they'd split the profits 30-70 with their boss.
The actual dispensing of the nitrous is about as straightforward as it gets. According to Greg, it's usually 6 guys to a tank. One guy strapping, one guy filling, one guy taking money, then usually 3 lookouts spread out in a triangle about 20 feet in each direction, watching for security.
Each tank was able to fill about 350 balloons, and the balloons were going for anywhere from $5 to $10 a pop. This meant the day's profits could exceed $300,000.
Greg quickly went from being nearly homeless to earning more than $900 per weekend as a dealer. And since the profits are so astronomical, the Boston and Philly crews have learned to coexist. During festival season, the crews band together. They recruit ex-cons to actually sell the nitrous at shows, which is generally considered the lowest rung on the ladder and the one that carries the most risk.
The full-fledged nitrous mafia members handle the money or monitor the stash. The up-and-coming prospective members act as runners or lookouts. Often, they communicate via cell phone or walkie-talkie, letting each other know when they need to re-up or when security is poking around.
But that's where the similarities between the crews end. The Philly nitrous dealers all work for one boss, but are broken up into smaller sub-crews. But the main difference between the two groups is that the Philly dealers are allegedly much more violent and ruthless.
Greg claims, quote, "They operate without a code of honor. They were the first kids I saw bringing guns to the lots."
The Philadelphia Don, who reportedly owns his own nitrous supply store and has several workers underneath him, is less apt to show up at festivals himself. Greg notes that even Anton is deferential to him.
The nitrous racket is so cutthroat that anyone who tries to sell without the blessing of the mafia is literally taking his life into his own hands. Nitrous mafia members will steal tanks from competitors and sometimes resort to threats and violence.
One concert goer told the Village Voice he was beaten up at a Jones Beach show in 2008 because a dealer mistakenly thought he stole a single balloon. At another festival the following year, an attendee saw nitrous dealers smash another man's head with a nitrous tank.
And while security guards and even some police officers do their best to monitor the nitrous situation, their efforts are generally futile.
For one thing, nitrous is generally not illegal to possess, only to distribute for inhalation purposes. And the penalty for doing so varies by state. Even when people are caught, they might only receive a slap on the wrist, often a small fine or probation.
Not to mention that the nitrous dealers are not above intimidating members of law enforcement. At the gathering of the Vibes Festival, one police officer claims he was offered $10,000 by a dealer to look the other way.
In other cases, officers and security guards themselves have been threatened and even attacked.
And while the festivals usually employ their own private security, these men and women, many of whom are making little more than minimum wage, are hardly going to risk their lives to crack down on nitrous.
Naturally, the nitrous mafia members have little regard for the private security personnel. Some have been threatened with guns and knives, sometimes even pistol whipped or otherwise attacked.
In the rare cases that security teams do confiscate a nitrous tank, another dealer, usually from the same crew, will simply pop up somewhere else, because they're far better organized than any security detail they might encounter.
Marshall Rodriguez, who operates his own private security company, claims that members of the Philly Mafia will dress in seemingly innocuous, official-looking uniforms, so they blend in with other merchants and vendors.
Sadly, these tactics are extremely effective. By the 2010s, most security guards and even local police had simply resigned themselves to the presence of nitrous dealers, but one group refused to capitulate.
In 2010, a group of deadheads known as the Wrecking Crew took it upon themselves to rid the festivals of nitrous any way they could. However, the Wrecking Crew is a lot smaller and far less organized than the nitrous mafia.
Still, the vigilantes managed to confiscate at least one tank. They've even posted footage on YouTube of themselves destroying the hall and mocking the dealers.
But stemming the flow of nitrous has grown even more difficult for another unexpected reason: the decriminalization of marijuana.
For decades, concerts were a place where people went to find and purchase marijuana. Now, many attendees bring it along with them or arrive at the concert already high.
Meanwhile, nitrous, which most people don't use on a regular basis, has become a sort of special treat for festival goers, something they can use a few times throughout the concert and forget about until the next show. So while the cannabis market has died down at festivals, the nitrous market is still going strong.
All of these factors made it seem highly unlikely that anything could put a dent in the proliferation of nitrous oxide. That is, until the coronavirus pandemic.
When the entire world shut down in 2020, so too did hundreds of music festivals, meaning the nitrous mafia had nowhere to sell their gas.
But at the time of this recording, 2 very long and strange years later, bands are beginning to tour again. Hundreds of festivals are scheduled for this summer, when organizers are hopeful that it might be safer to congregate again.
And after being stuck indoors for so long, it seems likely that people will want to cut loose and party. Knowing the nitrous dealers, they'll have more than enough gas to accommodate them.
And while the Grateful Dead, the band that started it all, will never come back in their original form, since 2015, they've been doing the next best thing. A few of the remaining members organized a group called Dead and Company, enlisting other prominent musicians to join them on tour, playing Grateful Dead songs.
Like every other band, many of their live shows since 2020 were derailed by COVID-19. But if and when they decide to tour again, it's possible they'll be able to recapture some of the magic of the original Dead concerts. Not just the music, but the atmosphere.
Who knows? Maybe they'll even take a stand against the nitrous mafia.
But if they do, they'll face an uphill battle. After all, to quote the lyrics from Shakedown Street, the sunny side of the street is dark. Thanks for tuning in to our Grateful Dead special. We'll be back next week with another regular episode of Conspiracy Theories. You can find all episodes of Conspiracy Theories and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
Until then, remember, the truth isn't always the best story.
And the official story isn't always the truth.
Conspiracy Theories is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Carrie Murphy, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Freddie Beckley. This episode of Conspiracy Theories was written by Tony Goodman, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, fact-checking by Anya Bailey, and research by Brian Petrus. Conspiracy Theories stars Molly Brandenburg and Carter Roy. For many, Sunday is a special day spent with family. That makes it the perfect time to check out the Spotify original from Parcast, Malicious Moms. Hi, I'm Vanessa Richardson. Every Sunday in this Parcast collection, join me for an intimate look at the matriarchs who were far more criminal than caring. Warning, this isn't your mother's podcast. Follow Malicious Moms free and only on Spotify.
Due to the graphic nature of this cult's crimes, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of abuse, assault, and suicidal ideation. We advise caution for children under 13.
About 15 miles outside of the South Korean capital of Seoul, Reverend Ok-ju Shin stood in front of her small congregation. Dressed in a neat pantsuit, she seemed comfortable and in charge, but the mood was tense as she stepped down from her pulpit.
Ok-ju approached one of her male followers in the front row.
2 other members flanked him, one on each side, holding his arms. All of a sudden, her gentle facade vanished. She appeared stern, even a little angry.
While she didn't speak, the implications were clear. This follower had failed in his spiritual journey.
In a fury, Ok-ju wound back and slapped her follower clean across the face.
Those in the congregation hardly reacted as the blow landed with a thunderclap. Then there was another. Then another.
The righteous hand of God was at work.
Hi, I'm Greg Polson,
And I'm Vanessa Richardson.
and this is Cults, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we look at a cult's practices, its leader, and its followers. You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This week, we're discussing Reverend Okju Shin and the Grace Road Church, which rose to prominence in South Korea during the late 2000s. We'll explore how Okju first found her calling, the explosive growth of her congregation, and the accusations of torture and abuse that cropped up just years later.
Next week, we'll watch as Reverend Okju takes her loyal followers to Fiji to await doomsday amidst unrelenting criticism. The disturbing allegations only got worse from there. We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
In our lowest moments, we often turn inwards, searching for a glimmer of light in ourselves that we can use to escape all the darkness. For many, that tiny spark leads to religion.
Spirituality provides hope, community, and answers to life's greatest questions. But there's a danger in believing that only you hold the key to heaven.
Before long, confidence like that can lead you to do nearly anything in the name of salvation. And that's exactly when that little light grows out of control, blinding you to the consequences of your actions.
Okju Shin's spark was just starting to catch fire when she first arrived on Korea's spiritual scene in the late 1990s. In a country flush with popular Christian churches, the Reverend offered more of the same.
While other, more controversial groups made headlines, from the outside, Okju seemed to cultivate a traditional Christian message.
She told her followers that Christ held the key to eternal salvation, and only through God's grace could someone be truly saved. Okju clearly believed in what she was saying, and she knew the church could be a safe haven for those who needed it, as it once had been for her.
According to her son Daniel, Okju wasn't always religious. A decade before coming to the church, she led a mostly secular life in South Korea.
Back then, she was married with 2 children, a daughter and a son. To passers-by, the family seemed normal, but behind closed doors, Okju's life was anything but.
Her husband was abusive. He routinely belittled her, and on more than one occasion, physically attacked her.
In time, one of Okju's friends picked up on the abuse. They urged her to seek comfort and safety in the church.
Okju grabbed hold of the lifeline and held on tight.
Vanessa is going to take over on the psychology here and throughout the episode. Please note, Vanessa is not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist, but we have done a lot of research for this show.
Thanks, Greg. Many people find answers and relief from their troubles in religion. According to several studies, people coping with trauma experience something known as positive religious reframing. This can cause survivors to recontextualize their past harmful experiences, casting them in a positive light instead. For example, faith may give a person who survived abuse comfort in the belief that they're part of God's divine plan. It's easy to understand why Okju and others are drawn to this kind of message, but recontextualizing can't solve every problem. At times, it only serves as a band-aid. Believing her experiences were part of God's plans didn't give Okju a way out of her abusive home.
And while she found some solace in attending church, her husband didn't change his behavior. Instead, he belittled her newfound faith, believing it to be a fairy tale.
Eventually, things got so bad at home that Okju went to live at the local church for a time.
There, she immersed herself in her newfound faith. Not long afterward, she started working at the church too. And over time, her refuge turned into a calling. She wanted to live a spiritual life, one where she could truly be fulfilled.
Despite her husband's constant demeaning comments, she forgave him for his actions. However, it's unclear when or if she ever moved back into the family home.
Ultimately, she felt called to serve something greater. According to Okju's biography on a Grace Road Church website, she enrolled in Seoul Theological College, a private Christian institution, to pursue a degree in theology.
After that, she attended Central Theological University and then Westminster Graduate School of Theology. By the end of her time there, Okju had completely transformed her life.
Once she'd received her official ordination as a minister, She bounced around several Christian organizations, including the Durano Theology Research Center. There she served as a professor and associate dean.
The biggest step for Akju came in 1998, however. That year, she became the Reverend of Philadelphia Church in Pyeongchang, a city just south of Seoul.
Leading the church must have been a great joy. For the next 7 years, Akju faithfully served as a senior pastor in the congregation. During that time, her message aligned with most of mainstream Christianity. In a country where 25 to 30% of the population identified as some denomination of Christian, her teachings were safe and comforting.
It wasn't all roses, though. By 2005, Akju started to feel like something was lacking in her church. She believed her congregation had become stagnant, but not in their numbers.
No, in faith. She didn't see her members making the spiritual progress she hoped for. It was as if they weren't being moved by the Word of God, the way she had been. In these moments, it's possible Akju even started questioning herself and her message. Was she really following God's will?
Perhaps her thoughts turned to the Gospel of Matthew when Christ promised his disciples that they would become fishers of man. Akju wanted to bring more people to Christ, but couldn't figure out how. She needed to make a change.
So, in late 2005, as she approached middle age, Akju stepped down from her position at the church, packed up her things, and headed to China for missionary work.
Though missionaries were discouraged from entering the country, she didn't seem to have any trouble.
She was absolutely determined to find a way out of her funk and lead the masses to God. When she wasn't preaching, she opened her Bible and read, trying to bolster her connection with the Lord. She analyzed page after page, desperately searching for a way to reach more people.
For the next several years, Akju worked tirelessly across China, converting Koreans living in the country as well as locals.
It wasn't until 2008 that she finally made a spiritual breakthrough. After finishing the Bible for an astonishing 30th time, she realized that she, along with the majority of Christians, had been reading the text the wrong way.
God's word wasn't something that could be understood by taking the Bible at face value. Akju came to believe that some verses included veiled references to other passages, linking everything together. She summed up her findings by claiming that one needed to use the Bible to interpret the Bible.
While it may sound like some circular logic, it served as Akju's new guiding light, one that reinvigorated everything she knew about her faith.
In practice, however, Akju's new system was a bit more mundane. Essentially, it amounted to a hybrid form of numerology, full of tangential and vague connections. To illustrate her unique interpretations, take 2 Bible verses, for example. Psalm 102, verse 18 reads, "This will be written for the generation to come, that a people yet to be created may praise the Lord." Akju drew parallels between that passage and Ezekiel 15, verse 5, which reads, "Behold, while it is intact, it is not made into anything. How much less, when the fire has consumed it and it is charred, can it still be made into anything?"
Did you miss the connection? Most would. But Akju took parts of these verses and Frankensteined them together to get her own message. She highlighted the lines, "This will be written for the generation to come," from the first verse, and "It is not made into anything," from the second.
She interpreted these to mean that God hadn't intended for previous generations to fully understand the Bible. This explained why only now, after 2,000 years, she had figured out how to truly understand the text.
And she would make plenty of similar connections from there.
As she fell further down the rabbit hole, Akju experienced revelation after revelation. In essence, she saw what she wanted to see, and her discoveries conveniently explained why she hadn't been able to energize her congregation back in Korea.
It was an astounding example of confirmation bias. The more Akju researched, the more she realized how far off her previous teachings had been. Apparently, she hadn't been hard enough on her previous congregation.
After a little more reflection, she came to believe that most Christians only leaned on Christ in moments of crisis or sin. Instead, they should have been following the path that he'd laid out for them step by step.
With this in mind, in spring of 2008, Akju returned to her home country to found a church, one built on her specific reading of the Bible. She called it Grace Road Church, and in just a few short years, it would become one of the most controversial movements in all of South Korea. Coming up, Reverend Ju preaches while members of her new congregation suffer.
They're role models, nurturers, and to many, the ultimate best friend. But what happens when Mommy Dearest has a dark side, one that's more criminal than caring? Find out in the Spotify original from Parcast, Malicious Moms. Hi, I'm Vanessa Richardson, host of Malicious Moms. Every Sunday on Spotify, join me for a closer look at the moms who took their maternal instincts to illegal extremes. A beloved actress who would do anything for her child. A jilted ex who used her kids to take deadly revenge. Plus a wife, a mistress, and an altercation with an axe you have to hear to believe. In this Parcast collection, learn the dire lengths some women went to help their children and how others used motherhood to carry out their misdeeds. Sometimes true crime can be a real mother. Follow Malicious Moms free and only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In 2008, Reverend Ju Shin arrived back in South Korea after several years of missionary work in China. Almost immediately, she started holding lectures around Seoul, spreading her revolutionary new method of interpreting the Bible.
Soon she was tending to a small congregation known as the Grace Road Church. While she likely only had a few dozen members at first, Ju found more confidence and purpose than she'd had in years.
And the more successful she became, the more her message diverged from other mainline Christian denominations. The first big division came in 2009, when Ju first published a book that some Christians viewed as controversial. In it, she dismissed the gift of tongues. She later developed this thought and said that anyone speaking in tongues was actually possessed by a demon.
It was a bold statement. Traditionally, speaking in tongues is considered to be a gift from God. Many churches base this idea on 1 Corinthians 14, verse 2, which reads, "For one who speaks in a tongue does not speak to men, but to God. For no one understands, but in his spirit he speaks mysteries."
However, Ju had her own interpretation of the verse, which came to the exact opposite conclusion. For thousands of years, she argued, the church had mistakenly interpreted these demonic voices as the word of God, all because no one else could understand the Bible the way she.
The issue might sound trivial to many outsiders, but church leaders saw it as a major red flag. Ju was officially stepping beyond the established tenets of Christianity, flying in the face of tradition.
The book certainly didn't win Ju many friends in the neighboring churches. According to her teachings, none of the other pastors understood the true word of God. They were all guilty of leading their congregations astray.
Ju's tone started to become negative and judgmental toward all of modern Christianity. She worried that innocent believers were completely missing the true glory of God. And eventually, she started to claim that those who weren't receiving the correct messages were all going to hell.
According to Ju, only she held the keys to heaven. She was no longer just a humble reverend. She was the world's last hope. And from this, her followers at Grace Road started to believe that Ju was a divine being.
Their interpretation was based on her previous experience as a senior pastor at Philadelphia Church.
See, the name Philadelphia actually has its origins in the Bible. In the book of Revelation, it's listed as one of the 7 churches remaining during the prophesied second coming of Jesus Christ. In many Christian teachings, the Church of Philadelphia is an important part of the end times theology.
So church members started to wonder whether Ju was the angel of Philadelphia, mentioned in the book as one who is holy, who is true. And while Ju may not have intended to portray herself as a divine being, we all know what they say about the road to hell.
Over the next few years, Ju's loyal congregation expanded to over 100 members. Most of them had an unshakable faith in their reverend and her message.
Many sacrificed much of their time to volunteer for the church and supported the cause. With such a strong foundation, It didn't take Akju long to set her sights on expanding even further.
In September of 2012, Akju and a few of her members traveled to Queens in New York to establish their first church in the United States. They rented 3 properties for church members to worship and live in.
One of those who accompanied Akju was a 27-year-old named Myung Chan. Myung was a faithful member of the church, along with her fiancé, 39-year-old Sung Pil Yoon. Both of them viewed Akju as the closest thing they had to a divine prophet. So when she made a request, Myung obliged.
Some of the details remain unknown, but it appears that Akju asked Myung to bring a close family member to the church.
Myung's younger brother, Sung-gik Chun,
to keep his brain chemistry balanced. But when Myung told the Reverend that, Akju decided there was a better spiritual solution. She believed Sung-gik could be cured through God.
Not long afterward, Sung-gik met Myung at the church in Queens. It's unclear why he chose to go, and if he was completely aware of what his sister was planning. But soon after arriving, he realized he'd made a terrible mistake.
To heal Sung-gik, Akju tried to perform a religious cleansing on him. According to him, this meant attending a few of Akju's intense sermons.
But what's worse, members of the church took away some of his medications as part of the cleansing, and that made things dire.
During his stay with the Grace Road congregation, Sung-gik started experiencing hallucinations and suicidal thoughts.
Either unaware or unconcerned, the church didn't give him back his medication, even when he started trying to harm himself and refused to eat food.
It wouldn't have been the first time that faith healing was used to try and cure mental illness, and though faith healers can step up in situations where traditional health care is unavailable, Sung-gik had already received professional help. But as some health professionals have noted, the stigma associated with mental illness can cause even more harm. In this case, Myung and Akju ignored the fact that Sung-gik's illness could already be lived with and managed. Because of this stigma, combined with the beliefs of their church, and their actions caused irrevocable harm.
After being subjected to treatment like this for over a week, Sung-gik experienced a psychotic episode.
On September 25, 2012, he somehow left Grace Road Church without anyone noticing. For the next several hours, he aimlessly walked around Queens.
It wasn't until later that day that Akju found Sung-gik. But she didn't take him to get help at a hospital. Instead, she brought him back to one of the church buildings.
Rather than seeing the flaws in their so-called treatment, members of the church doubled down. They forced Sung-gik to stop taking all of his medication, cold turkey.
For the next 2 weeks, he was forced to sit through sermon after sermon as his mental health suffered. When it was clear that nothing was working, church members took even more extreme measures to get results.
In the second week of October, after another outburst, church members, probably Myung and her fiancé Yoon, bound Sung-gik to a chair with duct tape while Akju allegedly supervised.
It's unclear what hand, if any, Akju had in them. Myung and Yoon apparently believed in Akju's message, but it's not known if Akju gave them a direct order to tie Sung-gik down.
Whatever transpired behind the scenes, the treatment Sung-gik endured proved to be appalling. For the next 2 days, he sat stuck to the chair, unable to move his arms or legs. As the hours slowly ticked by, the lack of mobility became agonizing. Sung-gik squirmed and strained to be able to move at all.
It was no use. Even worse, the congregation ignored his pleas for help. At night, members of the church placed a sock in Sung-gik's mouth to keep him from screaming.
With each passing day, the pain increased until Sung-gik's right leg felt like it was on fire. When members of the church finally examined him, portions of his leg had turned black. The tissue looked necrotic.
To help ease the pain, they tried to massage his leg. Remarkably, that didn't grant him much relief. So, unsure of what to do next, the church members untied Sung-gik and took him to a local dermatologist. The doctor was stunned. Sung-gik's injuries were far beyond the scope of their practice. He needed emergency attention.
The dermatologist ordered the group to take Sung-gik to New York Hospital in Queens.
When they arrived, medical professionals determined Sungik's right leg had gangrene, a condition where skin tissue dies due to lack of blood flow. If not treated, an infection could spread. Sungik's life was at risk.
To save him, his right leg had to be amputated just above the knee, and after seeing his appalling condition, Dr. Angali Bharti, the physician in charge, filed a police report.
The next day, October 13, 2012, authorities arrested Myung and her fiancé on charges of assault, reckless endangerment, and unlawful imprisonment. 4 days later, the New York Daily News included a brief story about the incident in their pages. Beyond that, however, the story wasn't spread widely.
A few months later, Myung and Yoon were convicted of reckless endangerment and sentenced to a year behind bars. While Sungik was free of the Grace Road Church, he was forced to live in a facility that gave him 24/7 care.
Despite all the trouble, the church didn't face any legal challenges that year. On May 16, 2013, Grace Road Church was officially incorporated in the United States. Ju finally had an international foothold for her organization.
After that, her message continued to evolve, becoming even more controversial, and one of the church's new practices, called threshing, would put everyone in the congregation at risk.
Coming up, Ju hits members of her church. Now back to the story.
By the end of 2013, Reverend Ju Shin of Grace Road Church had weathered her first public controversy, but the troubles continued behind closed doors.
By that point, Ju's personal brand of Christianity, if one could call it that, had become increasingly demanding. The Grace Road congregation was expected to follow Ju's interpretation of the Bible to a T.
If they didn't, they were doomed to hell.
And for the members of Grace Road Church, a spiritual battle was constantly raging in the background. Ju taught that followers who sinned were doing so because they'd been influenced by demons.
As their leader, it was Ju's responsibility to make sure her devotees, now around 100 in number, repented for their sins. To do that, she mandated a religious practice called threshing.
Typically, a member would be called to the head of the room during a church service and either sit or kneel in front of Ju. Then she would publicly admonish them for their supposed sins. In videos posted online, she was seen calling her followers derogatory names or labeling them a demon.
Then, supposedly to help spiritually cleanse the sinner, Ju repeatedly struck them. Sometimes she used an open hand, other times a closed fist. On a few occasions, in video footage of the church, Ju appeared to grab a handful of the sinner's hair and aggressively cut it off with scissors.
But the message was clear. It wasn't just about the physical pain of the slaps. It was about the social shame of being called in front of an entire congregation and labeled a sinner, a failure.
According to the research of Kipling Williams, a professor of social psychology at Purdue, the effects of shunning people like this can be severe. In one interview, he said, "Being excluded is painful because it threatens fundamental human needs, such as belonging and self-esteem. Again and again, research has found that strong, harmful reactions are possible even when ostracized by a stranger or for a short amount of time."
And after they're excluded like this, people often go to great lengths to try and fit in with the group again. In the case of Grace Road Church, these members would do anything, including enduring the public humiliation, to be spiritually saved.
Threshing also bears similarities to a highly controversial form of psychological treatment known as attack therapy. In these sessions, a patient is attacked with their supposed shortcomings in a highly confrontational manner to break down their egos. The therapy's been popular in some rehab programs. However, studies have found the practice can do more harm than good for those with low self-esteem.
But for Ju, it may not have just been about spiritually cleansing her followers. The threshing also served as a strong tool to keep the congregation in line. People were reportedly left dazed, sore, and covered in bruises for violating Ju's teachings. It had to have encouraged people to keep certain concerns to themselves.
In all likelihood, any questions would have simply been met with a litany of complex Bible verses and oblique interpretations. For example, to try and justify the threshing, Akju used Psalm 3:7, which reads, "Arise, O Lord, save me, O my God, for you have smitten all my enemies on the cheek. You have shattered the teeth of the wicked."
As usual, her interpretation takes a fair bit of reading between the lines. But remember, many in the Grace Road Church firmly believed Akju was a literal angel.
So no matter how bizarre her message became, it was taken as gospel, and the further she diverged from mainstream Christianity, the more power she had. After all, she said she was the only one who could correctly interpret the Bible, and her followers suffered for it.
By the early 2010s, Akju had a growing congregation of several hundred in all, and the threshing sessions reportedly became a mainstay of her services.
On some occasions, a number of members would gather in small meeting rooms to carry out the threshing amongst themselves. Akju created a hierarchy in her church and appointed some members as pastors to delegate the responsibility.
In one particularly horrific allegation that circulated in local Christian media, a former member claimed they saw an older man struck hundreds of times. When all was said and done, he could barely walk and had bruises all over his body.
Yet the church didn't show any signs of stopping. They'd seemingly convinced many of their followers that threshing was a form of tough love. In a response to the coverage of their practices, a spokesperson for the church said that Akju, quote, has biblically rebuked people by publicly reproving them so that they would turn back and no longer sin. Threshing is written throughout the whole Bible.
Threshing appealed to a certain group of strict parents. At some point in 2013, a 17-year-old American girl, who we'll call Catherine, was caught smoking cannabis by her parents.
That summer, they flew the girl to Korea to spend time with her extended family. There, they hoped that Catherine would be persuaded to get back on what they considered to be the right path, free of drugs.
According to Catherine, in an interview with The Guardian, 2 weeks after arriving, her mother took her to Grace Road Church for the weekend.
Things seemed off immediately. Catherine and her mother had to share a room with as many as a dozen other women who slept on mats.
She also attended Akju's sermons and met plenty of other church members. Things were intense, but she wasn't too concerned at first. It was only a weekend after all.
At the end of that period, however, Catherine's mom revealed that they'd be staying for the whole week.
Alarm bells were blaring for Catherine, but things got even more odd from there. It's more than likely that she'd seen the church's violent practices by this point, even if she hadn't been subjected to them.
Then her 1 week stay suddenly became 2. By that point, she started to worry that something was terribly wrong.
That week, her mom took away Catherine's anti-anxiety medication, along with her phone and iPad. She also made Catherine cut up her own passport.
Catherine was there against her will, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't call for help, and the odds of her walking out unscathed were slim.
After discovering that her things were missing, she refused to go to one of the church services. Her act of defiance wouldn't stand.
3 members of the church entered her room and took Catherine downstairs by force. They made her sit in the front row for Akju's sermon.
During the service, Akju verbally attacked Catherine by calling her evil and telling her she was going to hell. Catherine, in a vulnerable position without her medication, was on the brink of a panic attack.
Yet her mother didn't intervene. Catherine had to stay at Grace Road.
Finally, an opportunity for escape presented itself. One day while Akju was giving a sermon, Catherine managed to slip out of the church. She made her way to a nearby convenience store and used a phone to call her sister.
When her sister finally answered, they said she and her father would come to pick her up, but they couldn't be there right away. It would take a few hours.
While Catherine waited at the store for help to arrive, her mom went on the prowl. Eventually, she even came into the store where her daughter was hiding. Catherine ducked out of sight, but her heart beat out of her chest. She knew she was about to be dragged back to the church. But luckily for Catherine, her mother didn't spot her.
The next day, Catherine was reunited with the rest of her family. They took her to the U.S. Embassy to get another passport so she could return home.
As of 2018, when The Guardian published their article, it was the last time Catherine had seen her mother.
The church didn't appear to release a statement after Catherine's escape. It likely wasn't the first time someone had left the church, and it wouldn't be the last. Akju probably expected as much. Not everyone could be saved.
But she may have underestimated their resentment.
In late 2013, Sungik, the man who had his leg amputated, filed a $6 million lawsuit against Akju and the Grace Road Church. In it, his lawyers outlined exactly what had happened that night in 2012. They accused Akju of causing Sungik harm through false imprisonment, intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress, assault, and battery. Eventually, a judge ruled in Sungik's favor, awarding him $3,950,000 for his ordeal.
And with the lawsuit came damning headlines. Publications like the New York Daily News picked up the story. They reported all the sordid details of the case.
The group didn't respond to these accusations, likely deciding their best course of action was to keep quiet and hope the unwanted attention would go away. But the damage was done.
Any foothold that Akju may have hoped to make in the United States crumbled away. Now, anytime an interested convert in the U.S. wanted to look up her organization, they would see a slew of disturbing accusations floating around online.
Perhaps Akju was nervous because soon afterward she made a big announcement.
According to her, the Korean peninsula would soon be hit with a great famine, heralding the end of days mentioned in the book of Revelation.
Many other Christian groups believe that prior to 7 years of tribulation, every true believer will be taken up to heaven in an event known as the rapture. That way they aren't left to endure the end of the world on earth.
Akju's interpretation of these events was different. She taught that the disastrous tribulations would occur before the rapture.
This meant that Akju's church would need to survive hell on earth. To escape the fallout of the predicted famine, Akju claimed her congregation needed to leave Korea for good.
They needed to find an oasis, a place where they could thrive and wait for the rapture.
Over the next year, Akju made the necessary preparations. By early 2014, she reportedly had as many as 600 followers, most of them in Korea. She told them she'd found the perfect location to wait out Armageddon. They were headed to the island nation of Fiji.
In a rush, dozens of members of Grace Road Church quit their jobs and sold their belongings. Surrounded by lush trees and serene beaches, the members of Grace Road Church set about creating their oasis. But while Fiji became their refuge, paradise wasn't everything it was cracked up to be. For some, it would become a nightmare.
Thanks again for tuning into Cults. We'll be back next Tuesday with another episode on the Grace Road Church. We'll uncover the church's massive compound in Fiji and the international scandal that threatened the entire movement.
You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Cults is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max and Ron Cutler. Sound designed by Michael Motion, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Kitovich. This episode of Cults was written by Robert Tyler Walker, with writing assistance by Tara Wells, fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Brian Petrus. Cult stars Greg Polson and Vanessa Richardson.
For many, Sunday is a special day spent with family. That makes it the perfect time to check out the Spotify original from Parcast, Malicious Moms. Hi, I'm Vanessa Richardson. Every Sunday in this Parcast collection, join me for an intimate look at the matriarchs who were far more criminal than caring. Warning, this isn't your mother's podcast. Follow Malicious Moms free and only on Spotify. Due to the graphic nature of this cult's crimes, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of abuse. We advise caution for children under 13.
Reverend Okju Shin breathed a sigh of relief as she exited her plane and walked into the bustling Incheon airport in South Korea. She'd been traveling for over 10 hours and had to be glad for the chance to stretch her legs.
By that point, in July 2018, Reverend Okju had a stranglehold over her congregation at the Grace Road Church. While several members claimed they were unable to travel outside of Fiji, she was free to come and go as she pleased.
The same rules didn't apply to her. She felt untouchable.
Little did she know, she was anything but. On the other side of the gate, a group of police officers were lying in wait for the Reverend. They'd uncovered some disturbing details about her controversial teachings at the church, and they wanted to bring it all down.
Hi, I'm Greg Polson.
And I'm Vanessa Richardson.
And this is Cults, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we look at a cult's practices, its leader, and its followers. You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
Today, we're discussing Reverend Okju Shin. Last week, we followed Okju as she founded the Grace Road Church and weathered accusations of torture and abuse just a few years later.
This week, we'll learn about what happened to Okju and the loyal followers who moved to Fiji to await doomsday. We'll cover the Reverend's escalating abuses and the allegations that prompted the authorities to look into the church.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
In 2014, Reverend Okju Shin urged members of her Grace Road Church to move to Fiji to escape a famine she predicted would decimate South Korea. Initially, only around 30 members packed their things to join Okju, while the rest of the congregation, roughly 400 people, stayed behind in South Korea.
The Reverend warned her followers that they needed to prepare for the 7 years of tribulation that she believed was foretold in the book of Revelation. Most Christians believed that those who were saved by God would be spared from the horrors of the tribulation. But Okju taught her congregation that they would all have to endure it together.
And she claimed it would come sooner rather than later. She said the famine she foresaw would lead to global economic collapse. They needed to find a place where there would be no winter, presumably so they could grow food year-round.
That's why Fiji had to become their sanctuary from the upcoming troubles. So not long after arriving in the small town of Deoba, around an hour from the nation's capital, Okju and her advisors got to planning.
The roadmap they laid out started with the Grace Road Church, but there was more to it than that. Okju wanted to create an entirely new entity in Fiji.
She saw limitless possibilities for expanding in Fiji. At her instruction, the church filed paperwork to create an organization called the GR Group. This company would launch business ventures designed to help fund the church.
Closely affiliated with Grace Road in theory, the GR Group operated as its business arm, but it's unclear how separate the entities actually were. The group never hid its link to the church, and Okju had a major hand in running the GR Group.
With these formalities out of the way, Okju and her organization set out to prepare for the end of the world.
According to the Fiji Times, the group started with a modest investment of the equivalent of $150,000. Using that seed money, the company signed a 50-year lease for 83 acres of land in April 2014.
It's not clear where this money came from, but before leaving for Fiji, many members of the church sold their earthly possessions. They may have donated the proceeds from these sales directly to Grace Road.
So, while the sum of $150,000 sounds like a lot, it was only the beginning of Okju's plans. She had plenty more to invest.
But first, she had to lay the foundation for her vision. The initial plan was to harvest rice on the new land. It was a modest start, but one that the 30 or so members of the congregation attacked with zeal.
They were committed to securing a steady supply of food to sustain the church. After all, the land was meant to be their refuge from the coming calamity. They had to be ready.
So, while Okju split her time between South Korea and Fiji, male members of the church labored in the fields.
They spent hours in the hot sun trying to make the land profitable. And according to some former laborers, they did it all for free.
Instead of a salary for their countless hours of work, members were allegedly only given food and board. In response to this claim, however, Ok Ju Shin's son, Daniel Kim, stated that each church member had shares in the Grace Road Company, and this is why they weren't treated as employees.
Vanessa is going to take over on the psychology here and throughout the episode. Please note, Vanessa is not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist, but we have done a lot of research for this show.
Thanks, Greg. It's not uncommon for groups to rely on unpaid labor, but their success depends on what motivates their followers. In this case, members of the Grace Road Church weren't all that different from modern doomsday preppers one might see on reality television. Many likely took some form of comfort in believing the apocalypse was just around the corner.
In an interview with Scientific American, neuroscientist Shmuel Lissick said, "Apocalyptic beliefs make existential threats, the fear of our mortality, predictable."
The act of preparing for a disaster can be a sort of therapy, a way to make sense of the chaotic world. Ok Ju's prophecies gave her followers' lives meaning and direction.
But there's something more fundamental at play, too. A few years of volunteer labor seemed like a bargain compared to waiting out the apocalypse unprepared and alone.
If they truly believed in their reverend, it's easy to understand why members of the church would be willing to give up everything they had to stay in Fiji.
And over time, their efforts bore fruit. Eventually, the members of Grace Road built up a compound of sorts. Rows of neatly planted crops were surrounded by agricultural buildings in various stages of construction.
The property wasn't gated or fenced, but the church didn't really need to take measures like those. Ok Ju's followers were living in a foreign country where most people didn't speak their native language. No matter where they went in Fiji, they were effectively isolated.
Not that they had much free time to explore anyway. It seems that Ok Ju expected her followers to get the fields up and running while also building temporary shelters and a place to worship.
While most of the men worked in the fields or handled construction, the women were ordered to cook and clean.
It was a major lifestyle adjustment for many at Grace Road. But one thing never changed: Ok Ju's endless efforts to keep her congregation in line.
Whenever Ok Ju was in Fiji, she hit her flock with exhausting sermons. They were just as intense as they had been in South Korea. The threshing practices that had begun years earlier also continued. Congregants were called to the front of the room to be beaten as a form of religious cleansing known as threshing.
While the practice may have appeared barbaric to outsiders, those inside the church seemed willing to tolerate it. They believed threshing kept them on the straight and narrow path to paradise. It was seen by some as a form of tough love.
Still, Grace Road didn't go out of their way to advertise it. Church leaders maintained a website full of information about Ok Ju and her beliefs. Any mention of threshing, however, was curiously absent.
With an online presence like that, it's clear that Ok Ju was still interested in growing her congregation. And it was easy for those seeking spiritual answers to get caught up in her web.
In 2014, a woman in her 20s named Cecilia Lee was back home in South Korea. She'd taken a break from her university studies in Pennsylvania to look after her mom, Eun Jae.
A few years earlier, Cecilia lost her father to cancer. Now her mother had been diagnosed as well. But to Cecilia's surprise, Eun Jae didn't seem concerned. If anything, she seemed to be in a better mood than usual.
Before long, Cecilia discovered that her mother had recently started attending Grace Road Church. While it seemed like she'd built a supportive community for herself, there was one major problem. Because of the church's teachings, Eun Jae wasn't interested in going to the doctor to treat her cancer.
Eun Jae spotted several conspiracy theories about the healthcare system that she appeared to have gotten from the church. She distrusted doctors and worried about being injected with microchips in the hospital.
It all sounded like nonsense to Cecilia, but she couldn't deny that the church helped her mother socially.
So she didn't ask her mom to leave the congregation, but she still insisted that her mother go to see a doctor.
But it wasn't as easy as Cecilia thought it would be. Eun Jae was reluctant to get medical help.
That summer, while Cecilia stayed with her mom, she asked her to attend one of Ok Ju's sermons at Grace Road Church outside of Seoul. Cecilia reluctantly agreed to go, but what she found there was disconcerting.
The chapel appeared to be in a warehouse-type building full of folding chairs. It didn't seem all that professional. It certainly wasn't what Cecilia expected from a house of worship.
The entire experience didn't sit right with her. The pastor droned on about the book of Revelation for what seemed like hours. But at the end of the day, Cecilia chose to be supportive of her mom. Clearly, the church gave her a sense of purpose.
Cecilia never joined Grace Road, but did succeed in getting Eun-jae to go see a doctor. She gave in to her daughter's pleas and had surgery to eliminate the cancer.
For the next few months, Cecilia tended to her mother while she recovered. At that time, everything seemed to be going well. Eun-jae's health was better, and she seemed happier than she'd been in years.
She even started considering her future. Eun-jae eventually decided that she wanted to retire and settle in Fiji with the other members of Grace Road Church.
Cecilia had no idea about the compound in Fiji, but she supported her mother's decision to relocate to the tropics. She even agreed to help with the moving process. It seemed like a great opportunity for a nice vacation, but she had no idea what she'd signed up for.
Coming up, Cecilia is trapped in Fiji.
What could be more shocking than uncovering the deep, dark secrets behind history's biggest stories? Realizing that everything you thought was true was a lie. Hi, it's Carter from the Parcast series Conspiracy Theories. Every Monday and Wednesday, take a closer look at the blurred line between fact and fiction and discover that there may be more to the so-called truth than you think. From the government's link to Bigfoot and the otherworldly secrets of the Vatican, to the Grateful Dead's role in the spread of LSD, and more. On Conspiracy Theories, we leave no stone unturned and no skeptic unheard. Some may just be outlandish claims. Others may make you rethink everything. Follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Conspiracy Theories. Listen free only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
By late 2014, the Grace Road Church had put down roots in Fiji, over 5,000 miles from Reverend Akju Shin's home country of South Korea. On the word of Reverend Akju Shin, who said that South Korea would soon experience a famine.
Thanks to Akju's doomsday prophecies, dozens of members of her congregation packed up their lives to start anew in the island nation. One of them was a retired woman named Eun-jae, who'd recently recovered from cancer.
In December 2014, Eun-jae and her daughter Cecilia flew out to Fiji together. Cecilia thought she was in for a relaxing 2-week trip to help her mother settle into retirement.
But she was in for a rude awakening. Upon landing, she and her mom were warmly welcomed by a member of Grace Road Church. Cecilia's heart sank. The trip wouldn't be anything like she'd been expecting.
She should have known. Everything they were doing there was about the church.
From the airport, Cecilia and her mom were driven to the church's land. There, from what we can tell, the conditions were tolerable.
By that point, about 30 people lived on the compound. According to Cecilia, everything she saw appeared to have been made by hand, including the beds everyone slept on.
For the next few days, she helped her mom settle in. She watched the women cooking and cleaning indoors while the men toiled in the fields.
It's unlikely that at this point, Cecilia knew the true extent of Grace Road's apocalyptic beliefs or how tightly Akju controlled everything. But she could still tell she was inside an insular religious commune, and in time she would learn more about the church, whether she wanted to or not.
Every day, the members of Grace Road Church piled into their homes to watch a live stream of Akju's sermons back in South Korea. Cecilia watched as the entire congregation, including her mother, hung on every word from their beloved reverend.
Despite her apparent lack of interest, the other members wanted to include Cecilia as much as possible. They begged her to extend her 2-week trip, enticing her with an invitation to a mass wedding for 4 couples in the church on New Year's.
She politely declined. All she wanted at that point was to leave as soon as she could. Unfortunately for her, that wasn't going to happen.
Only a day before Cecilia was scheduled to leave Fiji, she discovered that her laptop, credit cards, passport, and other belongings were missing. But she asked her mother to give them back. She claimed she was refused. She wanted her daughter to stay behind in Fiji to join Reverend Akju's church.
Cecilia couldn't believe it. Without her passport, she was stranded in a foreign country. She told the website Global News that she initially tried calling the police.
But before anyone came to help, a member of the church called the authorities back to apologize. They claimed Cecilia's call was just a prank. Then the landline to her phone was cut, and her cell phone would not work.
Cecilia could feel the walls closing in around her. She fled outside as fast as she could. Several neighbors looked at her in confusion as she begged them for help. But before she could get too far, some members of the church caught up and dragged her back to a room in the commune.
Cecilia didn't know what to do. In a rage, she trashed the room they put her in. She was thousands of miles away from Seoul and unsure of how to get back there.
That night, she must have stayed up, wondering if she would ever get back to her normal life. By the time dawn arrived, she decided she needed to make another escape attempt.
So, wearing nothing but her pajamas and flip-flops, Cecilia made a break for it. She sprinted out of the commune and through the gate. She passed several members, but managed to outrun them.
Before anyone could stop her, she managed to wave down a passing police car. The officers promised to take her to the South Korean embassy, not too far away. Cecilia must have been relieved, but she wasn't out of the woods yet.
According to her, members of the church followed the police car at a distance. At the embassy, she was able to obtain a temporary passport and acquired a plane ticket back to South Korea. It was a relief, but she knew Grace Road members were still watching her every move.
Including her mother. A few days later, Eun-jae stopped her daughter at the airport. There was nothing she could do to keep Cecilia from boarding the plane, but that didn't stop her from belittling her daughter.
According to Cecilia, her mother started by claiming she was adopted, the first time she'd heard the shocking claim. From there, Eun-jae said something else that hit Cecilia like a ton of bricks.
Eun-jae had already sold everything they had back in South Korea. There was nothing left. Even worse, many of her relatives had decided to join the church as well. They'd also liquidated their assets.
That was the last time Cecilia spoke to her mother face to face. Eun-jae chose the church over her own daughter.
On December 17, 2014, Cecilia arrived back in South Korea and discovered that her mother had been telling the truth. She had to start over with nothing more than the clothes on her back.
Luckily, she still had friends she could rely on. They let her crash at their place until she could get back on her feet. She slowly started to put her life back together. One of her first moves was to get new copies of the official documents that had been stolen back in Fiji.
The process was complicated when Cecilia's aunt, a member of the church, filed a missing persons report for her. While the matter was resolved fairly quickly, it demonstrated the lengths her family was willing to go to harass enemies of the church.
With few options, Cecilia started a GoFundMe to ask for financial assistance. On the page, she laid out everything that had gone wrong for her at Grace Road Church and the troubles with her mother.
People were touched by her story. Many donated and left encouraging messages to show their support. Not everyone was so nice, however. After seeing her daughters cry for help, Eun-jae publicly posted a cruel message on the page. She called Cecilia a sinner who'd abandoned the church. As far as she was concerned, she no longer had a daughter.
It was tough to read. Cecilia told Global News in 2018 that it was something she had to deal with and move past. She missed her mother, but at the end of the day, she couldn't let Eun-jae's decisions negatively impact her life. In a later interview with the BBC, Cecilia said, "I'm very happy with where I am in life now. I still love my family, but as cold as this might sound, I can't really forgive them for what they've done. And after everything that's happened, I can never invite them back into my life."
Trying to move on from a toxic situation like that is never easy. Conventional wisdom may be to let go and cut ties with everyone involved. Of course, that's easier said than done. Leaving someone behind, especially a parent, can be difficult, but reasoning with them may be impossible. Sometimes trying to convince a person to leave a toxic environment can prompt what's called a self-sealing maneuver. This term is used to describe when people dig in their heels when confronted with information that contradicts their beliefs. Rather than change their minds, the confrontation makes them more fervent believers. They may have to realize the truth on their own terms for it to really stick.
It appears that Cecilia made the best decision she could. She looked out for her well-being first. It's like being on an airplane during an emergency. The safest option is to take care of yourself before you help the person next to you. If not, you both might be put in danger.
For their part, Grace Road Church denied many of Cecilia's claims to Global News. They insisted that whatever transpired between the mother and daughter was a personal matter.
According to them, Cecilia hadn't been held in Fiji against her will.
All Cecilia could do was hope that one day authorities would intervene.
And she likely wasn't the only one. In the years that followed, other people who had been to Grace Road's compound came forward to describe similar situations. They said they arrived in Fiji only to have their passports taken away from them.
Life was different for the locals neighboring the Grace Road commune, but just like everyone else, they felt the impact of the church on their community.
Because by early 2015, Grace Road's GR Group Corporation was working to expand its influence on the economy.
In the next phase of the church's development, officials wanted to expand their agricultural options from simple rice to include an assortment of vegetables and livestock. With this move, they were able to increase their market share in the region.
It also made them better prepared for the coming apocalypse. Though, to be clear, their media relations department never focused on the doomsday predictions.
Instead, the group often flouted their financial achievements. Some of these included helping to support local economic growth by offering jobs to local Fijians. According to a 2018 statement given to the Fiji Sun, the GR Group employed 220 locals to work the land. This was in addition to the approximately 250 South Koreans that had moved to Fiji to help the church's mission by that time.
With so many dedicated to the cause, business boomed. Soon enough, the compound was able to support 400 members of the church. And with such a large workforce, the GR Group could take on plenty of construction contracts. That brought church leaders closer with the government. The GR Group was even awarded a contract to work on the Prime Minister of Fiji's personal residence.
Later on, the company was given a business award from the Prime Minister. In 2016, the GR Group claimed to have leased more than 1,500 acres of land. They said they'd poured $10 million into the country. It was a far cry from their initial investment of $150,000.
But it wasn't all sunshine and daisies. According to someone interviewed for an Al Jazeera documentary, to acquire some of their land, the group made at least one promise they never fulfilled.
In an interview, one local man claimed the GR Group promised him they would build a school on a portion of the land they leased. As of 2019, no school had been built, and construction wasn't slated to start anytime soon.
By then, Grace Road Church had deep roots in the community. It would take a lot for the tides to turn against Reverend Akju. But then, she had a lot to answer for.
Coming up, Akju Shin is apprehended. Now back to the story.
In 2018, it looked like the Grace Road Church and their business, the GR Group, were thriving. They'd moved approximately 400 members from South Korea to Fiji and made tremendous strides developing real estate and starting businesses there.
In the 4 years since arriving in the island nation, they'd even made inroads into the country's capital city, but it wasn't by building a series of churches. Instead, Reverend Akju's ambitions seemed to lay primarily in strip malls.
The GR Group opened several businesses to cater to the local community. A pizza place and a noodle shop were just the beginning. At one point, they had over a dozen locations and 9 different restaurants on the island. They even opened up their own dental practice.
But while Grace Road acted like they only wanted to serve the needs of the locals, that may not have been their only goal.
In one of Akju's sermons featured in the documentary by Al Jazeera as an alleged leaked video, she purportedly revealed her master plan for Fiji. According to the documentary's translation of the clip, Akju said, "We will rule, govern, and conquer." Not only that, but she also appeared to speak disparagingly of Fijians, making xenophobic remarks about their lack of intelligence.
The footage of this sermon appeared to show that Grace Road, under the control of Okju, planned to infiltrate the country's politics, but the church pushed back on the news report.
In response to the video, Grace Road claimed the original clip was, quote, intentionally edited and they had cut out the entire context. The church also claimed the translation was incorrect and that Okju had no malicious intent when she gave the sermon. She only wanted to help those in the community.
The Fijian government declined to comment on the documentary, citing ongoing investigations and their inability to comment on clips that were said in the Korean language. Also, according to the country's constitution, no one could run for public office unless they were a citizen. So while the documentary expose about the Grace Road community may have concerned onlookers, the government didn't seem in a place to intervene.
Locals who actually worked with the GR group weren't so complacent, however. In the Al Jazeera documentary, several laborers complained about the conditions they said they had to endure.
One laborer claimed members of the church were also treated harshly. He said he saw church members being hit by their supervisors.
And while the locals were at least paid for their labor, things for them weren't much better. One worker interviewed in the documentary was left permanently injured on a GR group construction project after falling off some scaffolding and breaking his leg. Initially, the group paid for his leave and medical care.
Things were fine at first, but the recovery process was lengthy. Doctors told him it would take 2 years. After only 4 months, the group told the injured employee to go back to work, despite the fact that he wasn't cleared by a doctor. Apparently, Grace Road handed him a medical certificate that said he was fine, even though he still had a visible limp.
When he returned to work, the pain in his leg was severe. He was fired by the company. Now that he has a permanent limp, it has been hard for him to find new employment.
Despite these accusations of misconduct, the Fijian government appeared unwilling to take any action against Grace Road Church. They did not respond to requests from the Al Jazeera documentary team for a statement. But in 2018, officials back in South Korea turned their attention to Reverend Okju Shin.
By that point, they'd received several complaints from former members of the church about their passports being confiscated.
From there, South Korean authorities built their case and waited for the right opportunity to make a move against Okju. They needed to find a public place where she couldn't hide behind her followers.
In July of 2018, their moment finally came. That month, South Korean law enforcement apprehended Okju at an airport in Seoul. She was charged with violence, abuse, and fraud.
After the arrest, her son, Daniel Kim, who was president of the Grace Road Company, made statements to the press defending his mother. Meanwhile, Okju maintained her position as the spiritual leader from prison.
And while she claimed she was innocent, the evidence against her spoke volumes.
Video clips from past services showed the church's disturbing threshing practices. It wasn't pretty.
And the Grace Road Church acted fast after Okju's arrest. They immediately made it clear in statements that they felt the Reverend was being falsely imprisoned. They denied the government's claims, despite the evidence.
Then, a month after Okju's capture, the Fijian government finally took action. Along with South Korean authorities and Interpol, they raided the Grace Road compound. Several people were detained, including Daniel Kim, and members of the church were interviewed.
Ultimately, however, nothing came of that investigation. The church leaders were released after a few days, and no charges were ever filed.
That didn't mean Okju was off the hook, though. By the fall of 2018, while she awaited trial in South Korea, several former members of the church sought to sway the court of public opinion. They submitted video captured in the church to media outlets.
It was a supercut of footage that featured parishioners being hit by Okju and other church leaders. The clips were difficult to watch at times, but clearly showed what went on during some of Okju's services.
The church, on the other hand, cast the clips in a completely different light. They saw the supercut of footage as a hit piece that misconstrued the truth. In response, they shared longer versions of Okju's sermons with CNN. Their only condition was that the footage not be released online.
Because of that, we don't know what the new videos included. CNN reported that the footage, quote, shows the threshing as part of Shin's sermons. The parishioners do not appear to be hit against their will, but the incidents are physical, at times violent, and hard to watch.
When it came to the threshing, the church never claimed the physical altercations didn't happen. Instead, they argued the practice wasn't abuse because members attended the church of their own free will and consented to the threshing.
According to Grace Road, its members should have known what they were getting into. Leaders admitted that the threshing might look extreme, but it was simply a custom at their church, one that each of the members knew about when they showed up to services.
To some, that might sound like victim blaming, but the church viewed it as a justification of their practices. And logic like that is nothing new for groups like Grace Road Church. As for the churchgoers themselves, some members may have actually viewed the threshing as beneficial. It's not unheard of for survivors to rationalize abuse in order to cope with the experience.
Overall, it was clear that the church wasn't rethinking its behavior in light of the charges against Reverend Akju. In a lengthy statement that stretched over 150 pages long and can be downloaded from the group's website, Grace Road further justified their actions. This time, they relied on Akju's unique interpretation of the Bible to back up her conduct.
In this statement, the church said they viewed the Reverend as an angel referenced in the book of Revelation. This, they argued, meant everything she did was divinely ordained.
She, along with the rest of the congregation, walked the true path of Christianity. Grace Road believed that most of the world had things backward. The church could never be wrong, but everyone else was.
It's unclear how many people read the church's lengthy PDF, but clearly the church's response was a mixed bag. For those critical of the church, it didn't provide much reason to doubt the allegations. Yet it seemed that no matter what, Grace Road wouldn't change its teachings or soften their message.
The critics did at least earn some vindication in 2019, when Akju's case was finally resolved in court. To the dismay of her followers, she was sentenced to 6 years in prison for child abuse, fraud, and violence.
That didn't mean Grace Road was done for, though. The church and its businesses continued operating without any problem while she was in prison. Their restaurant network in Fiji was so extensive that it had become ingrained in many people's routines. Even if someone disagreed with the church's actions as a whole, they might not have wanted its businesses to fail.
The group had done a fantastic job of using the GR group to transform the church's reputation in Fiji. The group's 400 members weren't going anywhere. They simply brought too much to the community.
Today, Akju remains in prison while her hundreds of followers desperately await her release. Her son, Daniel, and other pastors from the church have stepped up in her absence. They continue posting videos to the group's YouTube page and uploading podcasts.
The church has even tried using the COVID pandemic to prove Akju's innocence. On their Facebook page, they published a post wondering if the pandemic was God's judgment for Akju's arrest.
It seems members went back to the well once more to find answers in Akju's biblical interpretations. As usual, they clung to anything they could to reinforce their existing beliefs.
In the end, Akju Shin's story is complex. She completely reinvented herself after suffering emotional and physical abuse at the hands of her husband. But from there, she became an abuser herself.
The spark of belief that once gave Akju hope turned into a blazing inferno with time, one that blinded her to the dangerous consequences of her actions. Thanks again for tuning in to Cults. We'll be back next Tuesday with a new episode.
You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Cults is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max and Ron Cutler. Sound designed by Michael Motion, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Katovich. This episode of Cults was written by Robert Tyler Walker, with writing assistance by Tara Wells, fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Brian Petrus. Cult stars Greg Polson and Vanessa Richardson. Due to the graphic nature of this cult's crimes, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of sexual abuse and suicide. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
On September 9th, 1999, Australian police officers swarmed the small town of Helidon. They'd been there for 2 days, ordered to watch the property of Deborah Gajleski around the clock.
The 46-year-old leader of the Magnificat Meal Movement religious group had long claimed that she saw apparitions of Jesus and the Virgin Mary.
But recently, one of her visions was so dark it had sparked a panic in the community. She'd seen her own body dragged from a building, tied to sticks, and set ablaze by a priest. She'd even told some followers that September 9th, 1999 was the day she would die.
Rumors of an imminent mass suicide in the community spread like wildfire, sparking comparisons to Waco and Jonestown. No one knew what was really happening in Helidon, but people talked anyway.
Journalists and TV crews closed in on a single corner of the private property, hoping to get an inside look, but it was easier said than done.
No one would be able to capture what was going on behind the closed doors. Whatever it was, Deborah Gajleski didn't want the public to know. Hi, I'm Greg Polson.
And I'm Vanessa Richardson.
And this is Cults, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we look at a cult's practices, their leader, and their followers. You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This week, we're tracking the rise of Australian-born religious leader Deborah Gajleski. Through her Magnificat Meal Movement, she allegedly collected millions of dollars from her followers in the 1990s and 2000s.
In this episode, we'll explore how Deborah got her start, spreading news of her divine visions in Catholic parishes across Australia. In time, she would devote herself to finding a promised land for her congregation and monopolize an entire town in the process.
Next week, we'll follow Deborah's inevitable fallout with the Catholic Church and her efforts to escape the law.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
Looking at the empire Deborah Gajleski eventually built for herself, it's easy to assume she was brilliant, persuasive, or strategic. Amassing a following of hundreds or thousands is no small feat.
And it's possible Deborah was all of those things. But when it comes down to it, the Magnificat Meal Movement's success was really about timing. When Deborah founded her group in the 1990s, the Catholic Church's credibility was under fire.
Across the US, England, and Australia, Catholics were questioning their faith, and Deborah saw that as an opportunity. Here was a group of people who wanted something to believe in, someone they could trust. Deborah wanted to be that person.
Born in Melbourne, Australia on June 17, 1953, Deborah Gajleski was the eldest of 4 girls in a middle-class Catholic family.
Sunday Mass was an inevitable weekly affair, as it was for many people in their community. Deborah's father even helped build the local church.
But though she was raised to be devout, Deborah's faith, like that of many others, may have been challenged in the 1960s. It was a time of great change for the Catholic Church. Between 1962 and 1965, Pope John Paul XXIII held a series of meetings with higher-ups among the clergy to revise official church doctrine. These gatherings were known as the Second Vatican Council.
The Pope felt that the Church needed to update its practices to accommodate a new generation of believers, but the changes weren't always welcomed by conservative Catholics.
Vanessa is going to take over on the psychology here and throughout the episode. Please note, Vanessa is not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist, but we have done a lot of research for this show.
Thanks, Greg. According to researchers Janet Call and Bernard Doherty, some Catholics reacted to the Second Vatican Council by calling for a return to tradition in the Church. They saw their faith as something stable, eternal even. It wasn't supposed to change. Call and Doherty wrote, "Many self-identifying conservative Catholics, both within and outside the Church, have also blamed Vatican II for the incursion of various liberal attitudes into the Church, especially in terms of the morality of priests."
Deborah grew up right in the midst of this turmoil, and though she continued to identify as Catholic, she must have been aware of the changing tide. It may have even inspired her to get more involved in the Church herself.
By the early 1980s, Deborah and her husband, Gordon Gaileski, had moved to Melbourne. There, Deborah found work at St. Bernadette's School as acting principal, and in her mind, she was the best thing that ever happened to the students.
According to Deborah, while she was in charge, vandalism, delinquency, and absenteeism dropped as the Holy Spirit breathed fire into the school.
It was a bold statement for her to imply she was responsible for divine intervention at an elementary school. While the Catholic Church does believe in miracles, it sees them as works of God, either directly or through saints. Deborah was no saint, but she did have great timing.
Because around this time, there was an influx of people claiming to feel the Holy Spirit. In 1981, a group of children in the town of Medjugorje in Bosnia-Herzegovina saw a luminous woman with a child in her arms at the top of a hill. Without asking, they immediately knew it was the Blessed Mother, the Virgin Mary.
In the days that followed, Mary revealed important messages to the children. Soon, droves of people went to the same spot, hoping Mary would appear to them too. After that, a statue of her was erected in the town. Christians treated the hilltop like a holy site, making pilgrimages to see it in person.
The trek ignited a new kind of religious passion for Catholics. It brought miracles to average people. Some pilgrims claimed that their terminal illnesses were healed after visiting the holy site.
Deborah was likely swept up in the sudden public interest in mysticism. Perhaps she thought that the Catholic Church needed a female leader praising a sacred woman to bring them into the new decade. In the market of belief systems, the Blessed Mother was in high demand, and Deborah wanted a piece of the pie, so she tried to create her own religious group.
She claimed the organization was created in collaboration with St. Bernadette's parish priest, Father Eaton. But it's more likely that she only briefly consulted Father Eaton about her ideas, then exaggerated his actual support. After all, Father Eaton was an important figure in the community. His approval would make Deborah's group seem more legitimate to potential recruits.
Deborah was leveraging tactics that psychologist Herbert Kellman describes in his social influence theory. His research investigated the factors that cause conformity in people. He wrote that this happens through compliance, identification, and internalization. Through these 3 steps, it becomes easy for the average person to accept a set of rules or ideas if they're influenced by someone they identify with and believe to be credible. This influencer often supports ideologies people already subscribe to, like a particular legal system or a religion.
Deborah wanted to borrow some of Father Eaton's credibility so that other people would find her visions more convincing. Not only did she claim that she had the Father's support, she also started telling people she had a special spiritual relationship with the priest.
Father Eaton denied this, and it doesn't seem like Deborah's group gained any traction. Soon, she moved on from St. Bernadette's.
Instead of looking for another principal job, she and her husband tried their hand at real estate, but they weren't cut out for the industry. By the early 1990s, the two were nearly bankrupt. In desperation, Deborah turned to a prayer group at Our Lady Help of Christians in Brunswick, a suburb of Melbourne.
Also around this time, she became interested in charismatic Catholic practices like spiritual healing and visions. She became fascinated by the pilgrimage site at Medjugorje.
There was just one problem. At her new church, Deborah couldn't rely on a priest to validate her authority like she had with Father Eaton. She needed endorsement from a much higher source. She needed to go all the way up to the heavens.
Deborah started claiming to be like a prophet. She says she was receiving messages and visions directly from Jesus and the Virgin Mary. We don't know exactly what these figures told her, but Deborah insisted she had regular interactions with the divine.
Convinced of her holiness and her connection with the Virgin Mary, she decided to formally name her teachings. She started to call her group the Magnificat Meal Movement, or Triple M. Typically, Deborah has claimed she thought of the name herself, but at least one person close to the matter credited another parishioner named Donna Hoy with the title.
Either way, the term meal referred to the Eucharist. In Catholicism, this tradition honors the transformation of bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ through the blessing of a priest. When Catholics eat these sacraments, they believe they're acknowledging that Jesus Christ sacrificed himself for the sins of the world.
In Deborah's group, however, there was a strong focus on the Virgin Mary. At one point, Triple M claimed Mary should be celebrated as co-redeemer of the world, basically on par with Jesus Christ. While the Catholic Church does revere Mary, she's not considered a god. Deborah's group blurred the distinction.
The rest of Magnificat meal movement is a little easier to grasp. Magnificat is Latin for magnifies, and to the Catholic Church, it means my soul magnifies the Lord, as the Virgin Mary's did. It is also the name of a well-known Catholic prayer, sometimes called the Prayer of Mary.
Once she had her movement, Deborah was off to the races. She started recruiting parishioners at Our Lady Help of Christians, spouting her own interpretations of the Bible and its teachings.
That didn't go over too well with the parish priest, Father Vic Ferrugia. Deborah's sermons veered on blasphemous. More than that, Father Vic noted that her constant visions were becoming phantasmagorical. He urged Deborah to disband her movement.
But she was just starting to gain followers. In her mind, stopping wasn't an option. If Father Vic wouldn't support her, she'd make him irrelevant.
One report claims Deborah wanted to wage war with the priest, but she didn't actually have much ammunition. Her battle tactics were petty and passive-aggressive instead.
Probably because she was such an active member of the church, Deborah helped organize mass services there. It was a job with a relatively small amount of authority, but it seemed that she leveraged it as much as possible to hit back at Father Vic.
Suddenly, he was excluded from some of the services. Other priests were assigned to lead them instead. She did everything she could to reduce his reach from the pulpit.
But Father Vic ran the show there, not Deborah. In response to her meddling, he simply swept her aside and put someone else in charge of planning services.
Deborah was irate. According to another member of the parish, during a mass led by Father Vic, she allegedly stood up and mimicked his words and gestures like a child in an attempt to humiliate him.
Then she walked down the center aisle of the sanctuary, punching the air and announcing, "I've won the battle, I've won the battle."
It may have been her last mass at Our Lady Help of Christians. She soon left the parish, but she would soon set her sights on a new one.
Coming up, the Magnificat meal movement takes on a life of its own.
What could be more shocking than uncovering the deep, dark secrets behind history's biggest stories? Realizing that everything you thought was true was a lie. Hi, it's Carter from the podcast series Conspiracy Theories. Every Monday and Wednesday, take a closer look at the blurred line between fact and fiction and discover that there may be more to the so-called truth than you think. From the government's link to Bigfoot and the otherworldly secrets of the Vatican, to the Grateful Dead's role in the spread of LSD, and more. On Conspiracy Theories, we leave no stone unturned and no skeptic unheard. Some may just be outlandish claims. Others may make you rethink everything. Follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Conspiracy Theories. Listen free only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
By 1992, 39-year-old Deborah Gajleski was dedicated to making her Magnificat meal movement a success. She started hosting regular Triple M meetings to communicate with her followers.
She'd managed to win over several families before she was pushed out by the head priest at Our Lady Help of Christians Church, but she craved more.
If she really wanted to solidify her position as a divine prophet, what she really needed was a more compliant priest.
She seemed to find one in Father Thomas de Souza of the Salesian congregation. Deborah claims he had a strong hand in her early movement, acting as her spiritual director for 3 years and writing the introductions to some of her books.
But de Souza says that's a total exaggeration. He had a friendly association with Deborah and attended several of her Triple M meetings, but never accepted her claims about divine visions.
That didn't matter to Deborah. She used de Souza's name anyway, forging his endorsement in Triple M promotional materials. She was never afraid to take a little creative license.
Even in her spiritual diaries, she wrote several with the intention of publishing them as religious texts for her devotees, revealing many of her visions and divine messages inside. Essentially, they amounted to a first-hand account of her journey as a divine prophet. But people who know Deborah find some of it to be exaggerated. One diary even mentions that she saw angels as early as her childhood, an assertion her father found hard to believe.
But back in the early 90s, he wasn't around to call her out, and no one else really did either. It's likely that most of the folks in Deborah's life didn't know much about her past. This left her free to make things up as she went along.
By 1993, Deborah decided she'd gotten all she could out of Father D'Souza and his flock. She and her husband Gordon moved to Toowoomba, Queensland.
There, she quickly got to work, spreading her prophecies and hosting regular prayer services at her home. Her popularity grew by word of mouth.
She also visited parishes across Toowoomba, making sure everyone knew her face. Her movement started to pick up steam. Then, on June 17, 1993, her 40th birthday, she reported a new vision.
She claimed the Lord appeared to her and gave her an image of the Virgin Mary to be copied and circulated throughout the world. This would apparently lead to many conversions and healings.
Deborah eagerly produced an illustration of what she'd been shown. The result was strange, to say the least. The finished product looked a lot like Deborah's own face had been plastered on the Virgin Mary's body. Her entire movement was centered around devotion to the Holy Mother. Now it was as if Deborah Gillespie and the Virgin Mary were one and the same.
Yet her followers didn't seem to object to the image. They'd come to like and trust Deborah. There's something so inviting about her. She was joyful on the pulpit and smiled constantly. To them, she was almost a vision of the Holy Mother.
This way of thinking is a prime example of the halo effect, a form of cognitive bias. We've talked about this in previous episodes, but as a refresher, when someone has one really obvious positive trait, it's easier to assume that they have lots of positive traits. In short, Deborah just seemed like a good, happy person in general. So people thought maybe she was also divine.
This was a key moment in Deborah's movement. Up to that point, she presented herself as a Catholic leader, endorsed by at least one priest. Triple M was cast as a group within Catholicism, still faithfully rooted in the tenets of the Church.
However, grafting her face onto the Virgin Mary's body was clearly crossing a line. It was the first step in Deborah making the movement her own religion, where she was the sole authority, and there were more to follow.
As her ranks started to swell, Deborah slowly introduced new practices for her members to follow. One of them mashed together Catholic traditions of fasting with Jewish traditions of Passover.
Traditionally, Passover commemorates the Jewish people's freedom from slavery in Egypt. Some foods are avoided, like leavened bread. Others are specifically served during the holiday, each representing an important part of the Exodus.
One of them is Harassment, a mixture of chopped fruit, nuts, and wine. Typically, the sweet paste represents the mortar used on the bricks that Jews laid for the Pharaoh before their liberation. Deborah incorporated the food into her new sacred dish, which she called Karoset. It was her own recipe that added pita bread, which would not be allowed in a Passover meal.
As a part of her new religious practice, Deborah and her followers would spend the day fasting, then indulge in Karoset. She had created a new food-centered tradition that departed from Catholic teachings.
Eventually, Deborah started saying that she fasted year-round. She only ate the Eucharist, except on the 33 days a year when God allowed her to return to a normal diet.
To her followers, it made her seem pious and disciplined. Here was a woman so full from the body of Christ that she was able to live without proper nourishment.
What they didn't see were the snacks hidden beneath her cupboard. She wasn't really fasting like she claimed. And when she was confronted about her fasting by journalists a few years later, Deborah denied it. She told the Sydney Morning Herald, "I eat every day of the week, like everybody else."
Still, claims like this brought in several hundred followers to the Triple M movement. And as the numbers rose, Deborah no longer had to hop from parish to parish or host gatherings at her home. Not long after moving to Toowoomba, she settled down at a local church called Holy Name, and led a weekly devotional service.
It was a feeding ground for her movement. Here, Catholics outside of Triple M could learn more about her mission, surrounded by her loyal followers in the audience.
Given what we know about Deborah's later actions, it's likely that she collected donations during her events at Holy Name. If that is the case, then no one knew exactly how much money she was bringing in, but it was likely a sizable amount.
And Deborah also made it a point to form ties with the church's leading priest, Father Tom Keegan, possibly to keep him from asking too many questions.
Thanks to her influence, mass attendance skyrocketed, especially on the first Saturday of every month, which Deborah emphasized as a crucial time for devotions.
After service, she would lead a group of her followers from the church up a hill called Tabletop, where she had erected a cross.
As scholar Mike Gard points out, it was essentially a condensed version of the Medjugorje pilgrimage, which we mentioned earlier. Like she'd done with the Koroset, Deborah transformed an established religious idea to suit her needs.
And she continued tacking on new traditions and practices like this as her movement grew. Each one was reportedly a direction from the divine, and every parish that hosted her was a gift from God, for a time.
But Deborah couldn't sustain her relationships with Holy Name Parish nor Father Tom Keegan.
According to one report, when the priest asked her to be transparent about the donations she was collecting in his church, Deborah refused, which may have been an indication of just how much money she was raking in.
By the end of 1995, she decided she'd recruited everyone from the Holy Name Parish who would join her movement. Toowoomba itself became old territory to her. She'd already conquered it. She wanted new markets.
And this time, she wasn't keeping the Triple M contained to Australia. Perhaps she thought it was time to go global.
Coming up, Deborah makes her group international and seeks out a promised land. Now back to the story.
By the mid-1990s, Deborah Gajlewski had amassed an estimated 400 followers in Australia. Now she was ready to bring her Magnificat meal movement overseas.
In spring of 1995, she scheduled a trip to Ireland. Not only was it home to a huge population of Catholics, but they loved the Virgin Mary there. Deborah was able to connect with a specific group of believers who were as enamored with Medjugorje as she was.
And once again, she had great timing. The authority of the Catholic Church was facing major criticism in Ireland. A man had come forward, claiming to be a survivor of child sex abuse by a priest. He would be the first of many. As the Irish press covered his case, Deborah had the perfect chance to swoop in and offer an alternative.
Throughout 1995, Deborah traveled from parish to parish in Ireland, hosting events, and she wasn't above using a little manipulation to create a memorable entrance. According to one attendee, she made the congregation wait for nearly an hour before arriving late.
When she finally took the stage, the audience roared, satisfied and relieved after the long delay.
It was an effective strategy. According to author and science writer Deborah Halber, anticipation of a reward signals the release of the brain's dopamine, a happy neurochemical. Just being made to wait for something can make us feel more positive when it finally arrives.
And that wasn't all. After at least one of her speeches, Deborah invited members of the crowd to share a meal with her, a rare event for a woman that claimed to fast year-round. Attendees happily sat down to eat with the religious leader before they'd even fully accepted Triple M's beliefs.
If the audience members were skeptical after her speeches, the dinner was the perfect chance to win them. The events allowed her to look potential followers in the eye and have a meaningful conversation with them.
Though her antics didn't convince everyone, her trip to Ireland was an overall success. It brought a surge of new devotees to the Triple M.
Confidence bolstered and pockets flush with donations, Deborah returned home to Australia and focused on fulfilling one of her divine messages. She moved to the small town of Helidon to build a headquarters for her movement.
She wanted all of her followers to move to the town and take it over. The whole place would be centered around Triple M and Deborah.
By December of 1995, two of the families in her group purchased an abandoned Catholic school building called Mary's Mount, situated behind a Catholic church. Deborah moved in at the end of the year. The parish and its guiding priest couldn't have foreseen what was coming.
Over the next 3 years, Triple M followers migrated to Helidon in droves. Between 40 and 50 families moved to the area, while others simply visited as a sort of pilgrimage, similar to Medjugorje. Busloads packed with people made the long trek.
Except instead of traveling to the sacred site where the Blessed Virgin had appeared, they were traveling to see Deborah. People came from all over the world to hear her speak.
Members of the Triple M built a sacred shrine dedicated to the Virgin Mary. Deborah led her followers there every first Saturday after their Mass. It was one of the places where Deborah claimed to have her visions. For many, the spot felt powerful.
One former follower remarked, "I have been to many of Our Lady's shrines, Lourdes 3 times, Knock many times, Guadalupe several times, Medjugorje 6 times, and have received many wonderful graces at these places. But I can say with absolute conviction that the Marian shrine where I have most intensely experienced God's presence and loving embrace is Helidon on each of my 6 visits."
This experience wasn't unique. Lots of people felt they were experiencing miracles in Helidon that hadn't been seen since biblical times. Their faith had been reawakened by Deborah's visions. Some thought they were just as much a part of Jesus' story as those written about in the New Testament.
But life was not a God dream for everyone.
When she wasn't sermonizing, Deborah and her husband put their past real estate experience to good use, encouraging their followers to buy most of the houses and many commercial properties in town. They also asked the devotees to give the Magnificat Meal movement part ownership of these buildings. Deborah said that was God's will. She claimed that Jesus and the Virgin Mary specifically chose each property for Triple M followers and guided Deborah to create each real estate contract.
Once the town was infiltrated by the Triple M, the Helidon locals either converted, left, or faced discrimination. For business owners who did stick around, but resisted joining up with Deborah and her followers, profits dropped.
One shopkeeper was selling a particular pornographic magazine that Deborah didn't approve of, so members of the Triple M weren't allowed to buy anything from his store.
And her control didn't stop there. When folks wanted to start a new business in town, they had to bring the idea to her first, even if they weren't part of her group. Only her faithful followers were allowed to put up signs that identified their affiliation with the Triple M community. Those were the most frequented spots in town.
Apparently, because of this system, some businesses stayed empty, even when people wanted to rent them. This was all part of Deborah's monopoly, her golden city, her empire.
But her influence wasn't completely unchecked.
In 1996, the Magnificat Meal movement was challenged by Bishop William Morris of Toowoomba.
He issued a public statement that the Triple M was a private movement sponsored and founded by Deborah Gajleski. In other words, she was not endorsed by the Catholic Church. That might not seem like a very dramatic statement, but it was somewhat unique.
Despite her contentious past with several priests, no Catholic authority had publicly proclaimed that Deborah's teachings were contrary to those of the Church, or that she wasn't allowed to spread her message. That was until Bishop Morris.
The potential backlash probably worried her. She was still selling the Triple M as a movement within Catholicism. A lot of her followers may have considered themselves devout Catholics first. They might not actually abandon their Catholic faith to follow her.
So Deborah labeled Bishop Morris as a detractor. In the meantime, she dangled a carrot to keep her followers committed, a new revelation. Apparently, God told Deborah that Helidon was the New Jerusalem and ordered the construction of a basilica.
A basilica is typically a large church building designated by the Pope and used for Mass in addition to ceremonious events. Some of the world's basilicas serve as pilgrimage sites, bringing in millions of visitors per year. Perhaps Deborah thought that a basilica in Helidon would prove that the Magnificat Meal movement belonged to the Catholic tradition.
But from a purely logistical standpoint, it would take years to bring to reality. The planning and expertise were completely beyond Deborah's scope.
Still, when she made the announcement, her followers were thrilled. They imagined a new place of worship that would grow the movement even further.
So when Deborah had told them the project would cost a whopping $40 million, they happily handed over their money. One couple alone donated 100,000 Australian dollars toward the basilica. Deborah was making money hand over fist.
By this point, she'd reportedly amassed 38,000 followers worldwide. However, that number was provided by Ray Burke, one of the Triple M's most devout members, so it's likely he exaggerated.
But it wasn't beyond the scope of imagination that Deborah's movement had reached the thousands. The Triple M had grown to an empire. She and her husband owned at least 11 properties in Helidon, some of which were businesses run by her followers.
Deborah had practically claimed ownership of an entire town. She felt like she was in control of everything, especially her followers.
She began to call her acolytes slaves of the Eucharist, or slaves for short. They dressed in monochrome blue or red outfits, like nuns.
In addition, she decided that all slaves needed to live apart, with married couples separated by gender. This near celibacy put a strain on relationships, but the members followed whatever Deborah's visions said because they thought the Virgin Mary would bestow blessings upon them.
To outsiders, it seemed like Deborah's followers lost a piece of themselves in Triple M. The local priest, Father John Ryan, reported that her followers did not think anymore. Their personalities had become cramped, and many were not physically well.
Still, most of her followers were fully invested by that point.
They had built lives in Helidon and believed it to be a holy place. Deborah may have been a bit much sometimes, but she was still their connection to the divine.
Her behavior may have even caused some of her devotees to develop an insecure attachment to her. According to social psychologist Alexandra Stein, when we're frightened, we don't simply run away from the fear, but to a safe haven, to someone. But when the supposed safe haven is also the source of the fear, then running to that person is a failing strategy, causing the frightened person to freeze, trapped between approach and avoidance.
Several of Deborah's followers reported experiences like this. Researcher Mike Gard, who wrote a comprehensive study of the Triple M, explains, "My interviews with ex-members indicate that they were so affected they did not even want to give their names. I came away from conversations feeling as if the core of their being had somehow been violated."
In an episode of Current Affair by the Daily Mail, one former member claims she was brainwashed.
Though her movement had been slowly diverging from Catholic tradition, Deborah still wanted official recognition from the church. She hoped mystical researcher René Laurentin could help.
René Laurentin was a priest and French theologian who spent his life studying apparitions of the Virgin Mary. At the end of 1996, 43-year-old Deborah convinced him to visit Helidon. She may have wanted him to evaluate her claims and prove once and for all that her Magnificat meal movement was not Catholic heresy.
Deborah had no doubt she'd be able to convince Laurentin of her legitimacy. No one could refute the feelings of divine joy they felt in Helidon.
But she would soon learn that he wasn't the senile pushover she expected.
Thanks again for tuning into Cults. We'll be back next Tuesday with part 2 of Deborah Gajleski and the Magnificat meal movement, as mass suicide rumors spread and Deborah gets involved in multi-level marketing.
You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Cults is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound designed by Michael Motion, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Kitovich. This episode of Cults was written by Lauren DeLille, with writing assistance by Terrell Wells and Abigail Cannon, fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Brian Petrus and Chelsea Wood. Cults stars Greg Poulsen and Vanessa Richardson.
Due to the graphic nature of this cult's crimes, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of domestic abuse and suicide. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
In 2007, Deborah Gaileski was a prophet on the run. But unlike the biblical exodus of the Israelites, the 54-year-old didn't have to wade barefoot through scalding desert sands.
Instead, she sat in the first-class section of a commercial flight. According to a former member, Deborah claimed to pray better up front, where she had more legroom. And Deborah had a lot to pray about.
She was facing harsh criticism for her Magnificat meal movement. That was the reason she was fleeing to Vanuatu, an island off the coast of Australia. There she hoped to finally be free from religious persecution.
But Deborah was running from more than just her critics. Several months earlier, the Australian government slapped her with a bill for unpaid taxes for 5.5 million Australian dollars.
Deborah only knew one thing. She wouldn't be footing that bill.
Hi, I'm Greg Polson.
And I'm Vanessa Richardson.
And this is Cults, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we look at a cult's practices, their leader, and their followers. You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This is our second episode on Deborah Gaileski's Magnificat Meal Movement, a Christian group that won over thousands of followers in Australia during the 1990s.
Last week, we learned how Deborah poached members from various Catholic parishes by convincing them she was a prophet.
Today, we'll track her down. Her increasingly bold claims destroy her religious reputation. We'll also examine the series of schemes she pulled to maintain her jet-setting lifestyle.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
Most of us played pretend when we were kids, whether we imagined ourselves as superheroes saving the world or masqueraded as our favorite Disney princesses. It was fun to imagine being someone else, someone special.
Once we become adults, most of us leave make-believe behind, because we're old enough to understand that pretending to be someone you're not is just lying.
Yet Deborah Gaileski built an entire movement by claiming to be a prophet. She told her followers she regularly spoke with Jesus and the Virgin Mary, and that angels had appeared to her since she was a little girl.
We don't know how much Deborah herself believed these claims. Maybe she convinced herself they were true. Other people certainly believed her. And once they started flocking to her Magnificat meal movement, truth and fantasy blended together. But not everyone was so willing to believe it.
When Deborah and her followers first settled in the town of Helid in Australia, Bishop Morris didn't think much about them. By their own account, they were a Catholic organization, so he allowed them to operate in his diocese, even though Deborah's reports of divine visions concerned him.
But eventually, the number of Triple M followers in Helidin grew into the hundreds. Deborah claimed the town as her own, and her divine messages grew more outlandish. Bishop Morris had to do something.
He appeared on ABC Radio's National Religion Today program and warned fellow Catholics Triple M may not be authentic. For anyone thinking about joining the movement, wait until the Catholic Church offers their approval.
If any of Deborah's followers tuned into the broadcast, they might have been confused by his remarks. Triple M was presented as an offshoot of Catholicism, an extension of existing dogma. Some of the marketing materials even claimed Deborah's message had been endorsed by a priest, Father Thomas de Souza.
But as we mentioned in our last episode, that was a lie. Even before the move to Helidon, a handful of other parish priests had expressed concerns about Deborah. Bishop Morris was only her latest critic.
As gossip about Triple M spread, Deborah knew she needed to reassure her followers. She insisted they were still in line with the Catholic Church, no matter what Bishop Morris said. But she needed someone with more clout than the bishop to endorse her movement. Someone like René Laurentin.
Laurentin was a French priest and theologian and a leading expert in Mariology. He'd spent his life investigating apparitions of the Virgin Mary and claims of the divine. If he signed off on Triple M, it would cement Deborah's position as a prophet.
Vanessa is going to take over on the psychology here and throughout the episode. Please note, Vanessa is not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist, but we have done a lot of research for this show.
Thanks, Greg. By bringing in Laurentin, Deborah leveraged something called authority bias. When someone is seen as an authority figure, we tend to believe their opinions more readily, and they can have a greater influence over us. Now, Bishop Morris was certainly an authority figure in the Catholic Church, and since many of Deborah's followers considered themselves Catholic, it's likely they took his criticism of Triple M seriously. However, René Laurental was the authority on the Virgin Mary, the very core of Deborah's movement, so she hoped his opinion would hold more weight than any of her detractors. Laurental would know better than them.
When the theologian came to Helidon in 1996, he was just visiting. But Deborah sold it as much more than that to her followers. She claimed he'd been sent by the Vatican to officially investigate her holy visions. Before he could make any kind of statement about Triple M, Deborah pushed the idea that his presence alone made her legitimate.
And it probably wasn't a hard sell. Laurental was in his late 70s and didn't speak fluent English. He likely wasn't aware of her agenda as she walked him around Helidon, presenting him to her followers.
And it set the stage for her next spectacular vision.
At the end of 1996, Jesus himself came to Deborah and said, "My mother, as co-redemptrix, mediatrix, and advocate, is the queen of this battle to save Christianity."
Basically, according to Deborah's vision, the Virgin Mary was essential for the redemption of humanity. It put her on the same level as the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
But according to the Vatican, Mary should be thought of as a cooperator in redemption. In their eyes, she had facilitated Christ's work by bringing him into the world and acts as a mediator between humanity and God. But she was not a redeemer herself.
So when Bishop Morris caught wind of Deborah's latest prophecy, he was aghast. It was heresy, and he couldn't let it go unchecked. In early 1997, he alerted the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith in Rome.
They were likely alarmed by the report, but needed more information. They wanted Bishop Morris to investigate Triple M further before they outright denounced the movement.
In the meantime, the local priest, Father Ryan, also spoke out against Deborah's new vision. He was concerned Triple M was leading followers further away from traditional Catholicism.
Father Ryan had developed personal relationships with several of the Triple M members living nearby. They trusted him, so his disapproval hit home, probably even more than Bishop Morris's. Doubt crept back into the group.
When Deborah had faced criticism in the past, she just moved towns and switched to another parish. But she couldn't do that now. She built her promised land in Helidon. All of her followers were there. Unwilling to give all that up, Deborah decided to stay and weather the storm.
She first tried to tamp down on Father Ryan's influence by warning her followers not to step foot inside his parish. All future Triple M activities would be hosted at their private gathering space, which she called the Shrine of Mary.
Throughout 1997, the gulf between the Triple M and their former parish only grew. By fall of 1998, Bishop Morris sent a letter to all the priests in his diocese, warning them about the group.
The real reckoning came a few months later, in February 1999. The Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith had finally concluded their investigation, and based on their findings, the Vatican definitely denounced Deborah's movement. Bishop Morris communicated their statement, saying that Triple M was a clear danger to many good people who may be led away from proper obedience and loyalty to the Church. Catholics were told to distance themselves from the movement. Now there was no way Deborah could convince her followers Triple M was merely an offshoot of Catholicism.
Not long after, Deborah's husband Gordon defected from the group. He no longer believed she was a prophet and called her visions false. He said in an interview, "I came to the conclusion that God couldn't possibly be responsible for such a proliferation of lies. But I think she really believes those lies and that she is spoken to."
Fire roared in Deborah's eyes. Anyone who challenged the Triple M was her enemy, and she was determined to fight back.
Coming up, Deborah tries to take on the Catholic Church.
What could be more shocking than uncovering the deep, dark secrets behind history's biggest stories? Realizing that everything you thought was true was a lie. Hi, it's Carter from the Parcast series Conspiracy Theories. Every Monday and Wednesday, take a closer look at the blurred line between fact and fiction and discover that there may be more to the so-called truth than you think. From the government's link to Bigfoot and the otherworldly secrets of the Vatican, to the Grateful Dead's role in the spread of LSD, and more. On conspiracy theories, we leave no stone unturned and no skeptic unheard. Some may just be outlandish claims. Others may make you rethink everything. Follow the Spotify original from Parcast, Conspiracy Theories. Listen free only on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In early 1999, the Vatican outright dismissed Deborah Gajlewski's Magnificat meal movement. She could no longer claim to be Catholic. But the Pope was only the first name on Deborah's long list of detractors. She was also fending off criticisms from a local priest, a bishop, and an esteemed Catholic researcher.
Closer to home, it was her husband Gordon who caused the most trouble. Not only had he left Triple M, he also wanted out of their marriage. And as they worked out the details of their divorce, Gordon made it clear that he wouldn't leave without a fight.
It's not clear exactly how much money was on the table to fight over, but we know that Deborah and Gordon had shares in around a dozen properties in Helidon. They'd collected tens of thousands of dollars for the Basilica project alone.
But Deborah was the leader of Triple M. She was the one blessed with holy visions. Gordon barely lifted a finger.
However, it's possible that Deborah wasn't entitled so much as she was spiteful. She believed that Gordon had been carrying on an affair with a former member named Michelle, who'd been Deborah's assistant and one of her closest followers. However, Michelle and Gordon publicly denied that they were romantically involved. Either way, it didn't take long for the divorce to turn nasty.
Deborah filed an interim restraining order against Gordon, claiming domestic abuse. In turn, Michelle told police Deborah had assaulted her and threatened her teenage son. Deborah denied that this happened.
And those weren't the only problems Deborah faced. A few months earlier, Deborah and 14 other members of Triple M were charged with disturbing church services at the local Catholic parish.
We don't know exactly what happened to cause the disruption, or why the Triple M members did it. It's possible Deborah hoped to intimidate Father Ryan with the move. But whatever she was trying to prove, it completely backfired. The priest reported the incident, and based on tape-recorded evidence, Deborah was forced to plead guilty to the charges. She and her followers were soon released on good behavior bonds, but the experience was likely a hit to Deborah's ego. She had to publicly admit she'd done something wrong.
But the moment certainly didn't humble Deborah. It only hardened her resolve. Now she wanted to embarrass the priest, just as he'd done to her.
Some years back, Deborah received a vision that she would be burned at the stake, like Joan of Arc. She reminded her followers of what she'd once seen, but with an added embellishment. Father Ryan was the one to set her on fire. She claimed the resulting blaze would obliterate their headquarters.
Deborah predicted the attack would occur on September 9th, 1999. In the Bible's Book of Revelation, 666 is deemed the number of the beast. Some interpretations hail it as the coming of the Antichrist. Turn the abbreviated date for September 9th, 1999 upside down, and 666 plus one more 6 is exactly what you get. So in no uncertain terms, Deborah was positioning Father Ryan as the Antichrist.
In reality, Father Ryan had no intention of harming her or her followers. But inside Triple M, the threat felt very real. As they started to close ranks, other people in Helidon feared the worst.
Deborah was undeniably the center of the movement, and she'd prophesied her own martyrdom, the equivalent of a crucifixion. If Deborah really died, how would her followers react? Rumors swirled that September 9th might end in a mass suicide.
And the police took that possibility seriously. They launched a 24-hour surveillance team, flooding Helidon with officers. The media quickly followed suit. On September 7th, 2 days before the anticipated tragedy, journalists, TV crews, and officers descended on the small town.
On the morning of 9/9/99, the onlookers held their breath, expecting all hell to break loose. But Triple M's headquarters were completely silent. No one entered, no one left. There was no fire. Deborah's vision was a dud.
After September 9th had come and gone, she gave a telephone interview to Reuters. Trying to save face, she claimed her words had been taken out of context and blown out of proportion. She claimed her vision of being burned at the stake was purely metaphorical. She was an ideological martyr.
Deborah then tried to shift the blame to her detractors. She reasoned they were the ones starting the rumors about a mass suicide to make her movement seem dangerous. It was all to discredit her.
She also pointed the finger at her estranged husband, Gordon. She told a reporter, "My husband, who has gone off to live with his girlfriend around the corner, made the story up. And maybe it's his wishful thinking, but his wishful thinking will not occur."
After all the fuss, the thin excuses rang hollow with most. At the end of the day, after the crowds and the cops left Helidon, Deborah was left with quite a bit of egg on her face.
It was the second time in a matter of months that her divine authority had been challenged. Once again, she'd been forced to publicly admit she was wrong. What had happened in court with Father Ryan was embarrassing, but this was downright humiliating.
After an affair like that, many would have laid low, but that wasn't really Deborah Gillespie's style. Instead, she doubled down on her protracted war with the Catholic Church. Father Ryan, and all the clergy for that matter, were to blame for her troubles. She was done pretending like she wanted anything to do with them.
Shortly after the failed prediction, Deborah came to her followers with yet another announcement. The Catholic leadership was corrupt, and they'd been leading their congregations astray from the true practices of the Bible for too long. Luckily, Deborah was there to show Triple M the way.
She condemned the practice of Novus Ordo Mass, a more progressive service style that came out of Vatican II. As we mentioned in the last episode, the Second Vatican Council updated a variety of long-standing practices in 1965 to keep the Catholic Church in time with a changing world. One of them was Novus Ordo, which has been the standard style of Mass in Catholic churches across the world since the mid-60s.
Instead of facing the altar during liturgy, priests now faced the congregation. Parishioners took part in some of the call and response prayers, which were previously reserved for deacons or altar servers. Parish priests had the freedom to offer services in whatever language their flock spoke, instead of exclusively in Latin. Novus Ordo also changed how the Eucharist was offered.
It was an attempt to make Catholic services more accessible to all people, but some conservative Catholics felt it was an affront. They believed the Pope was spitting in the face of hundreds of years of tradition.
And perhaps that sentiment is the reason Deborah suddenly jumped onto the anti-Vatican II bandwagon. Plenty of Catholics were just as angry with the clergy as she was. Maybe she could rally her followers around their frustrations, the same way she enticed them with her visions of the Virgin Mary.
Except these two ideas were from completely opposite ends of the spectrum, and they spoke to two wildly different kinds of Catholics. Conservatives would have been skeptical of Deborah's miracles for the same reason so many clergymen were. A lot of her fantastical claims bordered on heresy.
The sudden turn against the modern church alienated many of her Triple M followers. They saw Deborah as someone who could deliver the future of Catholicism. They didn't want to go backward.
Not to mention, most of them had been attending Novus Ordo Mass for the last 30 years, and that was the same style Deborah and Triple M had always observed. They didn't have any issues with it. The sudden change just didn't make sense to the group.
In truth, Deborah was scrambling, grasping at straws. Over the last year, she tried so many times in so many ways to prove her religious authority, but it kept backfiring. Her mistakes were piling up, and doubt inside Triple M snowballed.
When Bishop Morris heard about Deborah's latest polemic, he gave another public statement. He told the priests in his diocese, "This movement has explicitly rejected the current teaching of the Catholic Church regarding the Eucharist. Its members, by their choice, have placed themselves outside the Church. No one else can be blamed for this action."
But if Deborah was feeling the pressure, it only made her bolder. Maybe the Magnificat meal movement shouldn't follow any Catholic traditions at all. According to researcher Mike Gard, in early 2000, Deborah quietly explored Seventh-day Adventism as an alternative.
She implemented a handful of new practices that would better align Triple M with SDA. Namely, she asked her followers to take down any photos or devotional statues of the Holy Family, because it was considered idolatry in SDA.
The new rule was not well received. Religious statues and iconography play a crucial role in Catholicism. Few members of Triple M wanted to suddenly abandon them.
For years, Deborah had sold Triple M as an offshoot from the Catholic Church. But now she was widening the schism between the two herself, trying to turn her followers against the church. And for the most part, she utterly failed.
Most of her followers considered themselves Catholics first and members of Triple M second. They had zero interest in becoming Seventh-day Adventists, so some left the movement.
As the group's numbers started to shrink, Deborah continued to pivot. She brought the group back to Catholicism, but insisted they observe Eastern Rite Mass services. The only problem was that none of the nearby parishes offered that option. Deborah tried to convince Eastern Rite priests to come to Helidon, but was unsuccessful. So she moved on.
In a final attempt to align herself with an existing branch of Catholicism, Deborah tried to join the Society of Pius X. The group was vehemently opposed to Vatican II, so Deborah thought she might have a way in.
But after studying her journals, they found her own teachings way too fringe and didn't want any association with her group.
Deborah was at a crossroads. She'd burned basically every bridge she had. She'd made bad move after bad move, undermining her religious authority and hemorrhaging her followers all the while. Her empire was crumbling around her.
So where did she go from there? Maybe for a moment she considered giving up and admitting she wasn't a prophet.
But after so many years of playing the role, whether or not she believed in the act wasn't what mattered most. She'd become accustomed to a certain lifestyle, and that's what she wasn't ready to walk away from.
Because after so many months of false starts and wrong turns, Deborah eventually settled on a new direction for the few remaining followers of Triple M, a pyramid scheme.
Coming up, Deborah finds a brand new bag. Now back to the story.
Deborah Gajleski had tried to align her Magnificat meal movement with nearly every avenue of Catholicism there was, and none would have her. But the 47-year-old still claimed she was a prophet, and some still believed her.
Bolstered by their support, Deborah embarked on a worldwide tour, hoping to replenish her numbers. But there was really no better time to do it. She was an unmarried free agent.
Psychological researcher Christina Lunn has noted that the transition from married to divorced can be more difficult for some women because they must surrender their traditional gender role as a wife. Nurturing and caretaking become less central to a divorced woman's life, and she must learn to establish a new identity. This means that although divorce is traumatic, it can also be an occasion for personal growth.
As Deborah embraced her new position, she took to the skies.
Throughout the year 2000, she traveled frequently to Ireland, the United States, the Philippines, Malaysia, and her home country of Australia. According to a former follower, she insisted on flying first class every trip because she said the extra legroom helped her pray better. And everywhere she went, she condemned the practice of the Novus Ordo masses.
To her followers, it may have seemed like Deborah was focused on bringing false Catholics back to true worship by exposing the corruption of the clergy. It's unclear how much the Virgin Mary still played into this.
But while Deborah toured the world spreading her message, she assigned her followers a much more important task: filling Triple M's coffers.
Deborah had relied on their financial support for years, but now there were far fewer people footing her bills. To make up the difference, she hitched Triple M's wagon to a popular health company.
The company was later investigated for unfair multi-level marketing practices. But before that, their business model relied on distributors buying the brand's wellness products so they could sell them at a slight markup. Their compensation wasn't just based on those sales, however. They also got bonuses when they recruited new members into their downline.
Deborah had a built-in downline, willing to buy up her potions and powders. Rather than recruit new believers to Triple M to boost donations, she could sell the wholesale products to her remaining loyal followers, who would then try to peddle it to the rest of the world.
All of a sudden, Deborah tapped into a market she'd never even considered before, all without lifting a finger. If anyone questioned why a church was slinging supplements, Deborah insisted they were raising money to build a basilica in Helidon, this time for real.
But that explanation seems dubious at best. All the changes to Triple M had made it nearly unrecognizable by that point. According to a former Triple M member, Deborah told her followers to abandon the monochrome blue outfits they'd worn for years so they could look normal when soliciting in town.
Deborah's appearance changed too. She dyed her hair blonde and, according to the news show A Current Affair, bought multiple Mercedes-Benz cars with a chauffeur to drive her around town. Even with all that MLM money coming in, Deborah wanted more.
In 2001, she set up an alliance with the founder of a bullion company. Deborah told her followers they were investing in gold. She likely claimed it was a smart move, because gold never decreases in value, unlike currency, which is subject to inflation. The plan was to give their money to the bullion company, who would presumably exchange it for gold. The group believed they were making a good investment in their future, for the sake of Triple M.
What they didn't know was that Deborah made a commission on every dollar they invested. According to several media reports, she coaxed $1.8 million from her followers. She kept her cut, then sent the rest to the bullion company to be spun into gold.
Around the same time, Deborah convinced 2 followers from California to give her a loan of around 600,000 Australian dollars to acquire land for a tree farm.
So it seems like though Triple M had changed dramatically, Deborah was still maintaining that she was a religious leader. However, it isn't clear where she could have worshipped. She'd been so vocal about the Novus Ordo style that going to a regular Catholic service was off the table. And she'd been rejected by the other, more conservative sects.
To keep up the impression of being pious, she needed a parish. So in 2002, Deborah created her own. She led masses herself and even ordained both priests and bishops to oversee them in her absence.
In reality, only Catholic bishops can officially ordain priests, and that requires approval from the Pope. But Deborah ignored that wrinkle by once again railing against the established church leadership. She was building the true remnant of the Catholic Church.
Or at least that's what she told followers. Out of all the Catholics in the world, only Deborah's group knew the truth about salvation. She was the one with authority. She was the one her followers should listen to if they ever wanted to enter God's kingdom. In short, she elevated herself from prophet to savior. But she couldn't save everyone.
When people came to Helidon for miracles, Deborah might have been able to sell them the Triple M books and a sunny afternoon in her headquarters. Some visitors even felt like they'd experienced miracles. But for all intents and purposes, it was just a carefully crafted show, which made it all the more devastating when people came to her in earnest, seeking help.
In 2003, a woman named Pauline Hanley made the pilgrimage from Ireland to Helidon. The headquarters wasn't as grand anymore. Triple M didn't have as much influence. But Pauline was desperate and thought Deborah might be the key.
Pauline's 15-year-old daughter, Nora, had been diagnosed with leukemia 7 years prior. Recently, she learned she wasn't a good fit for a bone marrow transplant. Doctors told Nora she only had 4 to 6 months left to live. They prescribed some medicine and recommended weekly blood transfusions to give her as much time as possible.
Feeling like science had failed her daughter, Pauline turned to the spiritual. Telling her husband she was taking Nora on a 1-week vacation, she brought Nora to Helidon to see Deborah and the Marian Shrine. Soon after she arrived, Paula felt inspired to ignore the doctor's advice. She believed Nora didn't need medicine or transfusions, only faith.
Back in Ireland, Nora's father and aunt were extremely concerned for her health. He hadn't been able to reach Pauline, so they went to the media. They hoped the attention might help bring the girl back to Ireland, where she could receive proper care.
Unfortunately, Pauline held strong to her convictions. She had total faith.
Not long after, Deborah said in a radio interview, "Nora certainly doesn't look or act like a sick child here at the moment. She's running up the hill and playing around in the sunshine, so from a distance she looks fine at this stage."
But she was wrong. Nora only got worse. Only a few weeks later, she finally flew back to Ireland. Once at home, she passed away.
It was a horrific tragedy, one that might have been delayed had Nora never stepped foot in Helidon, and perhaps it was a sign of things to come, because soon after, Deborah's whole world was shaken up.
Her alliance with the founder of the bullion company fell through. It turns out that the man her followers had given $1.8 million to was a known con artist. He was literally a fugitive whose assets had been frozen in the US, and now he disappeared, along with all of Triple M's money.
Soon after, the California tree farm investors came calling. They wanted their $600,000 property loan back. They were also upset with Deborah for making false allegations that they had helped produce a pornographic film.
So they hit her with a lawsuit. In 2006, a settlement was finally reached. Deborah was forced to pay them an undisclosed amount of money.
And that wasn't the worst of it for Deborah. As it happened, all those years she'd been in Helidon, Deborah had been avoiding taxes, writing her hefty purchases off as religious expenses. And the Australian Taxation Office finally took notice.
They slapped Deborah with a $5.5 million bill. And while Deborah may have been able to avoid her Vatican critics, she couldn't deny the Australian government.
Her legal battles mounting, Deborah needed a way out of Helidon. She'd spent years buying up its businesses and building out her headquarters. Now she had to abandon her holy city.
In 2007, 54-year-old Deborah Gajlewski headed to Vanuatu, an island 1,000 miles off the coast of Australia. She bought a property and spent an estimated $1 million fixing it up. She also surrounded it with giant walls to maintain her privacy. To really secure her place in the community, she bought out a series of local businesses, just like in Helidon.
And miraculously, according to a 2015 story by A Current Affair, her assistant negotiated a settlement with the Australian government. Deborah's believed to have paid only $400,000 to forgive her debts.
In 2008, she finally returned to the promised Basilica project. Sort of. According to a former member of Triple M, Deborah purchased a rundown property in Spain and told her remaining followers she needed to renovate it into a luxurious villa. According to this account, the villa was the key to the future basilica.
To this day, it's likely that Deborah still profits off of her devotees, the ones that remain at least. But what she preaches now is far different than her original dogma.
One former follower told the Catholic leader in 2015, "There's no comparison to be made with the lifestyle in those early days to the lifestyle of the now."
Instead of the vow of mere celibacy Deborah required some 20 years prior, she allegedly advised young people in the group to have as much sex as they wanted, just use a condom.
But then, Deborah never seemed to take issue with the changing party line when it suited her. And the remaining members don't seem to have a problem with the changes anyway. Her former followers claim that those who stay at her estate pay $200 a night for spiritual retreats.
Deborah has also embraced the internet as a way to reach the public. She regularly shares religious hymns to the Triple M YouTube account. Her other posts are a mixture of Illuminati fear-mongering and New Age spirituality, mixed in with references to the Old Testament. The inconsistency protects her from having to align with just one ideology, so she can flip-flop at will.
It's said that if you do what you love, you never have to work a day in your life. In some weird way, Deborah Gajlewski followed that truism.
She may have exploited thousands, but she's managed to keep a grip on her empire, not as a prophet, but as the manipulator she always was.
Thanks again for tuning into Cults. We'll be back next week with a new episode. For more information on Triple M, amongst the many sources we used, we found Spirituality and Cultism, a case study of a new religious movement, the Magnificat Meal Movement by Mike Gard, extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Cults is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max and Ron Cutler, sound designed by Michael Lochen, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Trent Williamson, Carly Madden, and Bruce Kitovich. This episode of Cults was written by Lauren DeLille, with writing assistance by Terrell Wells and Abigail Cannon, fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Brian Petrus and Chelsea Wood. Cults stars Greg Polson and Vanessa Richardson. Due to the graphic nature of this cult's crimes, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of death, including the death of a child, animal cruelty, sexuality, and suicide. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
Late in the evening of September 1st, 1905, occultist Aleister Crowley shivered alone in his tent.
Crowley claimed to have unlocked ancient secrets and spoken to gods, but that night he wasn't thinking about divine truths or spiritual revelations. He was nursing a grudge.
Weeks before, he'd set out on a mountaineering expedition. Crowley and his 4 companions wanted to be the first to summit a certain Himalayan peak. The journey was exhausting, and tempers flared, especially Crowley's. Eventually, some of his travel companions grew frustrated and abandoned him. They'd continue on their own.
Crowley did not take the rejection well. He griped to another climber that the traders would die without him.
Later that night, an avalanche roared down the side of the mountain. It buried the team that had ditched Crowley. One man escaped to shout for help.
Crowley heard the commotion from his tent and knew his former comrades were in danger. And yet, he did nothing. He left them to die for defying him.
Hi, I'm Greg Polson.
And I'm Vanessa Richardson.
And this is Cults, a Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, we look at a cult's practices, their leader, and their followers. You can find all episodes of Cults and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
For the next 3 weeks, we'll be taking a deep dive into one of the most influential cults in Western history, the Ordo Templi Orientis, or OTO. Its members included renowned science fiction authors, mystics, and the infamous occultist Aleister Crowley. While Crowley didn't found the OTO, he served as its leader for decades and shaped the order into what it is today. He would stop at nothing to follow his will.
Next week, we'll meet Crowley's disciple, rocket scientist Jack Parsons. By day, Parsons broke boundaries in the field of jet propulsion. By night, he dabbled in dark rites to bring about the apocalypse.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us. You may think magic has vanished from the world. These days, few people turn to herbalists or witches to heal their illnesses. There's no need to pray for rain when meteorologists can predict storms down to the minute. And by and large, we don't sacrifice animals to the heavens since we have science and technology to solve our problems instead.
Nevertheless, according to sociologist Helen Berger, nearly 2 million people currently identify as witches in the United States. Over the past decade, approximately $21 million has been spent on tarot-related Kickstarter projects. And that's just a drop in the bucket when you consider that the psychic services industry, which includes fortune-telling, astrology, and other metaphysical practices, is worth an estimated $2 billion in the U.S.
These contemporary occult and New Age practices share an ancestor, an occult group called Ordo Templi Orientis, or OTO.
The OTO was first founded in Germany at the turn of the 20th century and started as a collaboration between occultists. One was Karl Kellner, an Austrian industrialist who belonged to several secret societies, including the Freemasons.
We've discussed Freemasonry on this show before. It's a complex organization that requires members to study complicated Masonic philosophy to rise through the ranks. Each time they graduate to a new grade, Masons unlock hidden or secret knowledge.
But Kellner was also interested in magical ideas learned from his travels through India and other world travels. Along with 3 other occultists, including Order of Illuminati member Theodore Royce, Kellner sought to establish a new group. It blended Masonic philosophy with secrets cribbed from other shadowy societies. Royce became the outer head of the order. Thus, the Ordo Templi Orientis was born.
Like Freemasonry, the order promised members that they'd unlock new, deeper understandings of philosophy by climbing up the hierarchy. But many Masons rejected one of the OTO's core beliefs, magic.
That's magic spelled with a K, to distinguish it from tricks and stage magic. Members of the order believed that their spells were real.
Some of the OTO's secrets related to sex magic. Its founders believed practitioners could masturbate or have sex with one another during mystic rites to strengthen the spells.
Vanessa is going to take over in the psychology here and throughout the episode. Please note, Vanessa is not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist, but we have done a lot of research for this show.
Thanks, Greg. In an article published in the November 2021 issue of Frontiers in Psychology, a team of researchers determined under certain circumstances, orgasms stimulate the same parts of the brain as spiritual meditation. This suggests a biological link between sensuality and mysticism.
The order likely adopted its sex magic practices from Eastern religions and philosophies. Its other rituals were heavily inspired by Freemasonry. That said, it differed from the Freemasons in significant ways. For example, women weren't allowed to be Masons, but the OTO wanted everyone to be able to join, regardless of their gender.
Once the barriers to entry were removed, men and women alike flocked to the OTO. Occultism proved popular in Victorian England, and while the order wasn't the only secret society that supported gender equality, its stance was unusual.
By the early 1900s, the order was an international movement. They had hundreds of initiates and lodges throughout Europe, but their success was short-lived.
Almost immediately after the order was formed, the founders got caught up in petty politicking, driving their students away. Members fled as the conflicts grew. Within a decade, the order was in danger of disappearing.
If the OTO was going to survive, it needed help. Specifically, it needed new recruits who understood sex magic and could entice others to join.
And it didn't take long to find someone who fit that bill. During a trip to England sometime around 1910, Royce met a British magician in his 30s named Edward Alexander Crowley, or Aleister Crowley, as he liked to be called.
Crowley was an infamous occultist and poet who held a lofty rank in a secret society known as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. He was also a writer who published many pieces on his mystical beliefs, including the idea that sex could strengthen magic spells. This was one of the OTO's most closely guarded secrets, and Royce believed it proved Crowley was enlightened.
Royce was so impressed by Crowley that he immediately inducted him into the OTO. Just 2 years later, Royce named him the National Grand Master of England and Ireland, a position directly below the outer head of the order.
Which means that in 1912, 37-year-old Crowley was one of the most powerful Ordo Templi Orientis members in the world. Though he was a relative newcomer to the movement, he had the authority to reshape it.
But Royce may not have realized just who he was dealing with. Crowley was notorious for his flagrant sexuality, open disrespect for Christian values, and impulsive behavior. That reputation would only get worse during his time with the order. Before long, papers in England dubbed him the wickedest man in the world.
And as one of the most hated men on earth, Crowley threatened to drag the OTO down with him.
Coming up, a closer look at Aleister Crowley.
Put yourself in the shoes of a real-life detective. Imagine examining the crime scene, gathering evidence and interviewing witnesses, feeling the pressure mount as you race against time to catch a criminal. Each week on Scotland Yard Confidential, the new Spotify original from Parcast, we enter the minds of some of the greatest detectives in history, following in their footsteps as they hunt down suspects and solve seemingly impossible cases, like the scandalous murder of singer Cora Crippen in 1910, whose body was found in her cellar shortly after her husband skipped town, or the daring Hatton Garden heist of 2015, when a gang of elderly thieves made off with a haul worth millions, and the cryptic notes found at a murder scene during the First World War. Was it a clue or a red herring designed to throw investigators off? Scotland Yard Confidential is a Spotify original from Parcast, made in partnership with Noiser, airing episodes weekly starting May 19th. Follow and listen to Scotland Yard Confidential for free on Spotify.
Now back to the story.
In 1910, infamous occultist Aleister Crowley joined the Ordo Templi Orientis. He immediately got to work rewriting the group's doctrine to fit his beliefs. In the process, he helped create the modern mystical movement. But to truly understand how he did it, we need to delve deeper into Crowley's formative years in England.
His wealthy parents belonged to a strict Christian sect called the Plymouth Brethren. They believed Jesus Christ could return to earth at any moment. To demonstrate their faith in the Messiah's imminent arrival, the brethren opposed any kind of long-term future planning. That included saving for retirement and buying life insurance.
Every day after breakfast, the Crowley family and their staff read the Bible aloud to one another. Often they focused on apocalyptic passages from the book of Revelation, especially those concerning the great enemy of Christianity, the beast. They interpreted these verses as warnings of coming plagues, persecution, and tribulation for believers. But those who didn't follow Jesus would suffer an even worse fate, an eternity in hell.
In their chapter for the book Christianity is Not Great, How Faith Fails, psychologists Marlene Winnell and Valerie Tirico noted strict religious upbringings can instill anxiety and depression in young people. This is especially pronounced when the denomination is authoritarian or fear-based, like the apocalyptic Plymouth Brethren. When children are taught their faith is the only way to escape damnation, they learn to fear the outside world. As they mature, they may turn those fears inward and obsess over their perceived sins.
These issues may have been especially pronounced for Crowley, since he was isolated from the larger secular society. When he was 8 years old, his parents enrolled him at an evangelical boarding school. There, he was required to study, attend church, and read the Bible.
Initially, Crowley recalls that he thrived in this environment, but his life took a turn in the spring of 1886. That year, his father, Edward, was diagnosed with cancer. When the doctor recommended surgery, he rejected the treatment, choosing to trust in Jesus and an alternative treatment instead.
Crowley waited for God to heal Edward for a full year, until March 5, 1887. That evening, 11-year-old Crowley had a dream in which his father had died.
The next day, he received word his dream had come true. Edward had passed on.
The tragedy left Crowley bitter. In the years that followed, he wrote in his diary that he rejected Christianity and all those who practiced it. He saw them as hypocritical and cruel. He vowed to turn his back on his childhood values and become a sinner.
When Crowley was a teen, he claims to have seduced a young parlor maid and slept with her on his mother's bed. When Crowley's mother found out, the maid was fired, though Crowley would not confess to his part in the situation until years later.
As Crowley became an increasingly rebellious teenager, he and his mother were at odds. According to author Richard Kaczynski, she had the habit of calling him the Beast whenever he misbehaved, as a reference to the Beast in the book of Revelation.
His mother's nickname for him may have gone on to shape his self-identity. According to the American Psychological Association, a hypothesis called labeling theory suggests people often change their behavior to match the labels imposed on them. In Crowley's case, his mother decreed he was a sinful, anti-Christian monster. Crowley embraced this designation. As an adult, he started calling himself the Beast.
From there, his interest in the occult grew. Like many young, imaginative men of the era, he was interested in poetry and mysticism. When he was 23 in 1898, Crowley visited a bookstore and picked up a tome on Satanism and witchcraft. He bought the text hoping to become a devil worshiper, but over time he developed a more nuanced understanding of good and evil.
Later in his life, Crowley said he didn't believe in the devil the same way Christians did. He didn't see Satan as evil or a tempter. He liked the trappings of Satanism, perhaps because he enjoyed scandalizing religious people.
As he expanded his mystic knowledge, Crowley wrote extensively. His poems and essays argued magic, again with a K, was essentially a kind of science. Like chemistry or physics, it was a precise practice, where combining specific ingredients could achieve a predictable result, as long as you knew what you were doing. But to acquire that knowledge, he needed to study under the masters.
So he joined the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn in 1898. This secret society promised members could...
Remember, everybody, if you're just tuning in, the federal felons of Unit 207, i.e. the North Everett Precinct, of stalkers, fraudsters, child abusers, kidnappers, hackers, hostage holders, thieves. They have plans to criminally and illegally shut off the live stream this evening between 11 and around midnight or 12:30 a.m. And the plan was originally to prevent me from being able to have any internet at all, as was dealt with last night in the live stream, this morning, and thanks to my neighbor Russ, circumvented. Then additionally, as an aside, FBI Nerd Squad, as you know, Unit 207 and the federal felons therein have not only stolen tens of thousands of dollars from me in the last year since February 3rd of 2024. Not only do they owe me millions of dollars, including their most recent large penalty on the 29th of $10 million for using the boys they've abused for a year and kidnapped to perpetrate their breaking and entering felony that they couldn't shut the fuck up about for the 19 days prior, of which they rejected numerous police reports. And according to the FBI, a great deal of that is because of fraudulent court orders. And the act of rejecting the police report based on the fraudulent court order all entitles some of the imbeciles upstairs to an extra 15 years in minimum prison sentences added to their looming, soon to be unsealed, personalized indictments that were averaging 35 plus pages in August. My door's been closed like the FBI's instructed since January 2nd, aside from when they sent those abused, kidnapped, disabled teens to break and enter. And some of you are wondering, well, list all the different ways they were abused other than saying 12 plus. I could do that. I would like to do that. The FBI doesn't want me to do that. But the FBI has told me that they are 100% confident that they're all going to be convicted of child abuse. All of you that have an indictment. They were positive of that before the 29th. And the 29th, wow. Well, for those who they weren't positive on, it became a positive. So keep in mind, I'm here, I'm up, I'm sleeping random hours to accommodate the soon-to-be convicted federal felons upstairs and associates, whose plan as it stands is to go and get another fraudulent order tomorrow, Tuesday, I don't know. And who the real plan of is to allow them to do everything they need to make sure everyone that the FBI would like to go to prison is definitely going to prison. The FBI has all the biggest and baddest already on the hook. Looks like they want to see who is voluntarily requesting to go to prison with them. So whenever this live stream magically kicks off, it's because of the imbeciles upstairs. And as you can see in the prior live streams, the internet's been prepaid and the live stream should not kick off. But there's a lot of things that should not have occurred that have occurred because of the imbeciles that will be in prison for years and years and decades that are currently upstairs.
Could discover hidden ancient truths as they rose through the ranks.
And rise he did.
Whistleblowers
By January
excluded.
1900, 25-year-old Crowley had ascended through the hierarchy faster than almost
And I'm not
any
talking
other
about
initiate.
whistleblowers who
But there
blow
was
the
still
whistle
more
to
to
people
discover.
going to prison
However,
for longer
many
than
members of
them.
the London branch of the order didn't want Crowley to achieve the next rank. They had heard of his reputation as a troublemaker and a bisexual, and didn't want him in the inner circle. One of the Golden Dawn members who disliked him was the poet William Butler Yeats. Yes, that William Butler Yeats, author of The Second Coming and Leda and the Swan.
Crowley's squabbles with Yeats did not make him popular. Still eager to ascend the ranks, Crowley had the leader of the Paris branch initiate him. Then he returned to London, but they refused to recognize his initiation. By April of that year, Crowley decided to retaliate. He and another member broke into the Golden Dawn headquarters in London, then installed new locks on the door. Apparently, their plan was to force Yates and the other London magicians to recognize Crowley's position.
Before Crowley could enjoy himself in the London Temple, a police constable arrived and made him and his
Oh,
companion
and I
leave.
might add, if you've been watching these live streams regularly, you know last month they did the same exact thing. And then they cut off the live stream and disconnected all the devices from the internet illegally and criminally. But because although they think they're such excellent hackers for the North Everett Precinct of stalkers, fraudsters, and child abusers and kidnappers, they are sloppy. And some of them have been banned from entire tech offices in whole cities. So I think last month they successfully kept me off the internet for 15 to 20 minutes. So whenever they shut it off, look at the clock and come back in 25 minutes. And just remember, they're all going to be charged with that. According to the FBI, they're going to be charged with the multiple separate criminal acts that act actually is. Obstruction and evidence tampering, I know, is what the FBI has stated.
2 days later, when Yates and other London magicians were in the temple,
It's
Crowley
11:18
reappeared.
p.m.
This
PST.
time, he wore a flimsy disguise, a
February
black
2nd,
mask, a plaid
2025.
cloak, and carried a sheathed dagger.
Very
Even
much
in costume,
still being
Crowley didn't
actively
make it very
stalked.
far. According to one version of events, the Beast
Digitally
marched up the stairs to
and
the
from
Golden Dawn
upstairs.
offices. Yates and another member were waiting for him at the top of the staircase. As soon as Crowley got close
By the
enough,
same people
the
that have
two
been
men
abusing my
kicked.
disabled sons for a
And
year.
Crowley went tumbling down the stairs.
What we know happened is that soon after Crowley arrived, Yates told him to leave, and the Beast refused. The men argued. Finally, a police officer was called, and he escorted Crowley from the premises.
Humiliated, he eventually accepted defeat and officially left the society later that year. Afterward, he traveled the world and dabbled in sex magic. He also blossomed as a poet, continuing to write about his experiences.
Then, in the summer of 1903, 28-year-old Crowley's home life changed when he married a widow named Rose Scarrett. Like him, she was fascinated
be
by
clear,
mysticism and
My
uninterested in
podcast in the
conventional
Lenovo
morality.
ThinkPad
The
should
following year,
disconnect
the
from the
couple went to
internet, and I
Cairo,
should be
where Rose
forced to
claimed
enter
she
in the
began having
credentials for
visions
the
of the
prepaid
Egyptian
Wi-Fi.
god Horus.
Through the visions, Rose told Crowley the
But
rituals
the
he could perform
laptop
to invoke
recording
Horus.
this live
He did as he
stream
was told and believed the magic
already
worked.
had the
After
email
channeling the
verified
Egyptian
for
god,
this
Crowley was put
Wi-Fi,
in contact with a higher
earlier
spirit
today,
he called his holy
thereby
guardian
registering it as an
The angel's
approved
name
device
was
that's
Iwas,
currently
and he said he
connected
would
to that.
deliver revelations to Crowley 1
Except
hour
for
a
when
day
Unit
for 3 days
207,
in a
who
row.
thinks they're really
On
good
April 8th,
hackers,
1904, he
fuck
claimed
up.
he saw Iwas.
like they've done every month since
The
August
god
when they
looked
criminally
like
and
a tall,
illegally shut off my
fit,
phone and internet
dark-skinned
provider of a
man in his
decade.
30s.
He
Who
told
will be
Crowley the
lodging a
secrets of
separate
the
lawsuit
universe,
against all of them
including
after
the
they are
most important
sentenced.
moral principle, which superseded all others. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will.
Inspired by this encounter, Crowley drafted a system of beliefs called thelema, which came from the Greek word
Or perhaps
for
it's
will.
Convicted.
According
I
to
don't know, one of
Thelema,
the two. I
any
just know
action
Sprint
was
slash
moral,
T-Mobile
so long
has
as
a
it advanced a
huge
person's will.
amount of money
But
they're
this
going to
didn't
try
mean
and take from you
practitioners were
guys.
free to follow every impulse or desire. Crowley argued that every being's will was to fulfill their destiny and find their proper place in the universe. Do what thou wilt was another way of saying, be who you're meant to be.
In 1904, Crowley published the Book of the Law, which spelled out the principles of Thelema. He also
And I will
included
say
references
this,
to a
last month
scarlet
I was like,
woman
oh,
named Babylon,
it
who
passed
he
and they
claimed
didn't
would mate with
disconnect
the
me, and
beast
it was
conceive a
later
child.
that hour that
Privately,
they
he called
disconnected
his
it.
wife
That's why I
Rose
said
a
earlier
scarlet woman.
that I have
So
to
we
be
can
up
infer
between
these
like
passages
11
were
and at
allusions
least
to his
midnight,
own
and that's
sex
why I would
life.
just let sleep
And sure
so
enough,
early, just
that
so I could be
July,
up.
Rose gave
Just so I
birth
could
to
be
a
up
girl
for
named
the
Lilith.
federal felons going to prison currently
Even as a busy new
being
father,
paid by
Crowley
this
continued
city,
to
who
study
have made,
mysticism.
in some
He also
instances,
explored other
years
hobbies
of
that had nothing
salary
to do
to
with his
perpetrate
Thelemic beliefs,
250 plus
like
crimes
mountaineering.
against me.
In 1905, the 30-year-old planned an expedition to the third highest peak in the world, called Kanchenjunga,
Others have
right
been
on the
up there for
border of Nepal
significantly
and
less
India.
time.
At the time, it had never been summited.
Accompanied by 4 companions and dozens of hired porters, Crowley started the climb towards the end of August, but it didn't take long for the team to start squabbling. They couldn't agree on the best route to take, what time of day was ideal for hiking, or where they should set
And
up camp.
that is a separate
Sensing
series of
trouble,
charges.
several
There's some
porters
sorts of
abandoned the
charges
climb
that
early
apparently
on.
some of these people
Another
are looking
porter
at for
slipped on the
being
ice,
paid
fell, and died.
for
One
being
day,
federal
Crowley saw the
felons.
warning signs
from
of
the
an
government.
impending avalanche while the crew was
So they've
trying
been
to
getting
scale a steep
paid
ice
by
wall.
the city
He
for
knew the
being
safest move was to stay
enemies
where
of
they
the
were and
country.
to wait out the slide.
I mean, I don't
But
know
when
what
he
kind of
explained
charges
that to
those
his
are.
crew,
But those charges
one
are
porter
on some
panicked
people's
and tried to get
indictments.
away.
Crowley hit him in the head with the side of his axe, trying to shock him out of his fear.
His quick thinking spared the porter, but it didn't help morale. His climbing partners believed he was violent and irrational, so they took a vote on whether they'd allow Crowley to continue, and he lost. 3 members of his team and 3 porters went ahead without him. Only 1 man remained with Crowley at the camp.
But Crowley was the most experienced climber on the expedition, and they suffered without his expertise. The same day they turned on him, the mountaineers were caught in an avalanche. In an instant, snow
So you
buried
need-
almost
you
the
only
whole
have
team.
meow
2 of the
mix,
mountain climbers and
tenders,
1 porter were spared,
in the
but
plastic
4 other
bag
men
that is
died in the
mixed.
ice. The 2 climbers who survived
That's all you
cried
got.
out for help and were within earshot of Crowley's tent. But the beast declined to go outside and see them. He refused to save his trapped friends' lives, purely out of spite.
When the deaths and Crowley's role in them made it to the papers, the truth of his callousness was revealed. In response to the press, Crowley leaned into his bad reputation. He made it seem like he could have helped his companions. He just chose not to.
This may have been
Also, this podcast, it's a Spotify original. It's called Colts. It's by Parcast. It's one of the podcasts that I can fall asleep to. I've already heard all of the episodes anyway. But Aleister Crowley is interesting to me because he's such a cliche. He was extremely famous. He died poor, addicted to heroin, and all alone. I feel like that's a common trend that happens to a lot of people.
may have been labeling theory at work. Crowley played the role of beast to the press, but privately, it's likely he was more traumatized than he let on. He never summited a challenging peak again after the avalanche.
He still continued to explore and travel, though. On June 2nd, 1906, after arriving back in England after a long world tour, Crowley received a telegram from his wife, Rose. His daughter, Lilith, had suddenly died of typhoid.
The loss devastated the family. Rose developed a drinking problem as she struggled to cope. That winter, Rose gave birth to another daughter, but the family continued to struggle. The pair divorced in 1909. Rose went into an asylum for several years, and she later remarried.
While Rose battled her personal demons, Crowley confronted more literal forces of darkness. On December 6, 1909, the 34-year-old ventured into the Algerian desert to fight a demon called Coron Zone with the help of a magical partner. He said it was paramount to advancing his spiritual knowledge, but it's possible he was just looking for a distraction from his emotional pain.
Unit 207
In
is already up
preparation
there
for the
talking.
battle,
A girl and
Crowley
a
and his
boy are
partner
trying
drew
to
a
figure out
circle
how they're
and
going to do
triangle in the
this.
sand and smeared
What's
blood
the this?
taken from 3
Probably
sacrificed
what I
pigeons
just
in the
said.
3
Criminally and
corners.
illegally
He
shut off
chanted the
internet on
words of a
both the
spell,
laptops
and a
illegally.
voice answered, "I am
At some
I.
point within the
From
next
me
hour
come
and a half.
leprosy and pox and plague and cancer and cholera and the falling sickness."
It was the demon Coron Zone.
According to Crowley, he was transported to another plane of existence to fight the spirit. There, he stared into a spiritual abyss and came to a shocking realization. He wasn't really fighting a demon, he was fighting himself.
Crowley realized the secret to true magical power didn't lie in summoning spirits or casting complicated spells. He had to remove every barrier that separated him from the rest of the universe, his fears, his desires, and his ego.
In this context, ego didn't mean self-esteem or arrogance. The ego meant something more like Sigmund Freud's theory, that a person's ego mediates conflicts between their impulses and their conscience. Basically, the ego helps assess a situation to decide when it's okay to indulge and when to show restraint instead. The ego plays an important psychological role, yet Crowley believed his was destroyed in the battle with Coron Zone. According to historian Alex Owen in the January 1997 issue of Journal of British Studies, this left Crowley unable